Verse for opening the sutra. The unsurpassed, profound, and wonderful Dharma is difficult to encounter in hundreds of millions of aeons. I now see and hear it, receive and uphold it, and I vow to fathom the Tathagata's true meaning. The Sixth Note, Volume 5, Chapter 1. Sutra. Ananda put his palms together, bowed, and said to the Buddha, having heard the Buddha's unbounded, greatly compassionate, pure, everlasting, true and actual expression of Dharma, I still have not understood the sequence for releasing the knots such that when the six are untied, the one is gone also. I only hope you will be compassionate and once again take pity on this assembly and on those of the future by bestowing the sounds of Dharma on us and wash and rise away our heavy defilements. Commentary. Ananda put his palms together, bowed, and said to the Buddha, having heard the Buddha's unbounded, greatly compassionate, pure, everlasting, true and actual expression of Dharma, I still have not understood the principle whereby where the six are untied, the one is gone also. I haven't yet figured out the sequence for releasing the knots. I only hope you will be compassionate and once again take pity on this assembly, all the people gathered here, and on those of the future great assemblies of beings. Take pity by bestowing the sounds of Dharma on us. Make a gift to all living beings of the expression of the Buddha Dharma, to wash and rise away our heavy defilements. Just as with vegetables, first you wash them, and then, fearing they might not be completely clean, you rinse them again. Defilements may be heavy or serious enough to cause us to fall into lower states of being. The defilements refer to our greed, hatred, and stupidity. Ananda seeks further clarification. Sutra. Then, upon the lion's throne, the first common straightened his nirvana robes, arranged his samgati, took hold of the table made of the 7 gems, reached out onto the table with his hand, and picked up a flowered cloth given him by the Shurangama god. Commentary. Then, upon the lion's throne, the first common, the Dharma seat that Shakyamuni Buddha was sitting on was called a lion's throne. It was so named to indicate that the Buddha's speaking of Dharma was like the roar of lion. When the lion roars, all other beasts tremble. When the Buddha speaks Dharma, the heavenly demons and externalists are frightened. He straightened his nirvana robes. Nirvana robes refers to the Buddha's inner clothing and arranged his samgati. The samgati is the outer sash, the perfect robe or great robe. He took hold of the table made of the 7 gems. The table placed before the Buddha was made of gold, silver, lapis lazuli, crystal, mother of pearl, red pearls, and carnelian. Lapis lazuli is sometimes described as thick crystal. Crystal may not seem so special in this day and age when glass is so prevalent, but in these early times, crystal was hard to come by, so it was considered a precious gem. Mother of pearl sometimes has a pattern like cat tracks in it. Carnelian is likened to horse brains in its shape. It is red and white in color. He then reached out onto the table with his hand and picked up a flowered cloth given him by the Shurangama god. Shurangama heaven is the heaven of well-divided time. Flowered cloth refers to a long-handled towel made of layered flowers. In India, such towels were valued highly, and this one was especially so, since it was a gift to Shakyamuni Buddha from the ruling god of the Shurangama heaven. Sutra. Then, as the assembly watched, he tied it into a knot and showed it to Ananda, asking, "What is this called?" Ananda and the great assembly answered together, "It's called a knot." Then the third Kamon tied another knot in the cloth of layered flowers and asked Ananda again, "What is this called?" Ananda and the great assembly once again answered together, "It too is called a knot." He continued in this pattern until he had tied 6 knots in the cloth of layered flowers. As he made each knot, he held it up to Ananda and asked, "What is this called?" And each time Ananda and the great assembly answered the Buddha in the same way, "It is called a knot." Commentary. Then, as the assembly watched, he tied it into a knot. The Buddha, as if playing a game with children, took up the cloth of layered flowers and tied it in knots. While he was sitting there before the great assembly, he showed it to Ananda, asking, "What is this called?" He let Ananda see the knot and asked him what it was. Ananda and the great assembly answered together, "It's called a knot." Then the third Kamon tied another knot in the cloth of layered flowers and asked Ananda again, "What is this called?" He asked him the same thing over again. Ananda and the great assembly once again answered together, "It too is called a knot." They gave the same answer. He continued in this pattern until he had tied 6 knots in the cloth of layered flowers. In all, he tied 6 knots in the towel. As he made each knot, he held it up to Ananda and asked, "What is this called?" And each time Ananda in the great assembly answered the Buddha in the same way, "It is called a knot." The cloth of layered flowers represents the nature of the treasury of the first Kamon. The 6 knots tied in it represent the 6 sense organs. Sutra. The Buddha said to Ananda, "When I first tied the cloth, you called it a knot. Since the cloth of layered flowers is basically a single strip, how can you call the second, the third ties knots as well?" Commentary. The cloth is just one piece, which you said was a knot. So how can you call the second, the third ties in it knots as well? The Buddha deliberately quizzed Ananda in this way. Sutra. Ananda said to the Buddha, "Won't Honored One, this cloth of woven layered flowers is just one piece, but as I consider it, when the third Kamon makes one tie, it is called a knot. If you were to make 100 ties, they would be called 100 knots. How much the more so with this cloth, which has exactly 6 knots, not 7 or 5. Why does the third Kamon allow me to call only the first tie a knot and not the second or third ties?" Commentary. Ananda said to the Buddha. Ananda replied to the Buddha's quizzing, "Won't Honored One, this cloth of woven layered flowers is just one piece, the precious cloth of layered flowers in a single strip. But as I consider it, when the third Kamon makes one tie, it is called a knot. If he were to make 100 ties, it would be called 100 knots. Every one of those 100 can be called a knot. How much the more so with this cloth, which has exactly 6 knots, not 7 or 5. You will have only tied 6 knots in this strip of cloth. You didn't go on to tie 7 knots, nor did you stop at 5. Why does the third Kamon allow me to call only the first tie a knot and not the second or third ties? Buddha, why do you only admit that the first tie is called a knot and don't recognize the second and the third as knots? What's the principle behind this?" Sutra. The Buddha told Ananda, "You know that this precious cloth of flowers is basically one strip, but when I made 6 ties in it, you said it had 6 knots. As you carefully consider this, you will see that the substance of the cloth is the same. It is the knots that make the difference." Commentary. The Buddha listened to Ananda's answer with amusement. Of course, the six were all called knots. It's not that the first is called a knot and the others are not. The Buddha asked him that question to tease him, and Ananda insisted that all six could be called knots. This was for all the sake of debate. It was a point of argument, a principle to discuss. The Buddha told Ananda, "You know that this precious cloth of flowers is basically one strip. It's a single piece. But when I made six ties in it, you said it had six knots. You then called it six knots. As you carefully consider this, look into this in minute detail, reflect upon it, you will see that the substance of the cloth is the same. It doesn't have so many names. It is the knots that make the difference. As soon as I added a knot, it became different." This demonstrates that the nature of the treasury of the first command is basically one. The six sense organs are knots tied in it, but although there are six knots, the original substance of the treasury is still one. If you untie the six knots, not even one will remain. Sutra. What do you think? The first knot I tied was called number one, continuing until I come to the sixth knot, and as I now tie it, is it also number one? Commentary. What do you think? Ananda. What is your opinion? The first knot I tied was called number one. I continuing until I come to the sixth knot, and as I now tie it, is it also number one? Can the sixth one in turn be called number one? Sutra. No, won't honored one. If there are six knots, the sixth knot can never be called number one. In all my lives of learning with all my understanding, how could I now confuse the names of six knots? Commentary. Ananda said, "Absolutely not. You can't switch them. Number one is number one. You can't change number one so that it is called number six, or change number six so that it is called number one. No, won't honored one. If there are six knots, the sixth knot can never be called number one. If there are six, the sixth is just the sixth, and no matter what, it cannot turn into the first. In all my lives of learning, I, Ananda, the learned one, from limitless compass passed down to the present, with all my understanding, what I have studied, what I have made my specialty is to be well read and good at debate. When I call upon all my accumulated learning and use all my skill in debate, how could I now confuse the names of six knots? How could I mix up the names? How could I fail to keep them in order? Sutra. The Buddha said, "So it is. The six knots are not the same. Consider their origin. They are created from the one cloth. To confuse their order will not do." Commentary. The Buddha said, "So it is. What you say is right. You can't change their names. You can't call the sixth one the first. The first one cannot be changed and called the sixth. You are absolutely right. The reason they cannot be interchanged because the six knots are not the same. Consider their origin. They are created from the one cloth. To confuse their order will not do. If you mix up the numerical order of the knots, it won't work. You say, that's right. Sutra. Your six sense organs are also like this. In the midst or ultimate sameness, conclusive differences arise. Commentary. Originally they are identical, but the eyes function as eyes, the ears function as ears, the nose functions as a nose, the tongue functions as a tongue, the body functions as a body, and the mind functions as the mind. Originally they were one and the same, but at this point they divide. Even then it would be fine if they were together. They could all return their light and illumine within. The eyes could turn their light inward. The ears could listen within and hear the self-nature. The nose would not be turned by smells, the tongue would not be turned by tastes, the body would not be turned by objects of touch, and the mind would not be influenced by dharmas. If they could all work together and return the light, they would still be one. But they can't work together. The eyes see forms, the nose smells fragrances and is turned by them. The tongue tastes flavors and is turned by them. The body enjoys objects of touch and is turned by them. And the mind is influenced by dharmas and is turned by them. What's important is to not follow after them, but ordinary people are unable to avoid following after them. Sutra, the Buddha said to Ananda, you certainly dislike the 6 knots and would like there to be just one cloth, but how can that be done? Ananda said, as long as these knots remain, there will be grounds for argument about what is and what is not. Their very existence will lead to such distinctions as this knot not being that knot and that knot not being this one. But if on this day the first command unties them all so that no knots remain, then there will be no this and no that. There will not even be something called one. How much the less can there be 6? The Buddha said, when the 6 are untied, the one is gone. It's the same meaning. Commentary, the Buddha said to Ananda, you certainly dislike these 6 knots. It's for sure you don't like the 6 knots, says Shakyamuni Buddha to his disciple. You would like to untie the 6 knots so they cease to be, and would like there to be just one cloth. You want to make one out of them. But how can that be done? How can you get back to the one, to that basic substance? Ananda heard the Buddha's question and said, as long as these knots remain, there will be grounds for argument about what is and what is not, right? Ananda admits, I would like to get rid of the 6 knots and have only one thing remaining. Because as long as the 6 are around, there will be disputes about them. The reason for contention is that there is distinction between this and that. Their very existence will lead to such distinctions as this not being that not and that not being this one. In the midst of these various knots will arise arguments about what is right and what is wrong. This knot, the first one, is not the 6th, and that knot, the 6th one, is not the first. Distinctions arise regarding this and that. But if on this day the first command unties them all, so that no knots remain, then there will be no this and no that. There won't be a first, second, third, fourth, fifth, or 6th knot. There will not even be something called one. If the 6 knots are destroyed, there won't even be one knot. How much the less can there be 6? The Buddha said, when the 6 are untied, the one is gone. Is the same meaning. Not bad, the Buddha told Ananda. You spoke that principle correctly. If you understand that principle, you can understand when the 6 are untied, the one is gone, for that is the same meaning. Are you clear about it now? Sutra, because from beginningless time your mind and nature have been made wide and rebellious, you have produced false knowledge and views. This falseness continues to arise without respite, and the wearisomeness of these views brings about objective dust. Commentary, because from beginningless time your mind and nature have been made wide and rebellious. From beginningless compass on down to the present, your pure mind and your basic nature of true suchness, the self-nature, have been made wide. Wide refers to your appearance of production ignorance, which is innate. From the appearance of production ignorance comes the discriminatory knowledge of dharmas, which is also innate. Wide refers to ignorance. Rebellious refers to the three subtle appearances discussed before. They are the appearance of karma, the appearance of turning, and the appearance of manifestation. The appearance of karma brings about the appearance of turning, which leads to the appearance of manifestation. This is very subtle, however, not something which ordinary people can discern. One unenlightened thought produces three subtle appearances. With the existence of these three appearances, the first knot is tied. The point at which you have produced false knowledge and views is when the experience of this becomes the condition from which six coarse appearances arise. These have already been discussed. They are 1. The appearance of knowing. This knowing refers to worldly knowledge and skill in debate. It includes science, technology, and all kinds of professions. Because you have produced false knowledge and views, you give rise to the appearance of knowing. This falseness continues to arise without respite and brings about the second of the six coarse appearances. 2. The appearance of continuity. It never stops. The appearance of knowing is the second knot, and the appearance of continuity is the third knot. 3. The appearance of grasping. You give rise to attachments. 4. The appearance of assigning names. 5. The appearance of the production of karma. 6. The appearance of karmic-bound suffering. These four represent the last three knots. Sutra. It is just like strange flowers appearing when your eyes grow weary of staring. They arise at random without any cause within the tranquil essential brightness. Commentary. It is just like strange flowers appearing when your eyes grow weary of staring. This is like the passage earlier in the sutra. He stares into emptiness and after a long time gets weary. When he gets weary, he sees strange flowers in emptiness. So, too, here, they arise at random without any cause within the tranquil essential brightness. For no reason at all, they appear haphazardly in the nature of the treasury of the thirsty one. Sutra. Everything in the world, the mountains, the rivers, and the great earth, as well as birth, death, and nirvana, is all just a strange weariness, the upside-down appearance of flowers. Commentary. It is not only the three subtle and six coarse appearances that arise because the eyes grow weary from long staring, so that they begin to see the appearance of flowers in emptiness. Everything in the world, the empty universe, that is not just our world, but all worlds without empty space and the Dharma Realm, the mountains, the rivers, and the great earth, as well as birth, death, and nirvana, is all just a strange weariness. They all exist because the eyes, as it were, have stared for a long time and become weary. They all come about through the same kind of circumstances as the eyes staring. They are the upside-down appearance of flowers. Originally, there were no flowers in space. All these things are like the upside-down appearance of flowers. So the Buddha's principle here is, do you know where everything in the world came from? Everything arises from living beings' ignorance. That one unenlightened thought produces the three subtle appearances. Experiencing this becomes the conditions from which six coarse appearances arise. Sutra. Ananda said, this weariness is the same as the knots. How do we untie them? Commentary. Having heard the Buddha's explanation, Ananda said, this weariness is the same as the knots. This fatigue which comes from overexertion is the same as the knots. How do we untie them? How do we get rid of them? How can we make them go away so that we can return to our original phase? How can we get back to our inherent nature of the treasury of the first common? Sutra, the first common took hold of the knotted cloth and pulled on its left end and asked Ananda, "Is this the way to untie it?" "No, won't or not one." Then, with his hand, he pulled on the right end and again asked Ananda, "Is this the way to untie it?" "No, won't or not one." Commentary. The first common uses an analogy to cause Ananda to understand for himself how to untie the knots, which are identical with the weariness that comes from overexertion. The first common took hold of the knotted cloth and pulled on its left end. He took up the jeweled embroidered cloth which he had knotted and pulled its end to the left. At the same time he asked Ananda, "Is this the way to untie it? Is this how you get it undone?" Ananda answered, "No, won't or not one." Then with his hand he pulled on the right end and again asked Ananda, "Is this the way to untie it? Can I get the knots undone this way? Have the knots loosened now?" "No, won't or not one. They haven't come loose. If you just pull on them, they won't come untied." Ananda replied. Sutra. The Buddha said to Ananda, "Now I have pulled on the left and right ends of the cloth and still have not been able to undo the knots. What method do you propose for untying them?" Ananda said to the Buddha, "Won't or not one, you must untie the knots from their center, then they will come undone." Commentary. Ananda is so intelligent. The Buddha couldn't do it, but Ananda thought of a way. The Buddha said to Ananda, "Now I have pulled on the left and right ends of the cloth and still have not been able to undo the knots. I haven't untied even one of the knots. I can't do it. What method do you propose for untying them? You think of a way. Use some clever expedient. How can we get them undone? You're very smart, Ananda. You will certainly come up with a method." Ananda said to the Buddha, "Won't or not one, you must untie the knots from their center, then they will come undone. If you just pull to the left or to the right, you can't get them undone. What you have to do is work on the heart of the knot. Once you loosen that, the knot will come undone." Sutra. The Buddha said to Ananda, "So it is, so it is. If you want to get them undone, you have to untie them from the center." Commentary. The Buddha's reply is, "You are truly intelligent, Ananda, aren't you? So it is, so it is. That's what you do. You figured it out. I couldn't think of how to do it, and you came up with this wonderful method." He expresses his approval. "Right, correct. Now I understand. If you want to get them undone, you have to untie them from the center. So you aren't just well educated, you are fundamentally intelligent." Sutra. Ananda. The Buddha Dharma I explained arises from causes and conditions. But that is not to grasp at the mixing and uniting the cause appearances in the world. The first one understands all worldly and world transcending dharmas and knows their fundamental causes that and what conditions bring them into being. Commentary. Ananda, the Buddha Dharma I explained arises from causes and conditions, but that is not to grasp at the mixing and uniting of cause appearances in the world. It's not that I'm referring to the cause appearances that anyone can see. I, the first common, understands all worldly and world transcending dharmas. World dramas refers to the defined and defining dramas and in the six common realms of rebirth. World transcending dramas refers to the pure dramas found in the four sagely Dharma realms. I know their fundamental causes and what conditions bring them into being. I know the basic source of these dharmas and how they are caught with conditions. Sutra. This is so to the extent that I know how many drops of rain fall in as many walls away from here as there are dust-motes in the Ganges. The same is true for all the things you can see. Why the pine is straight, why the brambles are twisted, why the goose are white, why the crow is black, I understand the reasons. Commentary. This is so. I know that what conditions bring things about to the extent that I know how many drops of rain fall in as many walls away from here as there are dust motes in the Ganges. I know what the conditions are in walls infinitely far away and in all the walls in between. There's nothing in this world that I do not comprehend, and even in one's vast distances beyond this world, I know exactly how much rain has fallen. The Vada Sutra says, the thus one completely knows and sees all the thoughts in the minds of all living beings. It doesn't matter whether the beings are human or not, whatever thoughts go on in their minds are known to the Buddha. The same is true for all the things you can see. You can't see things in as many walls away from here as there are sand grains in the Ganges. But as to the things that are right now before your very eyes, why the pine is straight, why the brambles are twisted, why the goose are white, why the crow is black, I understand the reasons. Sutra. Therefore, Ananda, you can select whichever one of the six sense organs you wish. If the knots of the sense organs are removed, then the defiling appearances disappear of themselves. All falseness ceases to be. If that is not the truth, what do you expect in addition to it? Commentary. Therefore, because of the Buddha's total comprehension, as he has just explained, Ananda, you can select whichever one of the six sense organs you wish. You yourself can choose whichever sense organ you prefer. Do you remember how I explained the various merits of the sense organs to you? How some have all 1200 merits and some do not? Based on that, you can pick whichever one you want. Once you pick the organ, and if the knots of the sense organs are removed, then the defiling appearances disappear of themselves. You apply the method to whichever organ you select in your cultivation until the organ, the knots, and the defiling objects are all done away with. All falseness ceases to be, then all false thinking, thoughts based on production and extinction, all discriminations disappear. What happens then? You wonder, what do we do when all our false thoughts are gone? If that is not the truth, what do you expect in addition to it? If you're not true, then what will you have left? All that's left is the true. When the false is gone, the true is total. Get rid of your mind that seizes on conditions, and the nature of wonderful true suchness appears. The pure and fundamental mind, the original face of the nature of the treasury of the thirst one. At this point in the sutra, you should be particularly attentive. You should develop your skill by working on one of the six sense organs. Which one? Anyone will do. Eyes, ears, nose, tongue, body, or mind. You can apply your skill to any one of them. The entrance to any of the six sense organs is the way. All are a part of the nature of the treasury of the thirst one. All you have to do is take one in hand and put your mind to it in your cultivation, and you can return to the basic substance of the nature of the treasury of the thirst one. Sutra. Ananda, I now ask you, can the six knots in the cloth of layered flowers be untied simultaneously and released all at once? No, world honored one. The knots were originally made one at a time. Now they must be untied one at a time. The substance of the six knots is the same, but they were not made simultaneously. So now, when it is time to release them, how can they be untied simultaneously? Commentary. Shakyamuni Buddha says, Ananda, I now ask you, can the 6 knots in the cloth of layered flowers be untied simultaneously and released all at once? This cloth from the Suryama heaven has 6 knots in it, as everyone can see. Can these knots be untied all at the same time? No, word or not one, Ananda replied. Why not? The knots were originally made one at a time. They were tied in sequence. Now they must be untied one at a time. They have to be untied in sequence. The substance of the 6 knots is the same, but they were not made simultaneously. Although the 6 knots are all tied in the same cloth, they were not tied all at the same time. And so now, when it is time to release them, how can they be untied simultaneously? They have to be released one at a time. Sutra, the Buddha said, releasing the 6 sense organs is the same way. When the sense organ begins to be released, one realizes the emptiness of pupil first. When the nature of that emptiness is fully understood, then one is released from dharmas. Once one is freed from dharmas, neither kind of emptiness will arise. Commentary. The Buddha said, releasing the 6 sense organs is the same way. The principle is the same as the principle for untying the 6 knots. You release the sense organs one by one. You can't work on them all at once. When the sense organ begins to be released, that is the organ you have chosen to cultivate to perfect penetration. One realizes the emptiness of pupil first. With the emptiness of pupil, there is no attachment to self. There are no kinds of attachment to self: innate attachment to self, differentiated attachment to self. At this point, both these attachments are finished. When the nature of that emptiness is fully understood, when the emptiness of pupil is fully perfected, then one is released from dharmas. Then dharmas are also empty. One is liberated from the 2 kinds of attachments to dharmas: innate attachment to dharma, differentiated attachment to dharmas. Once one is freed from dharmas, neither kind of emptiness will arise. Once you attain liberation from dharmas, there is no longer any emptiness of pupil or emptiness of dharmas. Neither of these kinds of emptiness arises. Sutra. This is called the patience with non-production attained by the Bodhisattvas by means of samadhi. Commentary. The Bodhisattvas attain the power of concentration and thus can awaken to patience with the non-production of dharmas, which is 25 Means to Enlightenment, Volume 5, Chapter 2. Sutra. Upon receiving the Buddha's instruction, Ananda, the Great Assembly, gained wisdom and awareness that was perfectly penetrating and free of doubt and delusion. Commentary. Upon receiving the Buddha's instruction, Ananda and the Great Assembly gained wisdom and awareness that was perfectly penetrating. At that time, their wisdom was complete and bright, and their enlightenment reached perfect penetration, and they were free of doubt and delusion. Sutra. All at the same time, they placed their palms together, bowed at the Buddha's feet, and said to the Buddha, Today our bodies and minds are illuminated, and we are happily free from obstruction. Commentary. All at the same time, they placed their palms together, bowed at the Buddha's feet, and said to the Buddha. They made a full prostration at his feet, and Ananda said, Today our bodies and minds are illuminated. They clearly understood, and we are happily free from obstruction. We have attained a blissful state free of hindrance, doubt, and obstacles. Sutra. We have understood the meaning of the ending of the 6 and the 1. Still, we have not yet gone through to fundamental perfect penetration. Commentary. We have understood the meaning of the ending of the 6 and the 1. We see clearly the principle that when the 6 are free, the 1 also is gone. Still, we have not yet gone through to fundamental perfect penetration. What is the source of perfect penetration? We still don't know. Sutra, bold honored one, we who have floated and floundered our way through aeon after aeon, homeless and orphaned, had no idea. We never imagined that we could meet with the Buddha in such a close relationship. We are like lost infants who have suddenly found their compassionate mother. Commentary, world honored one, we stout hearers with something left to study, who have floated and floundered our way, bobbing and sinking in the bitter sea of birth and death, and failing to get out of the wheel of rebirth, through aeon after aeon, homeless and orphaned, without parents to take care of them. Orphans often have no roof over their heads and must sleep out in the open at night. We had no idea. We never imagined that we could meet with the Buddha in such a close relationship. It never occurred to us that we could encounter the Buddha, who is like a compassionate mother to us. We are like lost infants who have suddenly found their compassionate mother. The child that was lost now finds its mother and will have milk to drink. Sutra, because of this we accomplish the way in this assembly, yet the secret words which we received are the same as our basic enlightenment, and so it is the same as if we hadn't even heard them. Commentary. Because of this opportunity which we have had, because of the Dharma the Buddha spoke, we accomplish the way in this assembly, yet the secret words which we received are the same as our basic enlightenment. The secret dharmas which the Buddha taught us were such that each of us were enlightened to different things, and yet the enlightenment is our own. And so it is the same as if we hadn't even heard them. Ananda says, the Dharma the Buddha speaks causes us to become enlightened. The Dharma was what the Buddha spoke, but the enlightenment is our own. We understand our basic nature, we see our basic mind. It is not something that is obtained from outside. That's why it's no different than if we hadn't heard at all. Sutra. We only wish the greatly compassionate one will bestow upon us the profound secret as the third command's final instruction. After saying this, he prostrated himself, withdrew and held himself ready for the secret opportunity as he awaited the Buddha's hidden transmission. Commentary. Ananda continued to beseech the Buddha. We only wish the greatly compassionate one will bestow upon us the profound secret, and as the third command's final instruction, he asks the Buddha to again give rise to great compassion and bestow on him the profound secret Dharma, the great Shurangama Samadhi. He wants the water of Samadhi. As the third command's final instruction, let this be the ultimate instruction the Buddha gives us. Once he had made this request, he prostrated himself, withdrew and held himself ready for the sacred opportunity. He returned to his seat and waited for Shakyamuni Buddha to transmit the wonderful Dharma to him secretly. Secret means that although everyone is present, the Buddha transmits a Dharma door to Ananda without the others realizing it. So the text says, as he awaited the Buddha's hidden transmission. Sutra. Then the world-honored one told all those in the assembly who were great bodhisattvas and great arhats, their outflows extinguished. All of you bodhisattvas and arhats who are born from within my Dharma and have attained the stage beyond learning, I now ask you, when you first brought forth your resolve and became enlightened to the 18 realms, which one of these brought perfect penetration, through which expedient did you enter Samadhi? Commentary. The Buddha knew that Ananda had withdrawn and readied himself for the sacred opportunity to receive the Buddha's silent transmission. The Buddha knew what was on Ananda's mind, but for the time being he did not respond to Ananda's request. First, he questioned the 25 sages. He asked who had obtained perfect penetration and where they had obtained it from. He asked them which sense organ they used to become enlightened. Then the world-honored one told all those in the assembly who were great bodhisattvas and great arhats, their outflows extinguished. This sentence was added as narrative when the sutra was compiled. What follows in the Buddha's words: all abjure bodhisattvas and arhats who are born from within my Dharma and have attained the stage beyond learning, you were born from the Buddha's mouth, transformationally born from the Dharma. You have reached the fourth fruition of arhatship, the level beyond learning. All you are great bodhisattvas. I now ask you, when you first brought forth your resolve and became enlightened to the 18 realms, which one of these brought perfect penetration? In the end, which sense organ, which realm was perfectly penetrating? Through which expedient did you enter Samadhi? Through which Dharma door did you attain Samadhi? Sutra. Kaundinya, with the others of the 5 bhikkhus, arose from his seat, bowed at the Buddha's feet, and said to the Buddha, when I was in the deer park and the pheasant garden, I observed the first common immediately after his accomplishment of the way. Upon hearing the Buddha's voice, I understood the 4 truths. Commentary. Kaundinya, also known as Anatta Kaundinya, was one of the Buddha's disciples. His name means understanding the original limit, Chia Ben Chi. The very first to understand, Zui Chu Chia, whom was the first of the Buddha's disciples to become enlightened. He was a Dharma natural elder because his enlightenment came early and he was quite old by this time. With the others of the 5 bhikkhus, he arose from his seat, bowed at the Buddha's feet, and said to the Buddha, when I was in the deer park and the pheasant garden, I observed the first common immediately after his accomplishment of the way. He said that the pheasant garden was a grove of trees where a lot of pheasants lived. The grove once caught fire and the pheasants wetted down their wings with water and beat out the fire. So it said that this spot was a very efficacious one. There was an unusual magic atmosphere about the place. The geomantic properties were excellent. People who cultivate the way should find places to abide that are endowed with such an efficacious atmosphere, because it is said of such places, when people draw near, it's magical for them. In other words, it's easier to get enlightened there. At that time, Kaundinya continued, we observed the first common rite after he had been certified to the way. At first he sat beneath the Bodhi tree, saw one night and brilliant star, and awakened to the way. Then he came to the deer park to meet us 5 bhikkhus. Upon hearing the Buddha's voice, the sound of the Dharma he spoke, we awakened to the way. I understood the 4 truths. The Buddha turned the Dharma wheel of the 4 truths 3 times. He said, this is suffering, its nature is oppressive. This is origination, its nature is seductive. The origination of afflictions is seductive. This is extinction, its nature is that it can be certified to. This is the way, its nature is that it can be cultivated. Next, he said, this is suffering, you should know it. This is origination, you should cut it off. This is extinction, you should certify to it. This is the way, you should cultivate it. On the third turning, he said, this is suffering, I already know it. This is origination, I have already severed it. This is extinction. I have already certified to it. This is the way. I have already cultivated it. After the Buddha finished these turnings, Kaundinya became enlightened. Earlier in the Shurangama Sutra, Kaundinya has explained that he awakened because of the two words guest dust. He understood that the guest was not the host, and the host does not go while the guest does. He heard the Buddha's voice and awakened to the way. People's voices are a very important part of them. Your voice should be resonant. If your voice is full and carries well, people will enjoy listening when you speak Dharma. If your voice is unclear and you hesitate, and stammer when you speak, then people will not like listening to you. The Buddha's voice was crystal clear like a lion's roar. No matter how many people were assembled, they could all hear him, and they understood his meaning. Nor was it only people who understood. All the animals also understood the Dharma the Buddha spoke. So it is said, with a single sound he spoke the Dharma. All being Sutra. The Buddha asks us bhikshus to speak. I was the first to understand, and the first common certified me and named me Anatta. His wonderful sound was both secret and all-pervasive. It was through sound that I became an arhat. Commentary. The Buddha asks us bhikshus to speak. Buddha, you have now asked all the bhikshus how they attained perfect penetration. I was the first to understand, and the first common certified me and named me Yanata. I was the first to become enlightened and obtain liberation. His wonderful sound was both secret and all-pervasive. I heard the Buddha's subtle, wonderful sound, and it tallied with my self-nature. It was both intimate and perfectly pervading. It fused perfectly with my self-nature. It was strong sound that I became an arhat. I cultivated through sound and became enlightened. Kuan Bodhisattva cultivated the perfect penetration of the ear organ. After the 25 sages each discussed their perfect penetration, Manjushri Bodhisattva selects the ear as the best sense organ for Ananda to use to obtain perfect penetration. He says, cultivation of the ear organ is the most appropriate Dharma. Sutra, the Buddha asked about perfect penetration. As I have been certified to it, sound is the superior means. Commentary. The Buddha asks about perfect penetration. The Buddha asks which of the 18 realms was the one through which I obtained perfect penetration. As I have been certified to it, sound is the superior means. My enlightenment came through sound. It was in that way that I obtained the fruition of arhatship. So I think sound is the most important. It is the best method to use for cultivation. Sutra. Upanishad arose from his seat, bowed at the Buddha's feet, and said to the Buddha, I also saw the Buddha when he first accomplished the way. I learned to contemplate the appearance of impurity until I grew to loathe it and came to understand that the nature of all form is unclean. Their bones and subtle dust only turn to emptiness, and so both emptiness and form are done away with. With this realization, I accomplished the path beyond learning. Commentary. Upanishad's name means the emptiness of the nature of form, Se Xin Kong. He had always been blocked with strong sexual desire. Because of it, the Buddha taught him to cultivate the contemplation of impurity. This means that he observed how his own physical body, as well as everyone else, was unclean. The specific practice is called contemplating the 9 aspects of impurity. One contemplates swelling. After death, the body starts to swell up 2. Contemplate the green mottled flesh. After the swelling, the body breaks out in green areas like big bruises. 3. Contemplate flesh broken open. After it turns green, it pops open. 4. Contemplate blood and filth. When it breaks open, the blood and other things flow out. 5. Contemplate pus and rot. The pus begins to ooze out of the body as it starts to rot. 6. Contemplate it being eaten by worms. Out of the pus and rot emerge worms which feast on the flesh. 7. Contemplate its scattering. The flesh begins to fall off. 8. Contemplate the bare bones. Once the flesh is gone, there are just the bones underneath. 9. Contemplate it being burned. It is burned by the fire and turns into ashes. The ashes drift into emptiness and turn into dust until at last there's nothing left. Upanishad was very attached to forms. He would take special notice of every woman he saw to remark on how beautiful this one was, how exquisite that one was, and how attractive another was. He put all his efforts into this kind of thing. After he met the Buddha taught him to cultivate the contemplation of 9 aspects of purity. Upanishad arose from his seat, bowed at the Buddha's feet, and said to the Buddha, I also saw the Buddha when he first accomplished the way. I learned to contemplate the appearance of purity until I grew to loathe it. I, too, was with the Buddha just after he accomplished the way, and the Buddha taught me to cultivate the contemplation of 9 aspects of impurity. From this, I realized that no matter how beautiful a person may be while alive, no matter how attractive or how exquisite she is, so that the more you think about her, the more enticing she becomes. Nevertheless, once she dies, she will swell up just as grossly as anyone else. She's get just as green and mottled, and her flesh will break open. Could you love her then? Then the blood and filth oozes out, and the corpse starts to stink. Dogs like it at this stage, but people stay far away from it. Then the pus and rot forms. Just thinking about it makes you want to vomit. It would be impossible to kiss her by this time. Then the worms grow, big ones and little ones. The flies and blue flies come in swarms. They draw near to her, and at that point, you wouldn't even get jealous. The flesh scatters, and the bare bones are all that remain. Then it's burned, and the entire thing disappears. Tell me, where has that beautiful person gone? Through this contemplation, he grew to loathe forms and came to understand that the nature of all form is unclean. He realized that no matter how beautiful the form was, its source was impure. The father's semen and the mother's blood is an unclean origin. Bare bones and subtle dust all return to emptiness. So both emptiness and form are done away with. With this realization, I accomplished the path beyond learning. That is the fourth fruition of arhatship. Sutra, the third one certified me and named me Upanishad. The object of form came to an end, and wonderful form was both secret and all-pervasive. Thus, it was through the appearance of form that I became an arhat. The Buddha asks about perfect penetration. As I have been certified to it, form is the superior means. Commentary. The first one certified me and named me Upanishad. The Buddha sealed and certified me and named me the emptiness of the nature of form. I saw through form. It was empty in its nature and just disappeared. And so I got rid of my attachment. The object of form came to an end, since my unclean form no longer existed. Wonderful form was both secret and all-pervasive. In true emptiness, it turned into subtle, wonderful form. It was through the appearance of form that I became an arhat, that I awakened to the way. I was one who used to be fond of sex, but I got beyond it. I transcended it. The Buddha asks about perfect penetration. The Buddha wants to know which of the 18 realms is perfectly penetrating. As I have been certified to it, form is the super real means. I awakened to the way through the object of form. I saw through the object of form and was certified to the fruition. Sutra, the pure youth adorned with fragrance, arose from his seat, bowed at the Buddha's feet, and said to the Buddha, I heard the first command teach me to contemplate attentively all conditioned appearances. Commentary. The pure youth adorned with fragrance was adorned with a fragrant light. Pure youth does not mean that he was a child. A person so young he didn't understand anything at all. Pure youth means he entered the way as a virgin youth. He was a virgin when he left home. He never married. After Upanishad finished explaining his causes and conditions, the pure youth, adorned with fragrance, arose from his seat, bowed at the Buddha's feet, and said to the Buddha, I heard the first command teach me to contemplate attentively all conditioned appearances. The Buddha told me to look into all conditioned dharmas in minute detail. Sutra. After I heard the Buddha's instruction, I sat in repose in the quiet of a pure dwelling. When I saw the bhikshus light sinking incense, the fragrant scent quietly entered my nostrils. I contemplated this fragrance. It did not come from the wood, it did not come from emptiness, it did not come from the smoke, and it did not come from the fire. There was no place it came from and no place it went to. Because of this, my discriminating mind was dispelled, and I attained the absence of outflows. Commentary. After I heard the Buddha's instruction, I sat in repose in the quiet of a pure dwelling. The Buddha told me to look into conditioned appearances, and I went off to cultivate and develop my skill. A pure dwelling refers to a place where people are vegetarian and the environment is tranquil. He uses this expression to praise the Buddha. When I was in my pure dwelling cultivating, I saw the bhikshus light sinking incense. Sinking incense is called agaru in Sanskrit. This fragrant wood sinks when placed in water, and from this it takes its name. The fragrant scent quietly entered my nostrils. I contemplated this fragrance. It did not come from the wood. It did not come from emptiness. I contemplated the source of the fragrances. It was not the wood. If it came from the wood alone, there would be no need to burn it in order for it to emit fragrance. If it came from emptiness, it should be ever present. But it must be lit for the fragrance to rise. Before it is lit, there is no pervasive fragrance. The fragrance also does not come from the smoke, nor does it come from the fire. There was no place it came from, and no place it went to. Because of this, my discriminating mind was dispelled, and I attained the absence of outflows. Because I contemplated in this way, my mind subject to production and extinction disappeared. I was certified to the fruition of no outflows. Sutra. The first command certified me and called me adorned with fragrance. Defiling scent suddenly vanished, and wonderful fragrance was both sacred and all-pervasive. It was through the adornment of fragrance that I became an arhat. The Buddha asks about perfect penetration. As I have been certified to it, the adornment of fragrance is the superior means. Commentary. The first command certified me and called me adorned with fragrance. Defiling scent suddenly vanished, and wonderful fragrance was both secret and all-pervasive. It was through the adornment of fragrance that I became an arhat. The Buddha asks about perfect penetration. He wants to know which sense organ is perfectly penetrating. As I have been certified to it, reckoning it from my point of view, the adornment of fragrance is the superior means. Sutra. The two Dharma princes, physician, king, and superior physician, the 500 Brahma gods in the assembly arose from their seats and bowed at the Buddha's feet and said to the Buddha, "From beginningless compass until now, we have been good doctors for the world. In our mouths, we have tasted many herbs, wood, metals, and stones of the Saha world, 108,000 flavors. We know in detail the bitter, sour, salty, bland, sweet, and pungent flavors, and the like, in all their combinations and inherent changes. We have a thorough knowledge of whether they be cooling or warming, poisonous or non-poisonous." Commentary. Will pure youth, adorned with fragrance, awaken to the way through the sense object of fragrance? Upanishad awaken to the way through the sense object of form. Kaundinya awaken to the way through the sense object of sound. These two bodhisattvas, physician, king, and superior physician, awaken to the way through the sense object of flavor. Physician, king, and superior physician bodhisattva were brothers. In the past, the physician King Bodhisattva made a vow to be a good doctor for the world, so that all who came to see him would be cured of their illness, no matter what the sickness was. He made this vow at the time of the Buddha called by Dura light, before the Bhikshu Sun treasury. In those Dharma assembly was an elder named Constellation Light. His brother made a similar vow at the same time. Similarly, in China there was Emperor Shennong, who tested the 100 herbs and developed the science of herbal medicine. His stomach was like a glass, and he could see whether what he had eaten was poisonous or not. Unfortunately, people in modern China totally fail to comprehend such historical events as this. They say such things are merely legends, superstitions. Actually, this is a commonplace occurrence documented in Chinese medicinal texts. But modern Chinese students don't read the classics, and so they don't understand such things. Having read this text myself, I am convinced that Emperor Shennong was a reincarnation of physician King Bodhisattva, who came to China to have found the study of medicine there. The two Dharma princes, physician king and superior physician, and 500 Brahma gods in the assembly arose from their seats, and the Buddha is the Dharma king, so another name for Bodhisattva is Dharma prince. These two bodhisattvas and their retinue of 500 gods arose from their seats, bowed at the Buddha's feet, and said to the Buddha, "From beginningless compass until now, we have been good doctors for the world. For in our mouths we have tasted many herbs, wood, metals, and stones of the Saha world, 108,000 flavors." At that time in India, the nature of medicines was composed of these four elements: herbs, wood, metals, and stones. We know in detail the bitter, sour, salty, bland, sweet, and pungent flavors, and the like, in all their combinations and inherent changes. We know which medicines are compatible and which ones are not. Those which are compatible can cure illnesses when mixed in appropriate combinations. Those which are not compatible but are in opposition to one another can kill people if taken in combination. So it says in the Yao Xing Fu treatise on the nature of medicines. Of the basic herbs, there are 18 that act in opposition and 19 flavors: Fan Lo, Bei Lian, and Kung Wu. That refers to Fan Xia, Gua Luo, Bei Lian, and Wu Dou, which are in opposition to one another. Licorice roots do not combine with Kai Cao, Ba Qi, Gan Cui, or Lian Hua. Licorice root is described as a predominantly compatible herb. in the treatise on the nature of medicines. It can act as a base for many combinations, but it is not compatible with Kai Tao, Ba Qi, Gan Zui, or Lian Hua. If someone takes it in combination with these, he might die. Li, Lu, and Xi Xing together will also kill if taken together. Xi Xing taken by itself causes headaches. We have a thorough knowledge of how these herbs are compatible or incompatible, and which ones have changes inherent in them, which will occur if they are used in combination with the wrong herbs, as well as whether they be cooling or warming, poisonous or non-poisonous. They can be cold, hot, neutral, or warm. Some people whose natures are cool to begin with can't take cooling medicines, and people with warm natures are unable to stand a warming medicine. The two Bodhisattvas also knew how much poison was contained in any given herb. Sutra. While serving the first come one, we came to know that the nature of flavors is not empty and is not existent, nor is it the body or mind, nor is it apart from body and mind. We became enlightened by discriminating among flavors. Commentary. While serving the first come one, we reverently paid homage and made offerings to the Buddha. We came to know that the nature of flavors is not empty and is not existent. Flavors don't come from emptiness, nor they come from existence, nor is it the body or mind, nor is it apart from body and mind. The nature of flavors does not arise from the tongue's tasting flavors, nor do flavors exist apart from the tongue's tasting them. We became enlightened by discriminating among flavors. We contemplated in minute detail the source of flavors, and from this became enlightened. When we had made discriminations to the ultimate point, to the point where there could be no further discrimination, we became enlightened. We became aware that originally flavor is flavorless. Sutra. The first command sealed and certified us brothers and named us as Bodhisattvas, physician, king, and superior physician. Now in the assembly we are Dharma princes who have ascended to the Bodhisattva level because we became enlightened by means of flavors. Commentary. The first command sealed and certified us brothers and named us as Bodhisattvas, physician, king, and superior physician. The Buddha gave us Bodhisattvas these two names. Now, in the assembly, we are Dharma princes who have ascended to the Bodhisattva level because we became enlightened by means of flavors. We tasted flavors until we became enlightened and reached the level of a Bodhisattva. Sutra. The Buddha asks about perfect penetration, as we have been certified to eat the cause of flavors in the superior means. Commentary. Flavor is the best method. Flavors are the best for eating. They are the most flavorful and also the least flavorful. The least flavorful is the most supreme, wonderful flavor, but you have to taste it for yourself to find out whether or not it is a flavor. Sutra. Bhadrapala and 16 awakened lords who were his companions arose from their seats and bowed at the Buddha's feet. He said to the Buddha. Commentary. The name Bhadrapala is Sanskrit and means worthy God, Xian Shou, and also worthy protector, Xianda. When Bhadrapala first began to practice the way, he was very arrogant. There was once the Bodhisattva named Never Slighting who concentrated on the practice of being respectful to people. He bowed to whomever he met and then said, I don't want to slight you because in the future you will all become Buddhas. When he did this to the arrogant Bhadrapala scolded him. You low-down idiot, he said. How can you be so cheap? You're worth this. And after that encounter, he even urged people to go beat up never slighting Bodhisattva. When never slighting would bow to these people, they would kick him while he was prostrate. Sometimes they gave him nosebleeds, sometimes they knocked his teeth out. From this display of arrogance, Bhadrapala fell into the house. He remained there for a very long time before he became a person. Bhadrapala and 16 awakened lords who were his companions. Awakened lords refers to bodhisattvas who rose from their seats and bowed at the Buddha's feet. He said to the Buddha, Sutra refers to the Buddha, the Dharma and left home life and the king of awesome sound Buddha. Once when it was time for the Sangha to bath, I followed the custom and entered the bathhouse. Suddenly I awakened to the fact that water does not wash away the dust, nor does it cleanse the body. At that point between the two, I became peaceful and attained the state of there being nothing at all. Commentary. We first heard the Dharma and left the home life under King of Awesome Sound Buddha. King of Awesome Sound Buddha was the first of all the Buddhas. If anyone asks you who the first Buddha was, you now know what to tell them. Bhadrapala left the home life under that Buddha. Once when it was time for the Sangha to bath, I followed the custom and entered the bathhouse. Left home people bathed every fortnight. That was the rule at the time. Suddenly I awakened to the fact that water does not wash away the dust, nor does it cleanse the body. It was because of water that he became enlightened. He was awakened through the object of touch. At that point between the two, I became peaceful. How is it water doesn't wash the dust? How does it not wash the body? That's the wonderful point. If you understand investigation, look into this and you too can awaken through the object of touch. Between water not being able to wash the dust and not being able to cleanse the body, he experienced tranquility. He attained the state of there being nothing at all. That means there was no object of touch. Sutra. To this day, I have never forgotten that past experience. Having left home with the Buddha, I have gone beyond learning. That Buddha named me Bhadrapala. Wonderful touch was revealed, and I accomplished the position of the Buddha's disciple. Commentary. To this day, I have never forgotten that past experience. I've never forgotten how I was aware of the water when I entered the bathhouse at that time. Although Bhadrapala went through the house after that, he still never forgot his awakening. From the time of the Buddha, King of Awesome Sound, to the time when Bhadrapala spoke these words in Shakyamuni Buddha's assembly is a period beyond reckoning. Never slighting Bodhisattva was just Shakyamuni Buddha in a former life, and Bhadrapala now in Shakyamuni Buddha's assembly was a person who in a previous incarnation slandered and had others beat and oppressed never slighting Bodhisattva. He was that bhikshu who was so arrogant and full of self-pride that he fell into the house. Having left home with the Buddha, I have gone beyond learning. That Buddha named me Bhadrapala, he says. Now I have left the home life and gone beyond learning. That Buddha who enabled me to go beyond learning named me Bhadrapala. Wonderful touch was revealed and accomplished the position of the Buddha's disciple. The object of touch disappeared, but a wonderful object of touch was revealed. When he says he is a disciple of the Buddha, he means he has been certified to the position of Bodhisattva. Sutra. The Buddha asks about perfect penetration. As I have been certified to it, touch is the superior means. Commentary. The Buddha asks about perfect penetration. As I have been certified to it, touch, the object of touch, is the superior means. Sutra. Mahakashyapa, Purple Golden Light Bhikshuni, and others arose from their seats, bowed at the Buddha's feet, and said to the Buddha. Commentary. Mahakashyapa. Maha means great. Kashyapa was his name. Since there were many people with the last name Kashyapa, the word great was added to indicate who was being referred to. Kashyapa means great turtle clan, Da Gui Shi. His ancestors had been a huge turtle with a map on its back and took their name from this incident. Mahakashyapa is also known as a drinker of light, Da Yin Kuang. The light of his body seemed to swallow up all other kinds of light because they disappeared in the brilliance of his light. His personal name was Pipala, which is the name of a tree. His parents had no son and they prayed for one to a Pipala tree. As a result, they had a son whom they named in the tree's honor. Mahakashyapa was a fire worshipper. He cultivated the skill of smelting fire. There were all kinds of outside religions in India: water worshippers, fire worshippers, and earth worshippers. The latter would bury themselves in the earth, and if they remained alive for a certain number of days, they could become spirits. These outside religions were confused and confusing. Purple Golden Light Bhikshuni, who was the Mahakashyapa's wife. At the time of Shakyamuni Buddha, Mahakashyapa was 120 years old, and his wife was probably close to 100. Long ago, at the time of Kashyapa Buddha, his wife saw a Buddha image being battered by wind and rain, to the point that there was no gold left on the figure. She resolved to repair the temple but didn't have enough money. She also hoped to regain the image, but that was even more expensive. However, where there's a will, there's a way, and this woman's heart was strong and true. Everywhere she went, she begged for money. She begged for money, and over a period of years, she accumulated the equivalent of about 100,000 American dollars. Then she hired a goldsmith to regild the image. The goldsmith was moved by her decision to repair the Buddha image despite of her own poverty, and he offered to do the work for half the wage. So the two of them shared the merit and virtue of this. Soon the temple was repaired so that it didn't leak anymore, and the Buddha image was regilded. After that, in every life, this woman's body shone with a purple golden light. After the goldsmith, who was Mahakashyapa in a former life, finished the Buddha image, something strange happened between him and the woman. "Your heart is very good," he said to her. "I'll take you for my wife, and I will be your husband. Not just in this life, but from now on, in every life, we will marry one another." That's why I guess that since Mahakashyapa was 120, his wife must have been at least 100. Even so, they were still very strong and active in their cultivation. Mahakashyapa's wife cultivated the way and was certified to the fruition, and others in his retinue arose from their seats, bowed at the Buddha's feet, and said to the Buddha, "Sutra, in the past Kampa in this region, I drew near to the Buddha named Sun Moon Lamp, who was then in the world. I heard Dharma from him and cultivated and studied with him. After that Buddha's extinction, I made offerings to his Sharira and lit lamps to continue his light. Purple golden light gilded the Buddha's image. From that time on, in life after life, my body was always been perfect and has shone with a purple golden light. The Bhikshuni, purple golden light, and others make up my retinue, and we all brought forth the resolve for Bodhi at the same time. Commentary. We should all remember the important point. Their relationship of husband and wife in life after life was not based on emotional love. Rather, they married in every life and then cultivated together. They investigated Chan and sat in meditation. In life after life, they did the Buddha's work. They studied the Buddha Dharma and cultivated the way. Now, do you understand? Mahakashyapa explains, in a past kampa in this region, I drew near to the Buddha named Sun Moon Lamp, who was then in the world. I heard Dharma from him and cultivated and studied with him. A very, very long time ago, a Buddha named Sun Moon Lamp Buddha appeared in the world. The sun can illumine things in the daytime. The moon can light things at night. Lamps can shine day and night. Daytime represents existence, and night represents emptiness. Thus is both nominal and phenomenon, phenomenon and nominal. Is also neither nominal and phenomenon, not phenomenon and not nominal. That means it's not attached to emptiness or existence. After that Buddha's extinction, I made offerings to his Sharira. The merit and virtue of making offerings to the Buddha's Sharira is equal to that of making offerings to the Buddha himself. I lit lamps to continue his light, so the Buddha Dharma would expand and flourish. The purple golden light gilded, and the Buddha's gilded the Buddha's image. From that time on, in life after life, my body has always been perfect and has shone with a purple golden light. Mahakashypa's appearance was very full and complete, and I'm sure his wife was also lovely. The Bhikshuni, purple golden light, and others make up my retinue, and we all brought forth the resolve for Bodhi at the same time. The open point was that they cultivated together. Their relationship was not based on emotional love. Sutra, I contemplated that the one's six sense objects change and decay. They were but empty stillness. They are but empty stillness. Based on this, I cultivated extinction. Now my body and mind can pass through hundreds of thousands of kampas as though they were a finger snap. Commentary. Mahakashyapa continues, I contemplated that the one's six sense objects change and decay. He is basically discussing objects of mind, but here he refers to the six sense objects because the objects of mind have no shape or appearance. They are the shadow of the first five sense objects. The objects of mind exist because of the first five sense objects. If the first five did not exist, the objects of mind would not come to be, because they have no substance of their own. Forms, sounds, smells, taste, objects of touch, and dharmas. These six objects interact, change, and decay. They are but empty stillness. Their very essence is empty. There isn't anything there at all. Based on this, I cultivated extinction. I used the power of this contemplation, says Mahakashyapa, to cultivate the samadhi of extinction, which means I put an end to the sixth mind consciousness and no longer dwelt in the discriminating mind. This is also known as the samadhi of the extinction of feeling and thought. Now my body and mind can pass through hundreds of thousands of kampas as though they were a finger snap. Its mind could endure through as long a period of time as hundreds of thousands of kampas, as though they were but an instant of time, the snap of a finger. Mahakashyapa is actually in samadhi now, in the samadhi of extinction, inside the Chicken Foot Mountain in Yunnan province in China. Sutra. Based on the emptiness of dharmas, I accomplished arhatship. The world-honored one says that I am foremost in dutta practices. Wonderful Dharma brought me awakening and understanding, and I extinguished all outflows. The Buddha asks about perfect penetration. As I have been certified to it, dharmas are the superior means. Commentary. Mahakashyapa says, based on the emptiness of dharmas, I accomplished hardship. The word only one says that I am foremost in dutta practices. Dutta is a Sanskrit word. It means ascetic soul. It means to strike up your spirits and go forward with vigor, to work hard and not be lax. There are 12 dutta practices: wearing rag robes, possessing only 3 robes, begging for food, consecutive begging, eating only 1 meal a day, eating a fixed and moderate amount of food, not drinking juices after noon, dwelling in an aranya, a quiet place, dwelling beneath a tree, dwelling in the open, dwelling in a graveyard, always sitting and never lying down. Wonderful Dharma brought me awakening and understanding, and I extinguished all outflows. The Buddha asks about perfect penetration. Buddha, you are asking each of us about the cause and conditions regarding perfect penetration, our initial resolve which brought about your certification. As I have been certified to it, dharmas are the superior means. The sense object of dharmas, this cause, is the best means. 5 Organs, Volume 5, Chapter 2, Sutra. Aniruddha arose from his seat, bowed at the Buddha's feet, and said to the Buddha, when I first left home, I was fond of sleeping all the time. The thirst one scolded me and said I was no better than an animal. When I heard the Buddha's scolding, I wept and upbraided myself. For 7 days I did not sleep, and I lost the sight in both my eyes. Commentary. Aniruddha means never poor, Wu Pin, and according to your wish, Ru Yi. He arose from his seat, bowed at the Buddha's feet, and said to the Buddha, when I first left home, I was fond of sleeping all the time. The first one scolded me and said I was no better than an animal. Shakyamuni Buddha spoke this way to him, hey, how can you sleep like an oyster or a clam? Sleep for 1,000 years, but you'll never hear the Buddha's name. When the Buddha said that to him, he became repentant. When I heard the Buddha's scolding, I wept and upbraided myself. How can you be so godless? I asked myself. Why do you like to sleep all day long? All right for you. I'm going to forbid you to sleep. For 7 days and nights I did not sleep. He probably walked around and said alternately to keep himself from falling asleep. And I lost the sight in both my eyes. The eyes will work during the day, but they need to rest at night. If you don't let them rest and they get too tired, they just quit working. They go on strike, so Aniruddha couldn't see a thing. Sutra. The world honored one taught me the Vara Samadhi of the delightful seeing, which illumines and is bright. Although I had no eyes, I could contemplate the 10 directions with true and penetrating clarity, just as if I were looking at a piece of fruit in the palm of my hand. The first command certified me as having attained a hardship. Commentary. The world-honored one took pity on me because I was blind and taught me a certain method. It was called the Vara Samadhi of the delightful seeing, which illumines and is bright. I cultivated this samadhi for a long time, and I obtained a heavenly eye which covered half my head. Ban To Tian Yan. Although I had no eyes, although I didn't use the ordinary flesh eyes to look at things, with this heavenly eye I could contemplate all the places in the 10 directions with the true and penetrating clarity, just as if I were looking at a piece of fruit in the palm of my hand. It was like seeing an amala fruit in my hand. The third command certified me as having attained Arhatship. Sutra. The Buddha asks about perfect penetration, as I have been certified to it. Returning the seeing back to its source is a foremost method. Commentary. The Buddha asks all the Bodhisattvas and disciples about the perfect penetration that they have obtained. As I have been certified to it, returning the seeing back to its source is a foremost method. As I, Aniruddha, have learned, you turn the seeing around and bring it back to your own original nature to cultivate it. This is the best Dharma door. Sutra. Kshudrapanthaka arose from his seat, bowed at the Buddha's feet, and said to the Buddha. Commentary. Shudra means born on the way. The custom in India was that after a woman married and was about to give birth, she would return to her mother's home and have the child. In Kshudra's case, his mother, who should have really gone back a month or two in advance, waited until the last minute to return. The distance between her home and her mother's was considerable, probably about 100 or 200 miles, since he had waited until she was a full term. She only got halfway there when her labor started, and she gave birth right then and there by the side of the road. That's how Kshudra got his name. His younger brother, Shudra Panthaka, got his name the same way. Panthaka means born in the same fashion. In Shudra Panthaka's case, the mother again waited too long and gave birth en route. So he was Kshudra's brother, Panthaka. Shudra Panthaka was extremely stupid. When one lives the whole life, the first thing one is given to learn is a short verse that is to be recited every morning. I recited one version earlier. This is another version. Don't do evil with deeds of body, mouth, or mind. Don't bother any living being in the world. With a proper thought, regard the desire realm as empty, and stay far away from non-beneficial practices. When Shundrapanthaka tried to learn this verse, he had the help of 500 arhats. But after 100 days of study, he had learned one line of it. Pretty stupid, huh? He'd remember deeds of body, mouth, and mind, but would forget don't do evil. Or he'd remember don't do evil, but would forget with deeds of body, mouth, and mind. I'm sure none of you are that stupid. When this brother Shudra saw that 500 arhats had taught his brother for 100 days and he still didn't know one line, he ordered him to return to lay life. Go find a wife and be done with it, he said, and sent him on his way, refusing to allow him to stay and be a bhikshu. Shudrapanthaka thought, I want to be a monk like all these people. What meaning is there in my returning to lay life? So he took a rope, went into the back gardens, and prepared to hang himself. Just as he was ready to do it, the Buddha manifested as a tree spirit and asked him, What are you up to? I'm not going to go on living. Not go on living? After you die? What then? I don't know. Don't die, the tree spirit said. Don't take your own life. There is a reason why you are stupid. You should strive to change your faults of the past. Once you change, everything will work out fine. What are the causes and effects from the past that make me so stupid now? Shudrapanthaka asked. Remember that the tree spirit was a transformation of Shakyamuni Buddha. When Shudrapanthaka asked that question, the Buddha appeared in his original Buddha body and said, In a past life, you were a Tripitaka master with 500 disciples. Every day they wanted to study with you, but they did not teach them. You didn't lecture the sutras or explain the Dharma, even if people requested it. They might kneel before you for 3 days and nights, and still you would not speak it for them. Because you would not explain the Dharma, you became stupid to the point that you don't understand a single sentence of Dharma. Upon hearing that, Shurangama was greatly ashamed. How could I have been like that? That's what is called being stingy with the Dharma. You should all remember this. After I explain the Dharma for you, you should explain it wherever you go. Be sure not to harbor the attitude of, I'm not going to explain it for you. If you understand it, what will happen to me? Don't be jealous of others' understanding of the Buddha Dharma. The more jealous you become, the less you yourself will understand. Shurangama had been stingy with the Dharma, so he was stupid. But because he still had gurus too, he was born at the time of the Buddha. Having told him of his past causes, the Buddha took up a broom and asked, Do you know what this is? It's a broom. Can you remember that? Yes. Then the Buddha instructed him, Then just recite this way every day. Just say broom, broom, broom all day long. Shurangama recited that for a few weeks. Then the Buddha stopped by to ask, How are you doing? Can you remember that? Yes, I remember it, replied Shurangama. Fine, said the Buddha. I just changed the words a little to sweep clean. Try reciting that now. So he recited sweep clean, sweep clean, sweep clean, and he used that invisible broom to sweep clean his own defilements. What he was doing was sweeping clean the defilements of his stinginess with the Dharma. Remember this. Take the principles that I'm explaining to you in the Shurangama Sutra and explain them to others. If you do that, in future lives you will have exceptional wisdom and intelligence. If you like to practice the giving of Dharma, you will never be stupid. Sutra. I am deficient in the ability to memorize and do not have much innate intelligence. When I first met the Buddha, I heard the Dharma and left the home life. But when I tried to remember one line of a verse by the third one, I went through 100 days remembering the first part and forgetting the last, or remembering the last and forgetting the first. Commentary. Born on the way in the same fashion tells of his experience now. I am deficient in the ability to memorize and do not have much innate intelligence. Ananda never forgets anything that passes by his eyes. He is able to memorize things and he is endowed with intelligence. But I, Panthaka, am extremely stupid. When I first met the Buddha, I heard the Dharma and left the home life. Also, I left home when I tried to remember one line of a verse by the first one. The one line of verse was, Don't do evil deeds with body, mouth, or mind. I went through 100 days, remembering the first part and forgetting the last, or remembering the last and forgetting the first. I would remember the first few words and forget the last ones. When I would remember the last words of the line, I forgot the first ones again. So in all that time, I never mastered even one line of verse. That's how stupid I am. Shurangama was stupid because in past lives he refused to lecture the sutras and speak Dharma for people. Wherever you go, then, you should make every effort to have others speak the sutras and propagate the Dharma in order to teach and transform living beings. Take this as your personal responsibility. Don't be stingy with the Dharma. I've already said this, but it bears repeating. Shurangama had to undergo the retribution of being stupid because he could not practice the giving of Dharma. He was stingy. My lecturing the sutra now is the giving of Dharma. And why do I lecture for you? Because if I understand the Dharma and I do not explain it for you, in a future life I may not even come up to Shurangama. He was unable to learn one sentence of verse in 100 days. I might not be able to remember a single word in a whole year. That's why I don't charge money for lectures. I don't look for any kind of recompense on your part. I just lecture the sutras and speak Dharma for you. I don't want to be stupid. If there are those of you who aren't afraid of being stupid, then just experiment. Go ahead and have the attitude. I understand the Buddha Dharma, but I'm not going to explain it to you. Try it out, and in the future, when you are more stupid than Shurangama, you know that what I say is true. You'll end up being the victim of the experiment. Ever since I first heard a Dharma master say that if you don't practice the giving of Dharma, you will end up stupid, I have never forgotten it. That reminds me of a public record. Once there was an official, probably the equivalent of a mayor, who was very interested in the wonderful Dharma Lotus Flower Sutra. It was strange, however, of the 7 scrolls of the Dharma Flower Sutra, he was extremely familiar with the first 3.5. He memorized those as soon as he read them, but as to the last 3.5 scrolls, he couldn't remember them for anything, no matter how many times he read them. He couldn't understand why it was this way, so he asked a high Sangha at the time, a bright-eyed, good-knowing advisor who had opened all 5 eyes and had the 6 penetrations. When the mayor was announced, the elder monk welcomed him, and the official explained his problem. Of all the Buddhist sutras, it is the Dharma flower which interests me. I like it best, but I can only memorize the first half of it. What's the reason? The elder monk said. Oh, you want to know about that? Well, when I tell you, don't get upset or disbelieve. Fine, said the mayor. I'll believe what you tell me. So the elder monk explained. The reason you are a mayor is that you created some merit in your past lives. In the past, you were an ox and you helped plow the fields at a temple. Since you made offerings to the triple jewel in this way, you amassed some merit. The reason you are only familiar with the first half of the Dharma Flower Sutra is as follows. It is the custom in temples to air the sutra text on the 6th day of the 6th lunar month. This keeps them from getting wormy. On that day, you approached the Dharma Flower Sutra and snipped the first volume of the sutra, but you only snipped the first volume, not the second. That's why you are so familiar with the first 3.5 rows of the sutra in this life. The mayor bowed to the elder monk, and after that he was even more diligent in his investigation of the Dharma Flower Sutra. An ox snipped the sutra and gained so much intelligence, whereas Shurangama refused to give the Buddha Dharma and became so stupid. If you compare these 2 incidents and reflect on them, it should be sufficient to keep you from experimenting. In fact, I hope you won't experiment, because to sink to the level of Shurangama would be a lot of suffering. On the other hand, you should not look down on Shurangama. Although he was down, he became enlightened after reciting broom and sweep clean for a short time. We may be smarter than Shurangama, but we haven't become enlightened as quickly as he did. So in this respect, we do not measure up to Shurangama. Sutra. The Buddha took pity on my stupidity and taught me to relax and regulate my breath. I contemplated my breath thoroughly to the subtle point in which arising, dwelling, change, and extinction happen in every jhana. Commentary. The Buddha took pity on my stupidity. The Buddha felt sorry for me because I was utterly stupid, and he taught me to recite the broom and sweep clean. He taught me to relax and regulate my breath. This practice involves holding the in breath for 10 counts and then extending the out breath for 10 counts. No matter how stupid one is, one can properly count to 10. One inhalation and one exhalation is counted as one breath. I contemplated my breath thoroughly to the subtle point in which arising, dwelling, change, and extinction happen in every jhana. In the breath, the point at which you begin to exhale is called the arising, and the sequence progresses through one continuous breath. The Tentai school divides this contemplation into 6 wonderful doors, 6 aspects of regulating the breath. We will not go into detail about them here, except to say that the beginning of the exhalation is called the arising, and continuing the breath is called dwelling. Change is when the breath is about to end, and extinction is when the breath is finished. This happens in every jhana. In the space of one thought, there are 90 jhanas. In every jhana are 900 arisings and extinctions. These subtleties are not observable with the ordinary eyes. Sutra. My mind suddenly attained vast non-obstruction, until my outflows were extinguished and I accomplished arhatship. Beneath the Buddha's seat, I was sealed and certified as being beyond learning. Commentary. At that time, I contemplated my breath until I reached a state of there being no self, no others, no living beings, and no lifespan. I inhaled and exhaled effortlessly, and my mind united into one. I had no discriminating thought, and no thoughts that seized upon conditions. All thoughts stopped. My mind suddenly attained vast non-obstruction. Oh, I've returned to the origin and have gone back to the source. Suddenly here refers to enlightenment. It was like a door to a room suddenly being flung open. All the air in the room was immediately purified. There was no stale air left. Have you noticed that although there are a lot of people in this lecture hall, the air remains pure? If you asked me why, I'd be hard put to tell you. Let's just say that in a Bodhimanda, there is an inexpressibly wonderful purity to the atmosphere. When you attend lectures on the sutras, it is necessary to be extremely respectful. This is because the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas will say, "You're a rotten egg. How can you come to the right place and act like that?" Everyone should be respectful and modest and have a harmonious regard to one another. Don't become self-satisfied or arrogant. Don't say things like, "Look at how dumb you are. I'm so much smarter than you." As soon as you have that thought, you start to become stupid yourself. Don't look down on others. The people in this Dharma assembly are all my past parents, all are future Buddhas. If you slight these people, it's just like slighting the Buddha. So when you study the Buddha Dharma, you should regard everyone with impartiality. In the Bodhimanda, you must follow the rules. When you are listening to the sutra, it is most important not to get up and wander around. And don't recline in your seat or lean over and prop yourself up. You should sit up correctly. Don't be lax and lazy in your attitude. Even if you are a lazy worm, you should not act like one. You should develop yourself into a polite person. Also, don't go sleep when you come to listen to the sutra. If you do that, then in the future you end up like Aniruddha. The text goes on. I attained vast non-obstruction. That means he became enlightened until my outflows were extinguished. After he became enlightened, he gradually attained the state of having no outflows and accomplished arhatship. He arrived at the fruition of fourth stage arhatship. Beneath the Buddha's seat, I was sealed and certified as being beyond learning. I always accompanied the Buddha and listened to Dharma beneath his seat. The Buddha sealed and certified me and said that I too had attained the fourth fruition of arhatship. Such a stupid person also attained the fourth fruition of arhatship. Those who are so intelligent haven't even attained the first fruition. Are you ashamed or aren't you? Sutra. The Buddha asks about perfect penetration, as I have been certified to it. Turning the breath back to emptiness is the foremost. I've been here for many years, but I've never dared talk about rules. Why? This country advocates freedom. Parents don't watch over their children. The children are free to do as they please. After I came to America, I took disciples, but I too didn't watch over them. I let them do what they pleased. They could go wherever they wanted. They could have things their own way. They were very independent. But in the Sutra lecture assembly, I have noticed that some people are just too independent, far more casual than is appropriate. It is said, if you don't use a compass and square, you can't make squares and circles. In Chinese, the characters for compass and square are combined to form a compound, which means rules. If you don't use the compass, you won't get a perfect circle. If you don't use a square, the square you draw will end up rectangular or triangle. Today, then, in the Shurangama Dharma Assembly, I am telling you not to be lazy. Listen to the sutras with a respectful attitude. It should be as if the Buddha himself were here speaking the Dharma. You shouldn't think this Dharma master lectures by telling stories and jokes as if he were entertaining children. That's not really that way. If you can fathom the meaning of the things I say, you can become enlightened. If you can certify to the fruition immediately, you can be certified to the fruition immediately, and all it takes is a genuine determination in seeking the Dharma, and it can happen. If you are sincere while you are listening to this section on the 25 sages, you can become enlightened on the spot. That's because these 25 sages have each made vows that they will help whoever studies their Dharma door to become enlightened. So put your mind on investigating the sutra. Gavampati arose from his seat, bowed at the Buddha's feet, and said to the Buddha, I have mouth karma created from a past offense. I slighted a Shramana, and in life after life I've had this cow-cut sickness. Commentary. Gavampati's name is Sanskrit and means cow-cut. You see, when cows sleep, they snore and their tongues flap back and forth, making a terrible racket. Gavampati arose from his seat, bowed at the Buddha's feet, and said to the Buddha, I have mouth karma created from a past offense. What kind of mouth karma did he create? Once he noticed an old Shramana who was toothless, taking a long time to eat. Gavampati teased the old man, saying, Old monk, you eat the way a cow chews grass. The old Shramana was a certified arhat. His reply was, Oh, you shouldn't talk about me like that. If you do, you will have to undergo retribution in the future. You'd better repent immediately. Better take it back right away. Gavampati apologized, and so he didn't have to undergo the retribution of being a cow, but even so, he was endowed with cow-like habits ever afterward. His tongue was like a cow's, and he was always chewing his cud and breathing like a cow. Although he was certified to the fruition of arhatship, the Buddha was afraid that people would slander him in turn and say that he too was like a cow, and that such people would then have to bear the retribution of being a cow. For this reason, the Buddha instructed Gavampati to live in the heavens and receive the offerings of the gods. Since gods all possess the ability to discern past lives, they would not dare to slight him. In the text, Gavampati goes on to explain, the way I created mouth karma was that I slighted a Shramana. He teased the monk. Shramana is a Sanskrit word which means diligent and put into rest, chinsi. A Shramana diligently cultivates precepts, samadhi, and wisdom, and puts to rest greed, hatred, and stupidity. In life after life, I've had this cow-cut sickness as my retribution. Sutra, the first command taught me the mind ground Dharma door of the purity of a single flavor. My thought was extinguished. I entered samadhi and contemplated the awareness of flavor as not having a substance, of not being a thing. As a result, my mind transcended all worldly outflows. Commentary. The first command taught me the mind ground Dharma door of the purity of a single flavor, which means the purity of the one mind. When the tongue does not discriminate tastes, when there is no conscious mind, then all flavors return to purity. This, then, is cultivating a samadhi of non-discrimination. My thought was extinguished. His conscious mind was quieted. That is, I entered samadhi. He obtained a proper concentration and proper reception, and he contemplated the awareness of flavor as not having a substance and not being a thing. The awareness of taste does not come from the substance of the nose, nor does it come from external objects. As a result, my mind transcended all worldly outflows just in purifying that one thought. I got out of the outflows of the world. Sutra. Internally, I was freed of body and mind, and externally, I abandoned the world. I left the three existences far behind, just like a bird released from its cage. I separated from filth and wiped out defilements, and so my Dharma eye became pure, and I accomplished arhatship. The first command certified me in person as having ascended to the path beyond learning. Commentary. Internally, I was freed of body and mind. Body and mind were gone. I left them. Externally, I abandoned the world. I forgot about the world as well. I left the three existences far behind. This refers to existence in the realm of desire, in the realm of form, and in the formless realm. At that time, I was just like a bird released from its cage. I separated from filth and wiped out defilements, and so my Dharma eye became pure. This means his Dharma eye opened and he accomplished arhatship. The first command certified me in person as having ascended to the path beyond learning. Sutra. The Buddha asks about perfect penetration. As I have been certified to it, returning flavor and turning awareness around is the superior method. Commentary. Returning flavors means not making discriminations about them. It is to turn the light to illumine within. Turning awareness around refers to reversing the mind's discriminations of flavors. This is the foremost method. This is the best Dharma door. Sutra. Bilindavata rose from his seat, bowed at the Buddha's feet, and said to the Buddha. Commentary. Bilindavata's name means leftover habits, yuji. This name represents the fact that he still carried with him many habits from ends of former lives. He was an arhat who had been certified to the fruition, and so when he wanted to cross a river, he could stop the flow of the water at will. In the case of one river, the river spirit was a female, and when he reached the bank, he called out, "Little servant, stop the flow." The spirit did as she was told, but she was very put out, though she didn't show it. She did, however, go and complain to the Buddha. I was watching over the flow of the river, and he came to said to me, "Little servant, stop the flow. He's an arhat. He shouldn't call me that." The Buddha told Bilindavata to apologize to the river spirit. Bilindavata put his palms together and said to her, "I'm sorry, little servant." At that, the whole assembly of arhats burst into laughter. Now, why did Bilindavata call the river spirit little servant? It was because in past lives the spirit had in fact been his servant. He was in the habit of addressing her that way, so that now, even though she was a river spirit, he still called her that. The whole reason he had to apologize was because it upset her when he called her little servant, but his habit was so deep that he even called her that when apologizing. Sutra. When I first left home to follow the Buddha and enter the way, I often heard the first common explain that there is nothing in this world that brings happiness. Once, when I was begging in the city, I was reflecting on this Dharma door and did not notice a poisonous thorn on the road until it had pricked my foot. My entire body experienced physical pain, but my mind also had an awareness. Though it was aware of strong pain and recognized the feeling of pain, I knew that in my pure heart there was neither pain nor awareness of pain. Commentary. When I first left home to follow the Buddha and enter the way, I often heard the first common explain that there is nothing in this world that brings happiness. Many times I listened to the Buddha explain how the things of this world are all suffering, empty, impermanent, and without self. Once, when I was begging in the city, I was reflecting on this Dharma door and did not notice a poisonous thorn on the road until it had prickled my foot. I was thinking with such intensity about the Dharma door the first command had taught us that I wasn't paying attention to the road, and I stepped on a splinter of wood which wounded my foot. My entire body experienced physical pain. My whole body hurt from it. But my mind also had an awareness. Though it was aware of strong pain and recognized the feeling of pain, I knew that in my pure heart there was neither pain nor awareness of pain. In my pure, original, enlightened mind, there was no pain or any awareness of pain. When I realized that everything was empty and my body and mind became pure, therefore I didn't know who was aware of the pain. Sutra. I also thought, is it possible for one body to have two awarenesses? Having reflected on this for a while, my body and mind were suddenly empty. After 21 days, my outflows disappeared. I accomplished arhatship and received certification in person and a confirmation that I had realized the level beyond learning. Commentary. I also thought, is it possible for one body to have two awarenesses? Can I have two simultaneous awarenesses? Can I feel pain on the one hand and on the other hand not be aware of it? No, having reflected on this for a while, I looked into this for a short time. My body and mind were suddenly empty. After 21 days, my outflows disappeared. Within 3 weeks, all my various outflows turned out to be empty. They were all gone. I accomplished the hardship and received certification in person and a confirmation that I had realized the level beyond learning. The Buddha himself sealed and certified me and gave me confirmation. I realized the fourth fruition of arhatship. Sutra. The Buddha asks about perfect penetration, as I have been certified to it. Purifying the awareness and forgetting the body is the superior method. Commentary. The Buddha is asking each of us disciples about the path we took that brought about our initial enlightenment. What I, Pilindavasa, did was to remain intent upon the enlightened mind until it was total and pure, and I forgot about my body. Sutra. Subhuti arose from his seat, bowed at the Buddha's feet, and said to the Buddha, "From distant compas until now, my mind has been unobstructed. I remember as many of my past lives as there are sands in the Ganges River. From the beginning, in my mother's womb, I knew emptiness and tranquility to the extent that The 10 directions became empty, and it caused living beings to be certified to the nature of emptiness. Commentary: Sapuchi's name means born into emptiness, Hong Shang. Because at his birth, all the treasuries in his household were suddenly empty. Not a single gem remained. 7 days after his birth, the treasures all reappeared. So he was also called Good Appearance, Shanxian. His father and mother went to have this fortune told. It read, both good and lucky, Chi Shan Chia Chi. So they also named him Good Luck Shanji. He arose from his seat, bowed at the Buddha's feet, and said to the Buddha, "From distant compass until now, my mind has been unobstructed. My mind and nature attained freedom from hindrance. I remember as many of my past lives as there are sands in the Ganges River. From the beginning in my mother's womb, I knew emptiness and tranquility. I recognized the nature of emptiness to the extent that the 10 directions became empty. All the walls in the 10 directions were empty, and I caused living beings to be certified to the nature of emptiness. I enabled living beings to be simultaneously certified to the principles of the nature of emptiness. Sutra, having received the first Command's revelation that the enlightened nature is true emptiness, that the nature of emptiness is perfect and bright, I attained arhatship and suddenly entered into the first Command, sea of magnificent bright emptiness, with knowledge and views identical with the Buddha. I was certified as being beyond learning. In the liberation of the nature of emptiness, I am unsurpassed. Commentary: having received the first Command's revelation that the enlightened nature is true emptiness, that the nature of emptiness is perfect and bright, the nature is the same as emptiness, the treasury of the first Command, the enlightenment to true emptiness, is perfect and bright. The emptiness and the treasury of the first Command are both perfect and bright. I attained arhatship because I understood the basic substance of the nature of the treasury of the first Command. I attained the level of arhatship and suddenly entered into the first Command's sea of magnificent bright emptiness. The magnificent brightness is once again the treasury of the first Command. It is like the great sea of emptiness, with knowledge and views identical with the Buddha. I was certified as being beyond learning. The Buddha sealed and certified me as being at the level of no further learning. In the liberation of the nature of emptiness, I am unsurpassed. My understanding comes from the principle of nature of emptiness. I am foremost in understanding emptiness. Sutra: the Buddha asks about perfect penetration. As I have been certified to it, all appearances appear, all appearances enter into nothingness. Nothingness and what becomes nothingness both disappear. Turning dharmas back to the void is the foremost method. Commentary: the Buddha asks about perfect penetration. Now the Buddha is asking all the disciples, the Buddhas, the Bodhisattvas, about how they were certified to and obtained the principle of perfect penetration. As I have been certified to it, all appearances enter into nothingness. Nothingness and what becomes nothingness both disappear. That which brings about emptiness and that which is made empty are both gone. That means that there isn't even emptiness. In Taoism, this is called that which is empty also disappears. Suo Hum Chiu. In Buddhism, it is called nothingness, and what becomes nothingness both disappear. Fei Suo Fei Qin. Turning dharmas back to the void is the foremost method. Turning the nature of dharmas back into the void is the best way. Understanding emptiness is the number one dharma door. Sutra: Shariputra rose from his seat, bowed at the Buddha's feet, and said to the Buddha, from distant past until the present. My mind and views have been pure. In this way I have undergone as many births as there are grains of sand in the Ganges. As to the various transformations and changes of both the mundane and the transcendental, I am able to understand them at one glance and obtain non-obstruction. Commentary. Shariputra's mother's name was Shari, and his name means son of Shari, Chiao Tzu. He was foremost in wisdom. Shari means pelican. When Shariputra was in his mother's womb, she would debate with her brother Kaushila and always defeat him. His uncle then knew that his sister was carrying a wise child. Shariputra arose from his seat, bowed at the Buddha's feet, and said to the Buddha, "From distant past until the present, my mind and views have been pure. In this way I have undergone as many births as there are grains of sand in the Ganges. As to the various transformations and changes of both the mundane and the transcendental, I am able to understand them at one glance and obtain non-obstruction. I can tell at a glance what things are about, whether on the ordinary level or on the sagely level, and toward them I've obtained non-obstruction." Sutra. Once I met the Kashyyapas on the road, and I walked along with the brothers. They spoke about causes and conditions, and I awakened to the boundlessness of my mind. Commentary. Once I met the Kashyyapas on the road, and I walked along with the brothers. As the Kashyyapas walked along, they spoke about causes and conditions. Upon hearing this drama of causes and conditions, I became enlightened and awakened to the boundlessness of my mind. Before Shariputra left the home life, he met Ashvayit Mashang. While walking on the road, Yashvayit was one of the 5 bhikshus the Buddha first crossed over in the Deer Wise Park. Shariputra saw Ashvayit walking in a most awesome and correct manner with magnificent deportment. His eyes did not glance at things, his ears did not eavesdrop. He didn't sleep sidelong looks at people, and he didn't listen to what was going on around him. His eyes watched his nose regarded his mouth heeded his heart. Before this, Shariputra had had an externalist teacher who was called the Brahman Sharan Fan Tzu. After his teacher died, he had no one to study with. It was then that while walking on the road, he met Yashvayit and admired him so much. He asked him, "You have fine comportment. Who's your teacher?" Ashvayit replied with a verse, "All dharmas arise from conditions. All dharmas cease because of conditions." The Buddha, the great Shramana, often spoke of this. When Shariputra heard that verse, he immediately became enlightened and was certified to the first fruition of arhatship. He went back to his living quarters and repeated the verse to Maudgalyayana. When Maudgalyayana heard it, he also became enlightened. When taking his 200 disciples with him, he went to take refuge with the Buddha. They left the home life and became part of the assembly that always accompanied the Buddha. That's how the account is sometimes told. Here the sutra says that he met the Kashyapa brothers, since sometimes the sutras say that Shariputra met the Kashyapas and sometimes they say he met Yashvayit. I think they were probably all walking together at the time. The Kashyapas and Yashvayit were on the road together. Notice that the text says, "and walked along with the brothers." Brothers means not just the Kashyapa brothers, but also Bhikshu Yashvayit, who was a Dharma brother. They were talking about causes and conditions, and one said, "The dharmas that arise from causes and conditions, I say that they are empty. They are false names as well. They are also called the meaning of the middle way." Probably when Shariputra heard that verse, he came up to ask, "What are you talking about? Who's your teacher?" And it was then that Yashvayit spoke his verse. Upon hearing it, Shariputra became enlightened. Afterward, he returned to tell Maudgalyayana, and then they all went to take refuge with the Buddha. Sutra. I followed the Buddha and left the home life. My seeing awareness became bright and perfect. I obtained fearlessness and became an arhat. As one of the Buddha's elder disciples, I am born from the Buddha's mouth, transformationally born from the Dharma. Commentary. I followed the Buddha and left the home life. My seeing awareness became bright and perfect. His seeing became the basic substance of enlightenment and was perfected. I obtained fearlessness and became an arhat. As one of the Buddha's elder disciples, I am born from the Buddha's mouth, transformationally born from the Dharma. Among the Buddha's disciples, Shariputra was an elder. Sutra. The Buddha asks about perfect penetration as I have been certified to it, for the mind and the seeing to emit light, and for the light to reach throughout knowing and seeing is the foremost method. Commentary. The Buddha asks about perfect penetration as I, Shariputra, have been certified to it, for the mind and the seeing to emit light, and for the light to reach throughout knowing and seeing is the foremost method. When the light is ultimate, then the knowing and seeing are empty. This Dharma door is number one for me. Sutra. Universal worthy Bodhisattva arose from his seat, bowed at the Buddha's feet, and said to the Buddha, I have been a Dharma prince with as many thirst come ones as there are sands in the Ganges. The thirst come ones of the 10 directions tell their disciples who have the roots of a Bodhisattva to cultivate the universal worthy conduct which is named after me. Commentary. Universal worthy Bodhisattva is a Bodhisattva of great conduct. He has 10 great royal vows which we recite at morning recitation. They are to worship and respect all Buddhas, to praise the thirst come ones, to cultivate the giving of offerings, to repent and reform all karmic faults, to compliantly rejoice the merit and virtue, to request the turning of the Dharma wheel, to request that the Buddha remain in the world, to always follow the Buddhas in study, to forever accord with living beings, to universally transfer all merit and virtue. These are called the 10 Kings of Vows of Universal Worthy Bodhisattva. In the Avatamsaka Sutra, there is an entire chapter called The Conduct and Vows of Universal Worthy. His practices and the power of his vows are especially great, and so he has a lot of affinities with living beings. He rides a 6-tusked white elephant. The color white represents the one Buddha vehicle, and the 6 tusks represent the 6 paramitas. Universal worthy Bodhisattva arose from his seat, bowed at the Buddha's feet, and said to the Buddha, I have been a Dharma prince with as many thirst come ones as there are sands in the Ganges. In the past, with that many Buddhas, I have been a disciple of the Dharma king. The thirst come ones of the 10 directions tell their disciples who have the roots of a Bodhisattva, that is, if they have the propensity for Bodhisattvahood, to cultivate the universal worthy conduct, they should cultivate the 10 Kings of Vows. This conduct is one which is named after me. Sutra. World Honored One, I use my mind to listen and distinguish the knowledge and views of living beings. In other regions, as many realms away as there are sands in the Ganges, if there is any living being who discovers the conduct of universal worthy, I immediately mount the 6-tusked elephant and create hundreds of thousands of reduplicated bodies which go to those places. Although their obstacles may be so heavy that they do not see me, I secretly rub their crowns, protect and comfort them, and help them be successful. Commentary. Word Honored One. I use my mind to listen. I don't use the organ of the ear to hear with. I use my mind and distinguish the knowledge and views of living beings. When I make distinctions about living beings, it is not with the discriminating mind, but with the true mind to determine the faculties of all living beings. I do this not only in this world, but even in other regions, as many realms away as there are sands in the Ganges, even in places very, very far away from here. If there is any living being who discovers and wants to cultivate the conduct of universal worthy, I immediately mount my six-tusked elephant and create hundreds of thousands of reduplicated bodies which go to those places. I make myra transformation bodies and go to those places. Although their obstacles may be so heavy that they do not see me, I still give to that person. I secretly wrap their crowns, invisible to them, though I may be. People who cultivate the Dharma sometimes will feel as if there were a bug crawling on the top of their head, or as if someone were patting them on the head. Sometimes one will feel as though there were an insect crawling on one's face. When this happens, you should not try to brush the feeling away with your hand. The reason is that it is actually a Buddha or Bodhisattva rubbing on the crown, rubbing you on the crown. If you are attentive, you will notice it. They are blessing us, so you should not try to brush them away. If you are sincere, you can experience this feeling. I protect and comfort them and help them be successful. I help them become accomplished in their cultivation. Sutra. The Buddha asks about perfect penetration. The basic cause I speak of in my case is listening with the mind to discover and distinguish at ease. This is the foremost method. Commentary. The Buddha asks about perfect penetration. The basic cause I speak of in my case is the experience I had on the course ground. It is listening with the mind to discover and distinguish at ease. I listen in order to discover the knowledge and views of living beings. These discriminations of the true mind are done with ease, and I have obtained self-mastery. This is the foremost method. I consider this Dharma door the best. People should not get angry because if they do, demonic obstacles can arise. Be a little less fiery and a little more intent upon your study of the Buddha Dharma. Sutra. Sundarananda arose from his seat, bowed at the Buddha's feet, and said to the Buddha, "When I first left home, I followed the Buddha to enter the way. I received the complete precepts, but my mind was always too scattered for samadhi, and I could not attain the state of having no outflows. The World Honored One taught Kaushthila and me to contemplate the white spot at the tip of our noses." Commentary. There was Nanda, Ananda, and Sundarananda. Sundarananda was the Buddha's cousin. The first part of his name is Sundari, after his wife. Sundari means beautiful. She was captivating. Nanda, the later part of his name, means happiness, sea. Since there were several disciples with similar names, he was referred to as Sundari's Nanda. Sundarananda arose from his seat, bowed at the Buddha's feet, and said to the Buddha, "When I first left home and followed the Buddha to enter the way, I received the complete precepts, but my mind was always too scattered for samadhi, and I could not attain the state of having no outflows. I cultivated the way with the Buddha, and I carefully observed the precepts, but my samadhi power was not sufficient. My mind was always on the move. I could not accomplish the level of being without outflows. The World Honored One taught Kaushthila and me to contemplate the white spot at the tip of our noses. Because I was so scattered, the Buddha taught me and also taught Shariputra's uncle, Mahakaushthila, to look at the tips of our noses and regard the little white spot that appears when both eyes stare there. Sutra. From the first, I contemplated intently. After 3 weeks, I saw that the breath in my nostrils looked like smoke when I inhaled and exhaled. My body and mind became right inside, and I perfectly understood the external world to the point that everything became empty and pure like crystal. The smoky appearance gradually disappeared, and the breath in my nostrils became white. Commentary. He goes on to say, when I cultivated according to this method and developed my skill, from the first I contemplated intently. After 3 weeks, I saw that the breath in my nostrils looked like smoke when I inhaled and exhaled. I regarded the white spot at the tip of my nose with great concentration. After 21 days, my breath looked like smoke. My body and mind became bright inside, and I perfectly understood the external world. Inside, there was light, and I was clear about what was going on in all the worlds to the point that everything became empty and pure like crystal. My body, mind, and the world became emptiness and was pure in substance. It was all as clear as crystal. The breath in my nostrils had become like smoke, but this subsided. The smoky appearance gradually disappeared, and the breath in my nostrils became white. From daily contemplation like this, my breath became white like the white spot at the tip of my nose. Sutra. My mind opened and my outflows were extinguished. Every inhalation and exhalation of breath was transformed into light which illumined the 10 directions, and I attained arhatship. The world honored one predicted that in the future I would obtain Bodhi. Commentary. My mind opened and my outflows were extinguished. When my breath became white, my mind suddenly opened to enlightenment, and I put an end to all outflows. Every inhalation and exhalation of breath was transformed into light, which illumined the 10 directions, and I attained arhatship. First, my breath looked smoky, then it became white, like the tip of my nose, and finally it turned into light. The light shone on everything in the Dharma Realm of the 10 directions. The world-honored one predicted that in the future I would obtain Samadhi. He said that in the future I would certainly become a Buddha. Sutra. The Buddha asks about perfect penetration. I did it by means of the disappearance of the breath, until eventually the breath emitted light, and the light completely extinguished my outflows. This is the foremost method. Commentary. Sudarananda says that he thinks cultivation of the nose consciousness is extremely important. For him it was the best Dharma door. Sutra. Purnamacchayaniputra arose from his seat, bowed at the Buddha's feet, and said to the Buddha, for vast compass I have possessed unobstructed eloquence. When I discuss suffering and emptiness, I penetrate deeply into the actual appearance, and in the same way I give subtle and wonderful instruction to the assembly concerning the secret Dharma doors of as many first-come ones as there are sands in the Ganges. I have also obtained fearlessness. Commentary. Purnamacchayaniputra is named after his mother and father. Purna, which means completeness, man, was his father's name. Machayani, which means compassion, Tzu, was his mother's name. Putra means son, Tzu. So he was the son of completeness, compassion. He arose from his seat, bowed at the Buddha's feet, and said to the Buddha, for vast compass I have possessed unobstructed eloquence. There are 4 kinds of eloquence. Unobstructed eloquence with dharmas, unobstructed eloquence in meaning, unobstructed eloquence in phrasing, unobstructed eloquence with delight in speaking. No matter what dharma he discussed, he could explain it very clearly. Not only that, but he brought forth the meaning in just a sentence or two. His skill in phrasing was such that he could say a few words that would encompass infinitely many meanings. He was brief and to the point. No matter what you wanted explained, he thoroughly enjoyed doing it. He was not like Shurangama who refused to speak the Dharma when he was a Dharma master, and as a result ended up being terribly stupid. Purna liked to speak the Dharma. When I discussed suffering and emptiness, I penetrate deeply into the actual appearance. I would tell how all things are suffering, are empty, impermanent, and lack self. But when he did so, his explanation of this doctrine reached all the way through to the doctrine of the actual appearance, where there is no appearance, and yet there is nothing which does not have an appearance. And in the same way, I give subtle, wonderful instruction to the assembly concerning the secret Dharma doors of as many thirsty ones as there are sands in the Ganges. He was able to discuss the most esoteric doctrines and reveal them to living beings by means of subtle principles. I have also obtained fearlessness. I have obtained unobstructed eloquence and the power of fearlessness. Sutra, the world-honored one, knew that I had great eloquence, and so he made use of my voice in turning the wheel of the Dharma. He taught me how to disseminate it. I joined the Buddha to help him turn the wheel. I accomplished the arhatship through the lion's roar. The world-honored one certified me as being foremost in speaking Dharma. Commentary. Purna accomplished the way by means of the tongue consciousness. He did it by speaking Dharma. So you see, it is possible to become enlightened and to be certified to the fruition by speaking the Dharma. All you need to do is to deeply answer one door in your cultivation. Decide on one and then cultivate it. Don't be scattered in your practice. Doing one Dharma today, switching to another one tomorrow, and changing your mind again the day after. When you change around like that, you waste your time and you'll never master any Dharma. You have to choose one and vigorously develop your skill in it. The world-honored one knew that I had great eloquence, and so he made use of my voice in turning the wheel of the Dharma. He taught me how to disseminate it. No one could out-debate Purna. When he spoke the Dharma, his voice was full and resonant and powerful. In a gathering of 1,000 or even 10,000 people, there would have no need for him to use a microphone or amplifying system. He could be heard easily. The Buddha taught me to lecture the sutras and speak Dharma. I joined the Buddha to help him turn the wheel. I accomplished a hardship through the lion's roar. I would represent the Buddha in speaking the Dharma, and my voice became like the lion's roar. When the lion roars, the myriad creatures cower. When the heavenly demons and adherents of external paths heard his voice, they were subdued. The world-honored one certified me as being foremost in speaking Dharma. Sutra. The Buddha asks about perfect penetration. I use the sound of Dharma to subdue demons and adversaries and melt away my outflows. This is the foremost method. Commentary. The Buddha asks about perfect penetration. With my tongue, I proclaim the sound of Dharma to subdue demons and adversaries. I tamed the heavenly demons and controlled the 5 adversary desires: wealth, sex, fame, food, and sleep. These 5 desires are hostile thieves that steal people's treasures. In this way, I was able to melt away my outflows. This is the foremost method. I used Sutra. Upali arose from his seat, bowed at the Buddha's feet, and said to the Buddha, I followed the Buddha in person when he fled the city and left the home life. I observed the first one endure 6 years of diligent asceticism. I watched the third one subdue all the demons, control adherents of external paths, and become liberated from all outflows which were based on worldly desire and greed. Commentary. Upali is foremost in holding the precepts. His name means superior leader, Shang Shou. He never committed the slightest infraction of the precepts spoken by the Buddha. His lay name was Channa. He was with the Buddha when he left the place and went into the mountains. He was extremely familiar with all the events of the Buddha's life because he was the person who had followed the Buddha the longest. When the 5 bhikshus left the Buddha, Upali did not leave. He stayed by his side and served Shakyamuni Buddha as he cultivated the way. Upali arose from his seat, bowed at the Buddha's feet, and said to the Buddha, I followed the Buddha in person when he fled the city and left the home life. At that time, Upali, who was then Channa, first accompanied the Buddha to the eastern gate of the city. The Buddha, who was then a prince, went out looking for some excitement because he was bored in the palace. At the gate, he observed a woman by the side of the road giving birth to a child. She was weeping and wailing and writhing in pain. The prince asked Channa, What's going on? Why is she crying so violently? When Channa told him, he was shocked to find that birth involved so much suffering. After the child was born, the prince was upset and said, We're going back. I don't want to go sightseeing today. The next day, they went to the southern gate to do some more sightseeing. There they saw an old person. His head shook, his vision was blurred, his teeth had fallen out, and he could hardly walk. The prince asked Channa, What kind of person is that? That person is very old. Oh, was his reply. That's what getting old is like. That's too much suffering. And once again, he didn't want to go any further. The third day, he went to the western gate. There, he saw a sick person afflicted with an ugly and violent disease. Why is that person in such a horrible shape? Asked the prince. That person is sick, was Channa's reply. Once again, the principal was troubled and did not want to travel further. The fourth day, they went to the northern gate and came across a person who had just died. When the prince asked about him, Channa told him that that was what death was like. The prince was stunned at having seen birth, old age, sickness, and death. At that moment, the monk walked by wearing a robe and such. When the prince saw him, he asked Channa what he was. Channa said, Ask him and find out. The prince, who was to become Shakyamuni Buddha, asked the monk, What do you do? I'm a person who has left the home life. What does that mean? Asked the prince. People who live a home life are called bhikshus. They leave home in order to escape the suffering of birth, old age, sickness, and death. Once we understand the way, then there is neither production nor extinction. We do not have to be born or die, and we can accomplish Buddhahood. Can you tell me how to leave home? Asked the prince. Can you be my teacher? This bhikshu was actually a god from the heaven of pure dwelling. Seeing that conditions were ripe, the god intentionally transformed himself to come take Shakyamuni Buddha across. When the prince asked the bhikshu to be his teacher, the monk beat his staff once on the ground, ascended into space, and entered the heavens. The prince had no way to study the path and no method for living the home life, so he returned to the palace. Meanwhile, a prognosticator who looked at physiognomies told the king, If the prince does not leave home in the next 7 days, he will attain the position of a wheel-turning king. He will rule over all the countries of the world. All you have to do is keep him here for a week. Thereupon his father, the pure rice king, took action and stationed his armed forces all around the palace to cut off all traffic in and out of the palace. A curfew prevailed, and no one was allowed in or out of the palace. Thus the prince was surrounded and watched at all times. In this way, the pure rice king hoped that his son, Prince Siddhartha, would attain the position of a real-turning king. A real-turning king rules over the four great continents: Purva Videha to the east, Jamuvripa to the south, Aparagundinya to the west, and Uttaraguru to the north. One world system is composed of one set of the four great continents, as well as one sun, one moon, and one Mount Sumeru. The thousand of these small world systems is called a middle-sized world system. 1,000 middle-sized world systems is called a great world system. This is the meaning of the phrase 3,000 great thousand world system. A real turning king rules over one small world system. The prince had extremely good rules, and so, although he was being watched, he did not become confused. The king sent many beautiful women to the quarters of the prince for him to enjoy, but the prince looked upon them with unseeing eyes. He listened with deaf ears. As it is said, the eyes see form, but inside there is nothing. The ears listen to sounds, but the mind is not aware of them. Or again, inside there is no body and mind, outside there is no world. Then the god from the heaven of pure dwelling appeared and spoke with the prince. Prince, are you so greedy for the pleasures of this world that you have forgotten your vows from former lives? Do you remember your past vows? Prince Siddhartha said, I haven't forgotten, but at present there's nothing I can do. The god from the heaven of pure dwelling said, if you have not forgotten and you still want to live the whole life and cultivate the way, I can help you. Excellent, said the prince. The god told Trana, that is Upali, whom we are now discussing, to prepare the horse, and the prince and Trana went to the back garden of the palace to escape. At that point, the four heavenly kings appeared, and each taking one of the horse's legs, lifted up the horse, the prince and Upali into space and flew away with them. They mounted the clouds and rode the fog for 3 Uranas and then alighted in the snowy mountains. The prince began to cultivate the way there in the mountains. As a response from the gods, there was a rising sesame there, and every day Shakyamuni Buddha ate 1 grain of each to stay alive. Then 3 members of his father's clan and 2 members of his mother's clan came to cultivate there with him. 3 could not take the ascetic practices and began to have doubts. Cultivation is too much suffering. When can we ever get to the Buddhas? Let's leave. These 3 left and went to the Deer Wine's park to cultivate the way. Eventually, the heavenly maiden brought an offering of milk gruel for the prince, because he was nothing but skin and bones. After he drank the milk gruel, his body began to fill out naturally, but the 2 who were still with him said, he couldn't take suffering before, but now he can't. Now that he has drunk that milk gruel, he won't have any accomplishment. He couldn't take it. Let's go. So the paternal relatives and maternal relatives all left. Only the Venerable Upali remained. So he says, I followed the Buddha in person when he fled the city and left the home life. I was with him in the palace garden when he mounted the horse and flew out of the city. I observed the first one endure 6 years of diligent asceticism. For 6 years he endured bitterness that is difficult to endure. I watched the first one subdue all the demons. The prince could have accomplished Buddhahood right there on the snowy mountains, but he was concerned that people might mistakenly think that to accomplish Buddhahood you have to be a total ascetic. So he stopped meditating in the mountains and went to the Bodhi tree. He sat down beneath it and made the vow not to get up until he had become a Buddha. After the prince had sat there beneath the Bodhi tree for 48 days, the king of demons in the sixth desire heaven had a dream. He dreamed of 32 transformations. When he awoke, being able to reckon and contemplate, he looked into the reason for this strange dream and found that a Buddha, a Bodhisattva, was sitting beneath the Bodhi tree, just about to accomplish Buddhahood. This will never do, he thought. I must find a way to destroy his concentration. He sent 4 demonic women, each of whom was exquisite. Demons are weird creatures, but they also dislike being ugly. They went to disturb Shakyamuni Buddha's samadhi by manifesting 32 enticing transformations. They were trying to seduce Shakyamuni Buddha. They wanted him to have an ordinary thought and thereby leave his samadhi. They wanted to arouse his desire. But the Buddha neither loved them nor desired them. Although he was not made of straw or rock, as the saying goes, people aren't grass or wood who doesn't have emotion. Yet Shakyamuni Buddha could go through his experience and not be turned by it. He was not shaken by the demonic power of these women. He remained in a state of unmoving suchness. His mind did not move in the slightest. He did not give rise to love or desire. Faced with this state, his thoughts did not arise. During this episode, Shakyamuni Buddha was contemplating impurity, similar to the contemplation of the 9 specks discussed above. He thought, "Oh, you've come to treat me. Although you are beautiful now, you turn into skeletons. Your 9 apertures are always oozing impurities. Your eyes ooze tears and matter. Your ears ooze wax. Your noses have mucus. Your mouths have saliva and phlegm. All of it is unclean. Add to that excrement and urine, and you're even filthier. Besides that, there are lots of germs in every pore of your body. Your entire bodies are full." His contemplation turned the 4 demonic women into old hags. They took a look at one another. Their skin was like a chicken's feet, and their hair was white as cranes. Their noses were dripping, and their mouths were drooling. They were total wrecks. They looked at one another and began to vomit, realizing that they had all become old and withered and that they had no way to treat Shakyamuni Buddha. They left. Once the demon king saw that the 4 demon women had come back without success, he went with his demon sons and grandsons to kill Shakyamuni Buddha. But the Buddha was still unmoved. He wasn't afraid. He had entered the non-contention samadhi. If you move your mind, the demons will get you. If you don't move your mind, they can't get you. The demon couldn't disturb Shakyamuni Buddha. Also, an externalist master named Shen Chu put poison in some food and gave it to Shakyamuni Buddha to kill him. When the Buddha saw the food, he thought, "If there is no poison in my mind, then when I eat this poison, it won't poison me." So he ate the food and didn't die. Another externalist master was jealous of Shakyamuni Buddha. Before the Buddha arrived on the scene, the Brahmins were in the majority. Everyone believed in them. After the Buddha had cultivated for 6 years and had realized Buddhahood, the externalist disciples went to bow to Shakyamuni Buddha. Kashyapa, Mahamaugadhyayana, and Shariputra had all been adherents of externalist paths. The Buddha had great power to subdue the demons and external paths. He also subdued greed and desire. Love is the hardest thing to subdue. It makes people live like a drunkard and die in a dream. If you can't get rid of it, you can't get rid of your outflows. You have outflows because you have love and emotion. Living beings are confused by emotion. Having karma and confused emotions make a living being. Karma ended and emotion emptied, that is the Buddha. Buddhas become Buddhas because they have ended love and emotion. Living beings are living beings because of having love and emotion. Because of it, they are unable to escape bondage on the wheel of birth and death, and they flow out into the three realms. Without outflows, the sea of suffering is boundless. A turn of the head is the other shore, that is liberation from worldly greed and outflows. Sutra, I based myself on the Buddha's teaching of precepts encompassing the 3,000 awesome departments and the 80,000 subtle aspects. Both my direct karma and my contributing karma became pure. My body and mind became tranquil, and I accomplished a hardship. Commentary. I based myself on the Buddha's teaching of precepts. Upali accompanied the Buddha in person when the Buddha left the whole life. He himself saw the Buddha cultivate ascetic practices for 6 years in the Himalayas. He himself saw the Buddha sit beneath the Bodhi tree, see a star one night, and awaken to the way. He himself saw the Buddha subdue the demons and control adherents of external paths, and so forth, until he accomplished Buddhahood. You probably witnessed all of it. After Shakyamuni Buddha accomplished the way and began teaching, he saw that the Venerable Upali had been foremost in holding precepts in the assemblies of limitless Buddhas of the past. When Shakyamuni Buddha came to the Saha world this time and accomplished Buddhahood, the Venerable Upali came to this world at the same time. So the Buddha told him to concentrate on the cultivation of the precepts within the Buddha Dharma. I will speak about the precepts now, and all of you students of Buddha Dharma should take notes. First are the 5 precepts. Do not kill, do not steal, do not commit sexual misconduct, do not lie, do not take intoxicants. Next are the 8 precepts, which include the 5 precepts already listed, together with do not adorn the body with flowers, fragrances, beads, and fragrant oils. Do not use a high, grand, or big beds, and do not look at, listen to, or participate in musical entertainment. By not sleeping in a grand bed, you train yourself not to be arrogant. And do not eat at improper times. Not eating at improper times means not eating after noon. Not eating after noon helps train you against greed, because if you can't eat any time you want, then you will simply want to eat all the time. Lay people can take these precepts. Novices have 10 precepts which cannot be taken by lay pupil. It is not the case that after taking the 5 precepts you are considered a member of the Sangha. Taking the 8 precepts does not classify one as a member of the Sangha, nor does receiving the 10 major and 48 minor Bodhisattva precepts. To be a member of the Sangha, you must first take the 10 Shravanura precepts, then the 250 Vishu precepts, or the 348 Bhikshuni precepts, and then the 10 major and 48 minor Bodhisattva precepts. It's not the case that just because this is America, you can decide to do things in a new and different way. You can't just create a new universe and say everyone is a member of the Sangha. I've heard it said that even the tables and chairs are members of the Sangha. Cups, bowls, chopsticks, plates, and silverware. Everything's the Sangha. This is ridiculous. It's unspeakably wonderful. In that case, nothing in the world would not be the Sangha. If everything in the world were the Sangha, then why would the Sangha have to assemble together? I think it is something I've never seen or heard of before. It's truly unprecedented. The word precept is pratimoksha in Sanskrit. It is also called shila. The meaning is to stop evil and guard against transgressions. Don't do any evil, offer up all good conduct. Once an elderly Upasaka asked an elderly Bodhisattva, a person who had left the home life for a long time, how to cultivate the way. The high monk said to him, "You should not do any evil and offer up on good conduct." The elderly Upasaka said, "I needed you to tell me that. Even a 3-year-old knows that phrase." The high monk replied, "A 3-year-old child may know the words, but most 80-year-olds can't put them into practice. In this day and age, a lot of people set up groups and call themselves a Sangha. You should find out how many precepts they have received. If they have not taken the complete precepts, they cannot refer to themselves as Sangha. If they protest and say that they are new and different, then they should not call themselves Buddhists. If they do not venerate and adhere to the long-standing rules and precepts of Buddhism, what kind of Buddhists are they? Neo-Buddhists, they reply. Then ask them, what's new about them? The Buddha himself could speak Dharma in their heavens. He could speak Dharma in their hells. He could proclaim the Dharma among people and go to the dragon palaces to teach. Where can these neo-Buddhists speak Dharma? Ask them that. That's myth, they may reply. Of course we can't go there. You can create your own myths. You can be living myths. If any one of them had the abilities of a certain one of my disciples present in this assembly, who has opened his 5 eyes, they still would not have the right to change the structure of the Buddha Dharma, and they don't have nearly as much talent. What right do they have to enter Buddhism? When you go into business, you have to have some capital. If you want to be a high official in government, you have to be a college graduate. If these people decide to be neo-Buddhists, what is their foundation? What they retort is, we teach the Buddha's 4 truths, the 6 paramitas, and the 12 conditioned rings, and we use the Buddhist mantras. We recite the sutras of the Buddha. Then ask them, if you recite the Buddhist sutras and recite the Buddhist mantras, in what way are you new? It's too paradoxical. I hope you young American students will strive to counteract this mistake. Otherwise, the decline of the Dharma is imminent. Shakyamuni Buddha himself predicted that in the Dharma Ending Age, the children and grandchildren of the demons would come into the world in full force. And when Shakyamuni Buddha subdued the demon kings and controlled the adherents of external paths, the demon Po soon confirmed this. He said, "I can't get at you right now, but in the future I will certainly destroy your teaching." "How will you manage to do that?" inquired the Buddha. "I will have my children and grandchildren enter your religion, eat your food, wear your clothes, and sully your vessels with excrement and urine. They will destroy your religion from within. Because of them, no one will believe you." Now is the time that he spoke of. Shakyamuni Buddha long ago saw that is taking place today. They will wear the Buddha's clothes, they will eat the Buddha's food. But within Buddhism, they won't do the Buddha's work. Among the Buddha's disciples, the Venerable Upali was foremost in holding precepts. The Buddhism there are Vinaya masters who specialize in maintaining the precepts, and there are Dharma masters who explain the sutras and speak the Dharma. Dharma master who has 2 meanings. One who gives the Dharma to others and one who takes the Dharma as master. There are also teaching masters who investigate the teachings, and there are dhyana masters who investigate trance and sit in meditation. When the Buddha was in the world, people relied on the Buddha as their teacher. When the Buddha left the world, he instructed the bhikshus and bhikshunis to take the precepts as their teacher. So the most important thing for them is to guard the precepts. Vinaya masters such as the Venerable Upali specialize in this. He says, "I based myself on the Buddha's teaching of precepts. encompassing the 3,000 awesome departments. To determine the meaning of 3,000 awesome departments, you calculate the 250 visual precepts with regard to walking, the 250 precepts with regard to sitting, the 250 precepts with regard to standing, and the 250 precepts with regarding to lying down. Thus total 1,000 awesome departments, which multiplied by the 3 karmas of body, mouth, and mind, make 3,000. Each of the 4 great awesome departments of walking, sitting, standing, and lying down has its particular aspect. 1. Walk like the wind. This wind does not refer to a hurricane, but to a gentle breeze, a zephyr. One should walk in a slow and stately manner, and not be impulsive and rush around recklessly. 2. Stand like a pine, stand up straight like a pine tree, and do not slouch and lean this way or that. 3. Sit like a bell. This refers to a huge heavy bell of old that hung solid and unmoving. 4. Lie like a bow. Like a bow, one should lie down in the auspicious lying down position. Lie on your right side with your right hand under your cheek and your left hand resting on your left thigh. The 80,000 subtle aspects. 80,000 is a round figure. It refers to the 84,000 aspects of conduct. This figure is derived by multiplying the departments of the 3 karmas of body, mouth, and mind by their 7 branches: greed, hatred, stupidity, killing, stealing, lying, harsh speech, loose speech, and gossip, making 21,000, and multiplying them by the 4 afflictions: greed, hatred, stupidity, and sum of each. That is what the 80,000 subtle aspects refer to. I upheld these aspects, continues the Venerable Upali, and both in my direct karma and my contributing karma became pure. Direct karma refers to the 4 fundamental prohibitions: killing, stealing, lust, and lying. Any of these acts is fundamentally wrong and in the direct violation. If one commits one of these 4 prohibited deeds, there is no chance of repentance. That's what is said. But if you actually violate one of these precepts and you firmly resolve to change your ways, you still have a chance. Contributing karma refers to acts which lead you to commit offenses which you basically would never have committed. For instance, there was once a person who received the 5 precepts, but eventually he found it hard to guard them, and decided one day that it wouldn't hurt if he took a little drink or wine. I can see the sense in holding to the precepts against killing, stealing, lust, and lying, but I don't think it would matter to transgress the prohibition against alcohol. He rationalized. So he went out and bought some brandy, or perhaps it was whiskey. He got back home with a bottle, but then realized he didn't have any appetizers to accompany the drink. A little fried chicken to trace this whiskey would be great, he mused. Just as he thought that, the neighbor stricken straight into his yard, glancing quickly to the left and right, and finding no one looking, he snatched up the pullet, thereby violating the precept against stealing. Then he lopped off the chicken's head, breaking the precept against killing. Engrossed in his whiskey and fried chicken, he noticed the neighbor lady approaching. I lost one of my chickens, he said. Have you seen it? I haven't seen it, he denied, thereby violating the precept against lying. Then he took a second look at the woman. Although she wasn't stunning, she was certainly passable. His lust arose and he had his way with her. All that happened because he violated the precept against taking intoxicants. That's how contributing karma works. This is also why he said that eating meat is a violation of the precept against killing. If you didn't eat meat, you wouldn't have any connection with the slaughter of animals. The same goes for cultivating the earth. People who strictly adhere to the precepts do not plow the earth, because in doing so you can kill many living beings. These are all examples of contributing karma. The Venerable Yupali explains, I upheld the precepts until all aspects of my karma were purified. My body and mind became tranquil, and I accomplished arhatship. When extreme purity was reached, I was certified to the fruition of sagehood. Sutra. In the first Commons Assembly, I am a governor of the law. The Buddha himself certified my mind's upholding of the precepts and my genuine cultivation of them. I am considered a leader of the assembly. Commentary. In the first Commons Assembly, I am a governor of the law. He was a superior seated one, a leader of the assembly. He was a model for everyone, exemplary in the Dharma. Multitudes of people studied with him. The precepts were governed by the Venerable Yupali. The Buddha himself certified my mind's upholding of the precepts and my genuine cultivation of them. The World-Honored One personally verified my vigor in upholding the precepts. I firmly maintained the precepts and cultivated according to them. I am considered a leader of the assembly, since I am foremost in holding the precepts. Sutra. The Buddha asks about perfect penetration. I disciplined the body until the body attained ease and comfort. Then I disciplined the mind until the mind attained penetrating clarity. After that, the body and mind experienced keen and thorough absorption. This is the foremost method. Commentary. The Buddha asks about perfect penetration. He wants to know which of us has achieved it. I disciplined the body until the body attained ease and comfort. I upheld the precepts in order to cultivate the body. Then I disciplined the mind until the mind attained penetrating clarity. When I had cultivated the body to the point that I did not transgress the precepts involving the body, I then cultivated the mind. I maintained the precepts in my mind. The precepts involving the body belong to the practices of the arhats of the small vehicle. Precepting the mind is what Bodhisattvas do. Bodhisattvas do not violate precepts even in their minds. After that, the body and mind experience keen and thorough absorption. My body and mind were extremely comfortable and blissful. This is the foremost method. The Dharma door of holding the precepts to cultivate the body is the number one way, in my opinion. Sutra. Great Maudgalyayana arose from his seat, bowed at the Buddha's feet, and said to the Buddha, Once, when I was out on the road begging for food, I met the three Kashyapa brothers, Uruvilva, Gaya, and Nadi, who proclaimed for me the first Karma's profound principle of causes and conditions. I immediately brought forth resolve and obtained a great understanding. Commentary. Great Maudgalyayana rose from his seat, bowed at the Buddha's feet, and said to the Buddha, Maudgalyayana's name is descended from bean gatherers. He said, Once, when I was out on the road begging for food, I met the three Kashyapa brothers, Uruvilva, Gaya, and Nadi. Uruvilva's name means papaya growth, and he got the name because he had a growth on his body that was shaped like a papaya. Gaya was named after a mountain. Nadi was named after a river. The three brothers proclaimed for me the first Karma's profound principle of causes and conditions. They discussed the Buddha's Dharma, specifically the doctrine of causes and conditions. That is, I say that the dharmas which arise from conditions are all empty, that they are all also given the name falseness, and that they are known as the meaning of the middle way. When they elaborated on this meaning, I immediately brought forth resolve and obtained a great understanding. Earlier, Shariputra had heard the above verse, had become enlightened, and had been certified to the first stage of arhatship. He returned to his living quarters and told Maudgalyana, I encountered some bhikshus today who are disciples of the Buddha. They spoke a verse for me. When Shariputra repeated the verse for Mahamaudgalyana, he too became enlightened. The two of them then went together to take refuge with the Buddha and bow to him as their teacher. Some say that Shariputra encountered the Bhikshu Yashvayit who spoke this verse for him. All dhammas arise from conditions. All dhammas cease because of conditions. The Buddha, the great Shramana, often spoke of this. They say that this verse brought about Shariputra's awakening. In general, he heard the disciples talking about the Dharma of causes and conditions and became enlightened, as did Maudgalyana. The profound principle refers to Dharmas used to teach bodhisattvas. Dharma used for arhats would be shallow principles. The profound principles, then, are the state of the great vehicle. Sutra, the first command accepted me, and the kashaya was on my body, and my hair fell out by itself. I roamed in the 10 directions, having no impeding obstructions. I discovered my spiritual penetrations, which are esteemed as unsurpassed, and I accomplished arhatship. Commentary. The first command accepted me, and the kashaya was on my body. When I arrived at the Buddha's place, he said, It's good you've come, be sure. Let your hair fall by itself, and the kashaya clothe you. By the power of the Buddha's spiritual penetrations, Maudgalyana's hair and beard fell away at those words. In those times, when someone decided to leave home, they did so immediately. They didn't stop to think it over. They were not like people of today who can never make up their minds. When Maudgalyana's hair and beard fell out, he assumed the appearance of a bhikshu. He raced around in the 10 directions, having no impeding obstructions. Maudgalyana was foremost in spiritual penetrations. After he left home life, he obtained spiritual powers that allowed him to go to all the worlds of the 10 directions and perform changes and transformations at will. His spiritual penetrations were unhindered. I discovered my spiritual penetrations, which I esteemed as unsurpassed, and I accomplished arhatship. Sutra, not only the world-honored one, but the first commands of the 10 directions praise my spiritual powers as perfectly clear and pure, masterful, and fearless. Commentary. Not only the world-honored one, but the first command of the 10 directions praise my spiritual powers. It's not just the world-honored one, Shakyamuni Buddha, who praises me. The first commands of the 10 directions acclaim my spiritual penetrations and wonderful functioning. They commend them as perfectly clear and pure, masterful, and fearless. Sutra. The Buddha asks about perfect penetration. By means of a spiral-like attention to the profound, the light of my mind was revealed. Just as the muddy water clears, eventually it became pure and dazzling. This is the foremost method. Commentary. The Buddha asked about perfect penetration. Now the Buddha is questioning his disciples, each person who cultivates the way, as to what particular skill they developed that brought about their enlightenment. By means of a spiral-like attention to the profound, I worked my way back to profound purity, until the light of my mind was revealed. My mind emitted light, just as muddy water clears. It was just like letting turbid water settle until it becomes pure. Eventually it became pure and dazzling. When it had settled long enough, It was naturally clear and sparkling. This is the foremost method. I cultivated the skill of spiraling back to the profundity of the nature of the treasury of the first command. This is the best way. Sutra. Ujjwala came before the Buddha, put his palms together about the Buddha's feet, and said to the Buddha, I can still remember how many kalpas ago I was filled with excessive greed and desire. There was a Buddha in the world named King of Emptiness. He said that people with too much desire turn into a raging mass of fire. He taught me to contemplate the coolness and warmth throughout my entire body. Commentary. Ujjwala is a powerful warrior lord. He is one of those whom this sutra refers to as Vara sacred traces, that is, Dharma protectors. The history of these Dharma protectors was as follows. Limitless kalpas ago, there was a wheel-turning king whose first wife gave birth to 1,000 sons. The wheel-turning king understood the Buddha Dharma. He had his 1,000 sons draw lots. They would become Buddhas in the order of the numbers they drew. The 1,000 Buddhas of this kalpa, the worthy kalpa, are the sons of that wheel-turning king. Kanaka-muni Buddha became the first Buddha, and Shakyamuni Buddha was the fourth Buddha of the auspicious kalpa, so called because it is a time when worthies and sages appear in the world. Another of the wheel-turning king's wives had 2 sons. The eldest son vowed that when each of his 1,000 brothers became a Buddha, he would go to that place and make offerings to them. The younger brother made a vow that when each of his brothers became a Buddha, he would go and protect him. He would be a very powerful lord. Why does it say that he came before the Buddha instead of saying that he arose from his seat? This is because very powerful lords are spirits, and spirits cannot sit in the presence of the Buddha. They stand. There is no seat available to them in the Buddha's assemblies. As for ghosts, they are not only forbidden to sit down, they aren't even given a place to stand. They must kneel. The Dharma protectors must kneel to hear the Dharma. In this very assembly now, there are many ghosts kneeling to listen to the sutra. If you can see them yourself, you don't have to take my word for it. You can ask my disciple who has his 5 eyes open. He will tell you. Ujjwala came before the Buddha, put his palms together, bowed at the Buddha's feet, and said to the Buddha, I can still remember how many kalpas ago I was filled with excessive greed and desire. This person had a tremendous amount of desire. He was obsessed with women. He probably inherited it from his father, who, as a wheel-turning king, also had a lot of desire and lust. At that time, there was a Buddha in the world named King of Emptiness. He spoke Dharma for me. He said that people with too much desire turn into a raging mass of fire. In the future, they will fall into the hells and be seared by a furious fire. The first one, King of Emptiness, taught me to contemplate the coolness and warmth throughout my entire body. Why do people have excessive desire? It comes from a fire of desire in the body. So the Buddha, King of Emptiness, had him return the light and look within at the fire in his own body. He observed the fire of his desire. Sutra, a spiritual light, coalesced inside and transformed my thoughts of excessive lust into the fire of wisdom. After that, when any of the Buddhas summoned me, they used the name Firehead. Commentary. I contemplated the fire in my body, and after a long time I came to abhor it and to be alarmed about it. Once I became alarmed, I no longer liked the thoughts of desire, and I gradually did away with them. Once they were gone, a spiritual light coalesced inside. He produced his own light and transformed my thoughts of excessive lust into the fire of wisdom. A change took place in his obsessive thoughts of desire, which turned into fiery wisdom. After that, when any of the Buddhas summoned me, they used the name Firehead. They called him Firehead Vajra, or Tou Jin Gang. Sutra. From the strength of the firelight samadhi, I accomplished a hardship. I made a great vow that when each of the Buddhas accomplishes the way, I will be powerful knight and in person subdue the demon's hatred. Commentary. From the strength of the firelight samadhi, I accomplished a hardship. I then made a great vow that when each of the Buddhas accomplishes the way, I will be a powerful knight and in person subdue the demon's hatred. When each of the 1,000 Buddhas of the worthy end accomplishes the way, I will be a powerful and great warlord, a big Dharma protector, and tame all the demons and enemies. Sutra. The Buddha asks about perfect penetration. I used attentive contemplation of the effects of heat in my body and mind until it became unobstructed and penetrating, and all my outflows were consumed. I produced a blazing brilliance and ascended to enlightenment. This is the foremost method. Commentary. The Buddha asks each of his disciples about perfect penetration. I used attentive contemplation of the effects of heat in my body and mind until it became unobstructed and penetrating, and all my outflows were consumed. The effects of heat were turned into the fire of wisdom, and my inherent nature within was unhindered and flowed freely. It burned away all my outflows, and I produced a blazing brilliance and ascended to enlightenment. This is the foremost method, the best Dharma door. Sutra. The Bodhisattva, maintaining the ground, arose from his seat, bowed at the Buddha's feet, and said to the Buddha, I remember when universal light first came on appeared in the world in the past. I was a bhikshu who continually worked on making level the major roads, ferry landings, and the dangerous spots in the ground where the disrepair might hinder or harm carriages or horses. I did everything from building bridges to hauling sand. Commentary. The Bodhisattva, maintaining the ground, arose from his seat, bowed at the Buddha's feet, and said to the Buddha, I remember when universal light first came on appeared in the world in the past. I was a bhikshu who continually worked on making level the major roads and ferry landings. When universal light first came on was in the world, I left the home life and was a bhikshu who repaired highways. Ferry landings here includes a reference to forts, to places where small streams crossed the path. He would place a piece of wood across to make it easy for people to pass by. He also repaired dangerous spots in the ground. Sometimes the earth would be rugged or bumpy or flat and broad. These were cases of disrepair, which means the path was impassable. The disrepair might hinder or harm carriages or horses. I worked on making these kinds of roadways level. If there were ruts and potholes, I filled them. If there were bumps, I smoothed them out. I made the roads even. I did everything from building bridges to hauling sand. Sutra. I was diligent in this hard labor throughout the appearance of limitless Buddhas in the world. If there were beings at the walls and gates of the cities who needed someone to carry their goods, I would carry them all the way to their destination, set the things down, and leave without taking any recompense. Commentary. I was diligent in this hard labor throughout the appearance of limitless Buddhas in the world. This hard labor refers to such tasks as hauling sand and building bridges. He continued to do this kind of work during life after life. If there were beings at the walls and gates of the cities who needed someone to carry their goods, I would carry them all the way to their destination. If there were peddlers along the ways, along the walls and gates of the cities, who sold goods that needed to be hauled, I would haul them, either balancing the load on my head or back, or carrying it in my arms. When I got there, they wanted to go. I would set the things down and leave. I would unload the materials they bought and go on my way without taking any recompense. That means that he would not only not ask for and expect money, but he would refuse it if it was offered. This is the kind of ascetic practice that maintaining the ground Bodhisattva practices. Sutra. When the Buddha Vipassin appeared in the world, there was a worldwide famine. I would carry people on my back, and no matter how far the distance, I would only accept a small coin. If there was an ox cart stuck in the mud, I would use my spiritual strength to push the wheels and get it out of difficulty. Commentary. When the Buddha Vipassin appeared in the world, there was a worldwide famine. No one had anything to eat. Vipassin means pervading everywhere with ease. Pian yi chia zi cai. As the famine spread, people would evacuate areas en masse, trying to get out of the stricken places. Some people in the exodus could not walk, and so maintaining the earth Bodhisattva would carry them. I would carry people on my back, and no matter how far the distance, I would only accept one small coin. Whether it was a short trip or a long journey, he always took the same amount of money, one small coin. I didn't want any more. If there was an ox cart stuck in the mud, I would use my spiritual strength to push the wheels and get it out of difficulty. When it rained a lot, the water would stand in the roads and the mud would become so thick it was not easy for people to walk. When a cart tried to pass, it would get bogged down. Maintaining the ground, Bodhisattva said that he had great strength, a spiritual force, and so he would push the wheels and pull the cart out of its predicament. Sutra. Once a king asked the Buddha to accept a vegetarian feast. At that time, I served the Buddha by leveling the road as he went. Vipassin thus come on wrapped my crown and said, "You should level your mind ground, then everything else in the world would be level." Commentary. Once the king asked the Buddha to accept a vegetarian feast. The king of the country was a faithful follower of the Buddha, and he invited the Buddha to accept a vegetarian offering. At that time, I served the Buddha by leveling the road as he went. On the road the Buddha traveled, I smoothed out all the uneven places as he went along. Vipassin thus come and wrapped my crown and said, "You should level your mind ground. Then everything else in the world would be level. When the mind ground is even, all the other ground in the world will be even quite naturally." Maintaining the ground, Bodhisattva had worked for such a long time at leveling the earth, which was fundamentally level to begin with, but he had been leveling things physically, while the ground of his own nature was not yet level. Vipassin thus come and told him to level the ground of his own mind, for once he had done that, all other ground would be level as well. The mind ground just means the ground of one's own nature. Sutra. Immediately my mind opened up, and I saw that the particles of earth composing my own body were no different from all the particles of earth that made up the world. The nature of those particles of dust was such that they did not connect with one another, nor could they be touched by the blade of a sword. Commentary. When I heard Vipassin explain this Dharma door, immediately my mind opened up. I became enlightened, and I saw that the particles of earth composing my own body were no different from all the particles of earth that made up the world. My body was made of particles of dust, nothing more, and they were the same as the particles of dust that composed everything else in the world. The nature of those particles of dust was such that they did not connect with one another. They did not come in contact with one another, nor could they be touched by the blade of a sword. Even the stroke of a sword could not disrupt them, and so could not harm my body, because my body was the same as emptiness. I had no appearance of self. Sutra. Within the Dharma nature, I awakened to the patience with the non-production of dharmas and accomplished arhatship. I brought my mind back to the extent that I have now entered the ranks of the Bodhisattvas. Hearing the first Kawan proclaim the wonderful lotus flower, the level of the Buddha's knowledge and vision, I have already been certified as having understood and am a leader in the assembly. Commentary. Within the Dharma nature, I awakened to the patience with the non-production of dharmas and accomplished arhatship. I brought my mind back. I turned from the small and returned to the great, to the extent that I have now entered the ranks of the Bodhisattvas. Hearing the first Kawan proclaim the wonderful lotus flower, that is the great Shurangama Samadhi, that subtle, wonderful Dharma, the level of the Buddha's knowledge and vision, I have already been certified as having understood and am a leader in the assembly. I can testify to this Dhamma door. Sutra. The Buddha asks about perfect penetration upon attentive contemplation of the body and the environment. I saw that these two dusts are exactly the same, that fundamentally everything is the treasury of the first Kaman, but that an empty falseness arises and creates the dust. When the dust is eliminated, wisdom is perfected, and one accomplishes the unsurpassed way. This is the foremost method. Commentary. The Buddha asks about perfect penetration upon attentive contemplation of the body and the environment. I saw that these two dusts are exactly the same. There is no difference between the body and mind and the world. I saw that fundamentally everything is the treasury of the first Kaman, but that an empty falseness arises and creates the dust. Within the illusory falseness, defilement grows. When the dust is eliminated, wisdom is perfected, and one Sutra. The pure youth moonlight arose from his seat, bowed at the Buddha's feet, and said to the Buddha, I remember that long ago, beyond compass as many as there are sands in the Ganges, there was a Buddha in the world named Water God, who taught all the Bodhisattvas to cultivate the contemplation of water and enter samadhi. Commentary. The pure youth moonlight entered the way as a virgin youth. He left the home life when he was quite young, as he speaks now. However, he was not a youth, he was an elder among the Bodhisattvas. People referred to him as a pure youth because he entered the way when he was young and undefiled. He arose from his seat, bowed at the Buddha's feet, and said to the Buddha, I remember that long ago, beyond the compass as many as there are sands in the Ganges, there was a Buddha in the world named Water God. He taught all the Bodhisattvas to cultivate the contemplation of water and enter samadhi. He practiced the samadhi of water contemplation. Sutra. I reflected upon how throughout the body the essence of water is not in discord. I started with the mucus and salvia and went on through digestive juices, phlegm, semen, blood, to urine and excrement. As it revolved through my body, the nature of water was identical. I saw that the water in my body was not at all different from that in the world outside, even that in royal lands of floating banners with all their seas of fragrant waters. Commentary. I reflected upon how throughout the body the essence of water is not in discord. It does not contend with itself. I started with mucus and saliva and went on through investigating each in detail: digestive juices, which lie below the throat; phlegm, which lies above the throat; semen, blood, to urine and excrement. As it revolved through my body, the nature of water was identical. It circulated throughout my body, ending and beginning continually as it revolved. Throughout it all, the essence of water remained the same. I saw that the water in my body was not at all different from that in the world outside, even that in royal lands of floating banners, with all their seas of fragrant waters. The royal lands of floating banners refers to the base of Mount Sumeru. All these kinds of water were the same. There was no distinction to be made among them. Sutra. At that time, when I first succeeded in the contemplation of water, I could see only water. I still had not gotten beyond my physical body. Commentary. At that time, when I first succeeded in the contemplation of water, I could see only water. All the waters in my body were united as one, and the water of my body and the water of the external environment were also joined. But I still had not gotten beyond my physical body. I still had a body. I hadn't experienced the state of having no body. Sutra. I was a bhikshu then, and once when I was in dhyana repose in my room, a disciple of mine peeked in the window and saw only pure water there, which filled the entire room. He saw nothing else. Commentary. I was a bhikshu then, and once when I was in dhyana repose in my room, I was in a quiet room sitting in dhyana cultivating the water contemplation samadhi. A disciple of mine peeked in the window and saw only pure water there, which filled the entire room. He saw nothing else. This youth swept the walks, cleaned up the place, cooked the food, and in general served this bhikshu. He looked in my window that day and saw nothing but clear water filling up the entire room. There wasn't anything else in there at all. Sutra. The lad was young and not knowing any better. He picked up a tile and tossed it into the water. It hit the water with a plunk. He gazed around and then left. When I came out of concentration, I was suddenly aware of a pain in my heart, and I felt like Shariputra must have felt when he met that cruel ghost. Commentary. The lad was young, and not knowing any better, he picked up the tile and tossed it into the water. The disciple was a young child and didn't have much sense. He found a little square of tile and threw it in the window into the water. It hit the water with a plunk. He gazed around and then left. The child stood there, peering in and wondering. My teacher's in that room meditating. Why is the whole place full of water? Then he threw a stone into the water, looked all around, and left. When I came out of concentration, I was suddenly aware of a pain in my heart, and I felt like Shariputra must have felt when he met that cruel ghost. The pure youth moonlight is referring to the time when Shariputra was meditating, and a couple of ghosts passed by in the air. One was named unreasonably cruel, and the other was named repeatedly cruel. Repeatedly said to unreasonably, "How about if I hit that shamana over the head, the one that's there meditating?" Unreasonably said, you don't want to hit a shamana. Better not mess with a cultivator of the way." After he left, repeatedly did not heed his advice. He took a bludgeon and whacked Shariputra over the head with it. When Shariputra came out of samadhi, he had a headache. He thought, "I've already been certified to the fruition of arhatship and I haven't any illness, so why does my head ache?" So he went to ask the Buddha about it. You were struck by the ghost called repeatedly cruel, the Buddha answered, and as a result of what he did to you, he has already fallen into the relentless hells, the abysses. The blow he dealt you was so powerful it could have split Mount Sumeru in half had it been aimed in that direction. Fortunately, you have strong samadhi power, otherwise you would have been smashed into smithereens. That's how Shariputra got a headache. Now, the disciple of the pure youth moonlight threw a tile in the water of his samadhi, and when he came out of samadhi, his heart hurt. Sutra, I thought to myself, I am already an arhat and have long since abandoned conditions that bring on illness. Why is it that today I suddenly have a pain in my heart? Am I about to lose the position of non-retreat? Commentary. The Bodhisattva Moonlight thought to himself, I am already an arhat and have long since abandoned conditions that bring on illness. I shouldn't get sick, so why is it that today I suddenly have a pain in my heart? Am I about to lose the position of non-retreat? Am I losing the position of hardship I have gained? Am I retreating from my resolve for the way? Sutra. Just then, the young lady came promptly to me and related what had happened. I quickly said to him, when you see the water again, you may open the door, wade into the water, and remove the tile. The child was obedient, so that when I re-entered Samadhi, he again saw the water and the tile as well. He opened the door and took it out. When I came out of concentration, my body had returned to normal. Commentary. Just then, the young lady came promptly to me and related what had happened. I quickly said to him, when you see the water again, you may open the door, wade into the water, and remove the tile. The child was obedient, so that when I re-entered Samadhi, he again saw the water and the tile as well. The pure youth moonlight entered into Samadhi once more, and the youth saw water into the room again, and he could also see the tile in it. He opened the door and took it out. He came in and removed the tile. When I came out of concentration, my body was as it had been before. My heart didn't hurt anymore. Sutra. I encountered limitless Buddhas and cultivated in this way until the coming of the first Kamwan, king of masterful penetrations of mountains and seas. Then I finally had no body. My nature and the seas of fragrant waters throughout the 10 directions were identical with true emptiness, without any duality or difference. Now I am with the first Kamwan and am known as a pure youth, and I have joined the assembly of Bodhisattvas. Commentary. I encountered limitless Buddhas and cultivated in this way until the coming of the first Kamwan, king of masterful penetrations of mountains and seas. I cultivated the contemplation of water in this fashion under limitless, boundless first Kamwans. When the Buddha called king of masterful penetrations of mountains and seas entered the world, I finally had no body. At that point in my cultivation of the contemplation of water, the waters outside and the waters within my body united, and my own body disappeared. My nature and the seas of fragrant waters throughout the 10 directions were identical with the true emptiness, without any duality or difference. When he succeeded in his cultivation of the great water contemplation samadhi, he became one with all the bodies of water. Now I am with the first Kamwan, and am known as a pure youth, and I have joined the assembly of Bodhisattvas. Now, in the presence of Shakyamuni Buddha, I am known as a pure youth, and am part of the Bodhisattva assembly. Sutra. The Bodhisattva asks about perfect penetration by means of the nature of water. I penetrated through the flaw of a single flavor, and I obtained patience with the non-production of dharmas and the perfection of some body. This is the foremost method. Commentary. Now the Buddha asks all his disciples about the Dharma door of perfect penetration, which they obtained. By means of the nature of water, I penetrated through to the flow of a single flavor. I used the contemplation of water, of the essence of water, to find the single flavor of water that flows through everything. I obtained patience with the non-production of dharmas and the perfection of buddhi. This is the foremost method. In my opinion, the contemplation of water is the best dharma door. Sutra. The Dharma Prince Vaidurya light arose from his seat, bowed at the Buddha's feet, and said to the Buddha, I can still remember back through aeons as many as the sands in the Ganges to the time of a Buddha named Limitless South, who instructed the Bodhisattvas that fundamental enlightenment is wonderful and bright. He taught them to contemplate this world and all the beings in it as forms conditions propelled by the power of wind. Commentary. The Dharma brings Vaidurya light. Vaidurya is a blue gemstone. Dharma Prince is a title given to Bodhisattvas. He arose from his seat, bowed at the Buddha's feet, and said to the Buddha, I can still remember back through aeons as many as the sands in the Ganges to the time of a Buddha named Limitless South. The Buddha called Limitless South instructed the Bodhisattvas that fundamental enlightenment is wonderful and bright. He taught them to contemplate this world and all the beings in it as false conditions propelled by the power of wind. The Dharma Prince Vaidurya light accomplished his deeds in the way through the element wind. Sutra. At that time, I contemplated the position of the world, and I regarded the passage of time in the world. I reflected on the movement and stillness in my body. I considered the arising of thoughts in the mind. All these kinds of movement were non-dual. They were equal and the same. Commentary. At that time, I contemplated the position of the world, that is, how the world system was established. I regarded the passage of time in the world. I looked into the cause of past, present, and future. I reflected on the movement and stillness in my body. I considered the arising of thoughts in the mind. As soon as we give rise to thought, we have created wind within our minds. Once there is wind in our minds, there are many kinds of external winds arise. All these kinds of movement were non-dual. The substance and appearance of all the various movements are equal and the same. There is no distinction to be made among them. Sutra. I then understood that the nature of movement does not come from anywhere and does not go anywhere. Every single material particle throughout the 10 directions and every upside-down living being in it is of the same empty falseness. Commentary. I then understood that the nature of movement does not come from anywhere and does not go anywhere. At that time, I comprehended the essence of movement. Every single material particle throughout the 10 directions and every upside-down living being in it is of the same empty falseness. They are all empty and false, created from one identical illusion. Sutra. And so, throughout the 3,000 great thousand worlds, the living beings in each of the worlds were like so many mosquitoes confined in a trap and droning monotonously, caught in those few square inches, their hum built to a maddening crescendo. Not long after I encountered the Buddha, I attained patience with the non-production of dharmas. Commentary. And so throughout the 3,000 great thousand world, so it goes from one wound to a small thousands of wounds, on through 1,000 small thousands of wounds, that is, a middle thousands of wound systems, and on through 1,000 middle thousands of wounds, which makes a great thousands of wounds. All through the 3,000 great thousand wounds, the living beings in each of the wounds were like so many mosquitoes confined in a trap and droning monotonously. They were like a great mass of mosquitoes trapped in a vessel. Each mosquito in the container emitted its own sound, caught in those few square inches. Their hum built to a maddening crescendo. Inside such a small space, their drowning reverberated madly. I contemplated in this way, and not long after I encountered the Buddha. I attained patience with the non-production of dharmas. Sutra, my mind then opened, and I could see the country of the Buddha unmoving in the east. I became a Dharma prince and served the Buddhas of the 10 directions. My body and mind emit a light that makes them completely clear and translucent. Commentary, my mind then opened, and I could see the country of the Buddha unmoving in the east. I worked at perfecting this skill for a long time with a concentrated mind, allowing no other false thoughts to enter. Eventually, I became enlightened. My mind opened, and I could see Yakshophya Medicine Master Buddha in the east. He is known as the Buddha Unmoving and also as the Vara Buddha. I became a Dharma prince at that place and served the Buddhas of the 10 directions. My body and mind emit a light that makes them completely clear and translucent. I kept cultivating until my mind had light and my body had light. It penetrated within and without and was totally unhindered. Sutra, the Buddha asks about perfect penetration. I contemplated the power of wind as lacking anything to rely on, and I awakened to the Buddha mind. I entered Samadhi and meshed with a single, wonderful mind transmitted by all the Buddhas of the 10 directions. This is a foremost method. Commentary. The Buddha asks about perfect penetration. I contemplated the power of wind as lacking anything to rely on. That is, the wind has no substantial nature of its own. It has no self-nature. From this, I awakened to the Buddha mind. I entered Samadhi and meshed with a single, wonderful mind transmitted by all the Buddhas of the 10 directions. I received the transmission of the Buddha's mind sealed Dharma door. This is the foremost method. The Dharma door of contemplating the unmoving power of wind is the best way, I think. I accomplished my way karma by contemplating the element wind. Sutra. Treasury of emptiness Bodhisattva arose from his seat, bowed at the Buddha's feet, and said to the Buddha, "The first Come-on and I attained boundless bodies at the place of the Buddha, Samadhi light." Commentary. Treasury of emptiness Bodhisattva accomplished the way by means of the element emptiness, which is one of the 7 elements discussed previously. Now he relates how in the past he cultivated the method of the contemplation of emptiness. He arose from his seat, bowed at the Buddha's feet, and said to the Buddha, "The first Come-on and I attained boundless bodies at the place of the Buddha, Samadhi light." First Come-on refers to Shakyamuni Buddha. Treasury of emptiness Bodhisattva says his body was like empty space, boundless in its measure. Samadhi light Buddha refers to burning lamp Buddha. During the second great Asamkhya of Shakyamuni Buddha's cultivation, burning lamp Buddha bestowed upon him a prediction of Buddhahood. Sutra. At that time, I held in my hands 4 huge precious pearls, which shone on Buddha lands as many as a mote of dust in the 10 directions, and transformed them into emptiness. Commentary. At that time, after treasury of emptiness, Bodhisattva had attained about this body. He held in his hands 4 huge precious pearls, which shone on Buddha lands as many as the motes of dust in the 10 directions, and transformed them into emptiness. This occurred in innumerable Buddha lands as numerous as 5 particles of dust. Sutra. In my mind there appeared a great perfect mirror which emitted from within 10 kinds of subtle, wonderful precious light that poured out into the 10 directions to the farthest bounds of emptiness. Commentary. Treasury of emptiness from within his everlasting true mind found that there appeared a great perfect mirror. This mirror represents great wisdom. When the 8th consciousness is turned around, it becomes a great perfect mirror wisdom. It emitted from within 10 kinds of subtle, wonderful, precious light that poured out into the 10 directions to the farthest bounds of emptiness. The light was magnificent as it flowed out into all of emptiness throughout the 10 directions. Sutra. All the royal lands of banners came into the mirror and passed into my body. There was no hindrance to this interaction, because my body was like emptiness. Commentary. All the royal lands of banners, that is, all the Buddha lands, came into the mirror and passed into my body. He gathered into the mirror all the Buddha lands in the 10 directions of emptiness throughout the Dharma Realm. Once they were in the mirror, they went on into this body. There was no hindrance to this interaction, because my body was like emptiness. His body was emptiness itself, and emptiness was his body. There was absolutely no difference between his body and emptiness. Sutra. My body could enter with ease as many countries as there are fine motes of dust, and could do the Buddha's work on a wide scale because it had become completely compliant. Commentary. Treasury of emptiness Bodhisattva realized that his body was just emptiness, and emptiness was his body. Therefore, there was no boundary that could be distinguished between the two, and so there was no obstruction between them either. They were fused. From that point on, my body could enter with ease as many countries as there fine motes of dust, and could do the Buddha's work on a wide scale because it had become completely compliant. His body could pervade that many lands. Why did he do when he got to all those places? He helped the Buddhas. How did he do that? He turned all mundane activities into deeds for the Buddha. His having become completely compliant means that he had achieved the greatest degree of ability to accord with living beings. Sutra. I achieved this great spiritual power from contemplating in detail how the 4 elements lack anything to return to, how the production and extinction of false thoughts is no different from emptiness, how all the Buddha lands are basically the same. Once I realized this identity, I obtained patience with the non-production of dharmas. Commentary. I achieved this great spiritual power, the spiritual ability to accord with living beings, from contemplating in detail how the 4 elements lack anything to return to. I studied and reflected on this in detail. The 4 elements of earth, air, fire, and water have no substance. They are not based in anything. I realized that the production and extinction of false thoughts is no different from emptiness. False thoughts give rise to production and extinction. Once I reflected on that, my body became no different from emptiness itself. Even all the Buddha lands are basically the same. The same means that they too fundamentally are emptiness. He was a treasury of emptiness and found everything to be empty. He turned everything into empty space, including the places where there were Buddha lands and the places where there weren't. Once I realized this identity, I obtained patience with the non-production of dharmas. I made this discovery about emptiness, and it brought me this kind of patience. Sutra. The Buddha asks about perfect penetration. I used the contemplation of the boundlessness of emptiness to enter samadhi and attain wonderful power and perfect clarity. This is the foremost method. Commentary. The Buddha asks about perfect penetration. I used the power of the contemplation of the boundlessness of emptiness. Since emptiness had no bounds, my body also became boundless. From contemplating emptiness, I entered a kind of samadhi, the concentration power of emptiness, and I attained wonderful power and perfect clarity. This emptiness samadhi was extremely magnificent. The power of it was totally complete and full of light. This is the foremost method. As for what I, treasury of emptiness Bodhisattva, have. Sutra. Maitreya Bodhisattva arose from his seat, bowed at the Buddha's feet, and said to the Buddha, I remember when, as many kalpas ago as there find motes of dust, a Buddha named Light of Sun, Moon, and Lamp appeared in the world. Under that Buddha I left the whole life. Yet I was deeply committed to worldly fame and liked to fraternize with people of good family. Commentary. Maitreya Bodhisattva is also Ajita. Maitreya is his family name. Ajita his given name. Maitreya means compassionate clan. Tzu Chi. Ajita means invincible. Wu Neng Sheng. Perhaps you have seen images of a fat monk in the dining hall in Buddhist temples. Maitreya is that monk. Maybe this Bodhisattva liked to eat good things and got fat that way. He also liked to laugh, but his laugh was not of course a ha ha ha. Rather, he always had a big smile on his face. He enjoyed playing with children, and so the children were all fond of him in turn. He was always surrounded by them. After Shakyamuni Buddha retires as the teaching host of this world, Maitreya Bodhisattva will take over the position. Shakyamuni Buddha is known as the red young Buddha. When Maitreya Bodhisattva becomes a Buddha, he will be the white young Buddha. This means that when Maitreya Bodhisattva comes to the world as a Buddha, people's blood will be white, not red. People are red-blooded now because of the red young Buddha. When will Maitreya Bodhisattva come into the world? It sounds like a long time when you describe it, but it is not actually so long, because from a Bodhisattva's point of view, it is but the blink of an eye. How long a time will it be? At present, people's average lifespan is about 60 years. Every 100 years, people's lifespan decreases 1 year and their average height decreases on 1 inch. When these have decreased to the point that people's lifespan is around 30 years, there will be a pestilence. People will die very quickly from the disease, even to the point that they will be dead an hour after they contract it. One may call for a doctor, but the doctor will die along with the rest. 50% of the entire population will succumb to the disease. When the lifespan of the remaining 50% reaches 25 years, there will be another calamity. Why must these people die? Because by that time, people's minds will be thoroughly decadent. There will be too many bad people, so heaven and earth will have to eliminate these incorrigibles. They will be unacceptable and will have to be traded in for better ones. In the first block, then, 50% of the people will die when the average lifespan has declined to 25 years. There will be a devastating fire. Not only will people all over the earth be burned, but even those in the first Dhyana heavens will perish. Fire burns the first dhyana. All over the world, the seas will be burned dry. Uncountable people will die in the fire. Even so, some people will escape the Holocaust. When the lifespan of the remaining people reaches about 20 years, there will be a disaster of water. Water drowns the second dhyana. When the lifespan of those who are left is just about 20, there will be a disaster of wind, which will blow through the third dhyana. Heaven, wind rips up the third dhyana. So it is said, in the six desire heavens, all the five sides of decay, above in the third dhyana heavens, is a disaster of wind. Even if people cultivate and reach the heaven of neither thought nor non-thought, it's not as good as going to the western land and coming back again. The six desire heavens are the ones we see overhead: the heaven of the four kings, the Jajashimsha heaven, the Sunyama heaven, the Tushita heaven, the heaven of the bliss from transformations, and the heaven of the comfort gained from others' transformations. Beings in these six desire heavens have to endure the five sides of decay. 1. Their floral crowns wilt. The heavenly beings are crowned with flowers. They do not make the crowns. The crowns naturally appear to adorn them. But when the gods are about to die, what do you suppose happens? The flowers fall. Before a heavenly being's time comes to die, the flowers remain ever fresh. 2. Their clothes get dirty. The clothes worn by the gods and goddesses don't need to be washed, unlike the clothes we people wear, which must be washed after being worn just once. The heavenly beings' clothes don't get dirty until the five sides of decay appear. This is the result of karmic retribution. The filth on their clothing comes from their karmic obstacles. Why do some people smell very bad when they are on the verge of death? Some smell bad even before it's time to die. That is also a result of karma. 3. Their armpits sweat. The gods don't perspire like people do. They never sweat until they are on the verge of dying. 4. Their entire bodies smell. Ordinarily, the heavenly beings emit a sweet fragrance from their person. When they are about to die, however, they smell bad. Usually, though, they don't have to dose themselves with perfume because they naturally smell good. 5. They cannot sit still. They can no longer sit like they used to. They keep recklessly getting up and down as if they were crazy. In the midst of this flurry, they get confused, and as soon as that happens, they die. They fall into this world. Once the three disasters are over, people's lifespan will decrease to 10 years. At that time, people will only reach the height of the dogs of the present day. They will be completely corrupt and act like horses, cows, and pigs, in that they will have desire from the moment they are born. They will also be able to speak as soon as they are born. They will be capable of sexual desire because people's nature flows in emotion. Emotion flows into desire. By that time, people will have totally abandoned themselves to desire. They will marry by the time they are 2 or 3 years old, have children, and die by the time they are 10 years old. But when the lifespan of people reaches only 10 years, an increase will begin. The proportions will be the same. In every century, a year will be added to their lifespan and an inch to their average height. It will increase until the lifespan of people reaches 84,000 years. Then a decrease will begin again, and when the lifespan has decreased to 80,000 years, Maitreya Bodhisattva will come into the world and accomplish Buddhahood. Some religious sects say that Maitreya Bodhisattva has already come to become a Buddha. These are words spoken in a dream. Basically, those people don't understand the Buddha Dharma. Maitreya's coming will happen in a certain way. You can't just explain it any old way. When Maitreya Bodhisattva was cultivating the way, he was always seeking advantage from situations, climbing on conditions. As he said in Chinese, he was always hobnobbing and fraternizing with the rich. So, although he and Shakyamuni Buddha cultivated together at the same time, Maitreya Bodhisattva didn't become a Buddha as quickly as Shakyamuni Buddha did, since he was always climbing on conditions. I certainly believe that he liked to take advantage of situations. How else would he have gotten so fat? He's fat because he liked to eat good food. He didn't get that way just by laughing. He arose from his seat, bowed at the Buddha's feet, and said to the Buddha, I remember when, as many kalpas ago as there find motes of dust, a Buddha named Light of Sun, Moon, and Lamp appeared in the world. Under that Buddha, I left the home life, yet I was deeply committed to worldly fame and like to fraternize with people of good family. I was intent on getting a good reputation. People of good family refers to large families with lots of money. Every country has its wealthy people, and wherever Maitreya Bodhisattva went, he paid no attention to the poor, but went to the homes of the rich to exchange greetings and flatter them. Everywhere he went, he also advertised for himself. It was only this way when he first started to cultivate. But you shouldn't think of Maitreya Bodhisattva as someone who climbs on conditions, because he eventually stopped doing it. The next passage refers to the time when he had already stopped. Sutra. Then the world-honored one taught me to cultivate consciousness, only concentration, and I entered that samadhi. For many eons, I have made use of that samadhi as I performed this for as many Buddhas as there sands in the Ganges. My seeking for worldly name and fame ceased completely and never recurred. Commentary. At present, our desire to climb on conditions and take advantage of situations had not ceased. Maitreya Bodhisattva's ceased long ago. We should study the way in which he stopped climbing on conditions instead of imitating his former bad habits. Then the world-honored one, that is the Buddha of light, the Buddha light of sun, moon, and lamp, taught me to cultivate consciousness, only concentration. The three realms come only from the mind. The myriad dharmas arise only from consciousness. That is the principle of the consciousness, only concentration. I entered that samadhi, and for many aeons I have made use of that samadhi as I performed deeds for as many Buddhas as there sands in the Ganges. I made offerings to as many Buddhas as there find grains of sand in the Ganges river. My seeking for worldly name and fame ceased completely and never recurred. Both my desire to be famous and my habits of catering to the rich and well-born are all gone now. Now I don't climb on conditions and I don't seek name or profit. Sutra. When burning lamp Buddha appeared in the world, I finally accomplished the unsurpassed, wonderfully perfect samadhi of consciousness. Commentary. Maitreya Bodhisattva says, when burning lamp Buddha appeared in the world, I finally accomplished the unsurpassed, wonderfully perfect samadhi of consciousness. He realized in person a perfect penetration that was supremely subtle, the concentration power of the mind consciousness. Sutra. I went on until to the ends of emptiness. All the lands of the first common, whether pure or defined, existent or non-existent, were transformations appearing from within my own mind. Commentary. I went on until to the ends of emptiness. All the lands of the first common, whether pure or defined, existent or non-existent, were transformations appearing from within my own mind. Even the disappearance of emptiness and the pure lands of the first come ones, as well as the impure ones, came from my own mind. They were transformations of my Charya Bodhisattva's consciousness samadhi. Sutra won't honored one because I understand consciousness only thus. The nature of consciousness reveals limitless first come ones. Now I have received the prediction that I will be the next to take the Buddha's place. Commentary. Maitreya Bodhisattva addressed Shakyamuni Buddha, wound honored one, because I understand consciousness only thus. The doctrine explained above, the nature of consciousness reveals. As transformations of the mind consciousness, limitless thus come ones. It manifests countless Buddhas. Now I have received the prediction that I will be the next to take the Buddha's place. I have received a prediction of Buddhahood, and in the future, when Shakyamuni Buddha retires, I will come to the Sahaworld and become a Buddha. Sutra. The Buddha asks about perfect penetration. I was intent upon the contemplation that the 10 directions come only from consciousness. When the conscious mind is perfect and bright, one enters the perfection of the real. One leaves behind reliance on others and attachment to incessant calculating, and attains the patience with non-production of dharmas. This is the foremost method. Commentary. The Buddha asks about perfect penetration. I was intent upon the contemplation that the 10 directions come only from consciousness. Everything in the 10 directions is created from the conscious mind. When the conscious mind is perfect and bright, one enters the perfection of the real. This means wisdom. One leaves behind the aspect of the nature which involves reliance on others, and that nature's incessant calculating, and attains the patience with the non-production of dharmas. This is the foremost method. There are 3 aspects of the nature: reliance on others, incessant calculating, and perfection of the real. From the perfection of the real, people give rise to reliance on others and then to incessant calculating. As an analogy, we can say that the perfection of the real nature is like hemp. The aspect which involves reliance on others is like the hemp when seen as a rope. The incessant calculating of the nature is to see the rope as a snake. For instance, at night, someone might see a rope made of hemp and mistake it for a snake and become frightened. That would be the function of his incessant calculating, which mistook the rope for the snake and reacted to it. He became attached to the idea that it was a snake when, in fact, it wasn't. When he realizes it is a rope, he has recognized his nature that involves reliance on others. When he figures out that what the rope is made of, then he's gotten back to the perfection of the real nature. He sees it for what it really is. When Maitreya Bodhisattva cultivated the concentration of consciousness only, he became enlightened. In this passage, he refers to the 3 aspects of the nature when he says, one enters the perfection of the real and leaves behind reliance on others and incessant calculating. Sutra. Dharma brings great strength together with 52 bodhisattvas of similar rank arose from his seat, bowed at the Buddha's feet, and said to the Buddha. Commentary. Dharma brings great strength, and Kuan Yin Bodhisattva was son of Amitabha Buddha when he was a wheel-turning king in a past life. Once Amitabha Buddha accomplished Buddhahood, these 2 bodhisattvas served him. They are his daily companions, one on his left, one on his right. When Amitabha Buddha retires as teaching host of the Western land of ultimate bliss, in the first half of the night, the Dharma will become extinct. And in the second half of the same night, Kuan Yin Bodhisattva will accomplish Buddhahood there in the land of ultimate bliss. When Kuan Yin Bodhisattva retires as a resident Buddha of the Western land, great strength Bodhisattva will become a Buddha in the same way that Kuan Yin Bodhisattva did. There, in the land of ultimate bliss, great strength Bodhisattva is also known as attained great strength Dashi. He is so powerful that if he raises his hand, moves his foot, or moves his head, the great earth quakes and trembles. When he walks about, the earth shakes. Dharma Prince means Bodhisattva. Together with 52 Bodhisattvas of similar rank, he arose from his seat, bowed at the Buddha's feet, and said to the Buddha, "These 52 Bodhisattvas represent the 10 faiths, the 10 dwellings, the 10 practices, the 10 transferences, the 10 grounds, and the levels of equal enlightenment and wonderful enlightenment, the 52 stages of Bodhisattva practice." Sutra. I remember when, as many eons ago as there are sands in the Ganges, a Buddha called Limitless Light appeared in the world. In that same aeon, there were 12 successive thus come ones. The last was called Light Surpassing the Sun and Moon. That Buddha taught me the Buddha recitation Samadhi. Commentary. I remember when, as many eons ago as there are sands in the Ganges, a Buddha called Limitless Light appeared in the world. In that same aeon, there were 12 successive thus come ones. The last was called Light Surpassing the Sun and Moon. During that one aeon, 12 Buddhas appeared in the world. The 12 was named Light Surpassing the Sun and Moon. That Buddha taught me the Buddha recitation Samadhi. He taught me to recite Namo Amitabha Buddha. Amitabha means limitless light and limitless life. The first Buddha of that aeon was named Limitless Light. Was it the same Buddhist Amitabha Buddha we know? Probably not, because the recent Amitabha Buddha accomplished Buddhahood 10 kalpas ago, but their names were the same. A lot of Buddhas have the same name, just as we people often have first or last name that are the same. Sutra. Suppose there were a person who always remembers someone else, but the someone else he remembers has entirely forgotten about him. If two such people were to meet, even if they were to see each other, they would not take notice. They would not recognize each other. Commentary. Suppose there were a person who always remembers someone else, but the someone else he remembers has entirely forgotten about him. This is an analogy. There are two people, one of whom is always recollecting the other, while the other never remembers the former. Perhaps they are relatives or friends. These two people represent the Buddhas and living beings. The Buddhas are always thinking about us. They are mindful of us living beings, but we living beings never remember the Buddhas. We may happen to study a little of the Buddha Dharma, but we are not very clear about what's being said. So we exclaim, the Buddha Dharma is really wonderful, but we don't know how wonderful it actually is, and that is even more wonderful. Why are the Buddhas mindful of living beings? It is because they see that all living beings are of the same substance. The Buddhas regard all living beings as their past fathers and mothers and as future Buddhas. So the Buddha said, all living beings on the great earth have a Buddha nature. All can become Buddhas. There is not a single living being who cannot become a Buddha. It is this very point that makes doctrines of Buddhism the most lofty and all-encompassing. That is why the Buddhas advocate not killing, not stealing, not committing sexual misconduct, not lying, and not taking intoxicants. Maintaining these 5 precepts is a way of showing one's regard for all living creatures, because the Buddha sees that all living beings are one in substance with himself. He wants to teach and transform them, to take all living beings across to the accomplishment of Buddhahood. We living beings come into this world and renounce the rules while we grasp at the branches. We forget the fundamental matters, turn our backs on enlightenment, and unite with the dust, the very. There are several methods in the Dharma of reciting the Buddha's name. 1. Mindfulness of the Buddha by holding his name. You can recite the name of whichever Buddha you like. For instance, if you like Amitabha Buddha, you can recite Namo Amitabha Buddha. Or perhaps you like to recite Namo our original teacher Shakyamuni Buddha. Maybe you want to recite Namo Medicine Master Buddha who dispels calamities and lengthens life. It's the same with any Buddha throughout the 10 directions. You can recite any name you wish. The object of being mindful of the Buddha is to consolidate your thoughts into one thought of mindfulness of the Buddha, to dispense with all other false thoughts. If you don't have extraneous thoughts, you will not give rise to evil thoughts, and when you don't give rise to evil, you are on the road to good. 2. Mindfulness of the Buddha by contemplating. You consider how Amitabha Buddha has a wide ray of light that shines between his brows. The line of a verse in his praise says, his wide ray of light comes as high as 5 Mount Sumerus. The verse goes on, his violet eyes are as large as the forces. Can you imagine that? If you are small-minded, then your idea of the Buddha will be fairly small when you consider him. If you have a vast state of mind, then your conception of him can be monumental. 3. Mindfulness of the Buddha by contemplating an image. In this method, you look upon an image of Amitabha Buddha while you recite, and as you are mindful of the Buddha, you reflect on his adorned appearance and the characteristics. But I'll tell you, it can even happen that you become possessed by a demon when being mindful of the Buddha. In general, no matter what practice you do, you must have some virtuous conduct, some virtue in the way. When I was in Hong Kong at Taoyu Mountain, at Xing Temple, a bhikshu wanted to do a standing Buddha session. In this practice, one stays in one room and walks continually, and so it is called the continuous walking samadhi, and also the standing Buddha samadhi. For 90 days, one walks in a room without sitting, lying down, or going to sleep. This is a Dharma door of particular vigor. That bhikshu was being mindful of the Buddha while he practiced his Dharma door of continuous walking. One day I noticed that the more he recited, the louder he became until he was bellowing, Namo Amitabha Buddha, Namo Amitabha Buddha. When I heard him reciting that way, I knew he had entered some state, so I went to take a look. He was running around the room reciting like mad. What had happened? In a past life, this bhikshu had been an ox. Since he had performed some merit at a temple by blowing the fields, he had become a monk in this life. However, although he was a monk and his ox-like habits hadn't changed yet, he had a terrific temper. The reason he was running around the room when I found him was that he had seen Amitabha Buddha come, and he was chasing him. What was actually going on? He'd gotten into a demonic state. It wasn't really Amitabha Buddha who had come. It was a water buffalo that had come up out of the sea. This weird water buffalo had transformed itself into an appearance of Amitabha Buddha in order to dupe the monk. The monk thought it was Amitabha Buddha who had come, and so he went running after him. When I got there, I made use of a Dharma and broke up his demonic state. So sometimes you can even be possessed by demons when reciting the Buddha's name. 4. Mindfulness of the Buddha in his actual appearance. This means investigating dhyana, visit and pursue the topic, who is mindful of the Buddha. Now in this passage of text, the person who always remembers in the Buddha and the person who never remembers is we living beings. If two such people were to meet, even if they were to see each other, they would not take notice. Even if they should encounter each other, it would be just as if they hadn't met. Maybe they see each other at some place or other, but their lives don't unite, their energies don't interact because one person remembers but the other one doesn't. They can't get together. Even if they were face to face, it would be as if they were not. Sutra. If two people remember each other until the memory of each is deep, then in life after life, they will be together like a form and its shadow, and they will never be at odds. Commentary. If two people remember each other until the memory of each is deep, if they remember each other very well, then in life after life they will be together like a form and its shadow, and they will never be at odds. Your shadow follows you everywhere and never leaves you. These two people will be that way and will never be at odds. They will never fail to recognize each other or have a falling out. Sutra. Out of pity for living beings, the first commons of the 10 directions are mindful of them as a mother remembers her child. If the child runs away, of what use is the mother's regard? But if the child remembers his mother in the same way that the mother remembers the child, then in life after life, the mother and child will not be far apart. Commentary. Out of pity for living beings, the first commons of the 10 directions are mindful of them as a mother remembers her child. The Buddhas of the 10 directions have a sympathetic regard for living beings in the same way that a mother has regard for her child. If the child runs away, of what use is the mother's regard? Although the mother thinks about him all the time, is of no benefit. But if the child remembers his mother in the same way that the mother remembers the child, then in life after life the mother and child will not be far apart. If they remember each other in the same way, then the mother and child will be together life after life. They won't be separated from each other. That is to say, if the Buddhas are mindful of us living beings, and if we living beings are also mindful of the Buddhas, then for life after life, we will not be separated from them. We will be together. Sutra. If living beings remember the Buddha and are mindful of the Buddha, certainly they will see the Buddha now or in the future. Commentary. If they have a memory of the Buddha and they recite the Buddha's name, it's for sure they can see the Buddha either in this life or in a future life. Sutra. They will never be far from the Buddha and their minds will awaken by themselves without the aid of experience. Commentary. They will become enlightened. Sutra. A person who has been near incense will carry a fragrance on his person. It is the same in this case. It is called an adornment of fragrant light. Commentary. A person who has been near incense will carry a fragrance on his person. If someone is permitted with the fragrance of incense, a fragrance will linger around his body. It is the same in this case. It is called an adornment of fragrant light. Sutra. On the causal ground, I used mindfulness of the Buddha to enter into patience with the non-production of dharmas. Now in this world, I gather in all those who are mindful of the Buddha and bring them back to the Pure Land. Commentary. On the causal ground, I used mindfulness of the Buddha to enter into patience with the non-production of dharmas. Great strength Bodhisattva says that on the causal ground, that is, when he had first brought forth the resolve to cultivate the way as a bhikshu, he obtained the patience with the non-production of dharmas by reciting the Buddha's name. Now in this world, the Saha world, I gather in all those who are mindful of the Buddha, just as a magnet collects iron filings. Great strength Bodhisattva receives and gathers in all beings who practice mindfulness of the Buddha and brings them back to the Pure Land. He takes them to the land of ultimate bliss. Sutra, the Buddha asks about perfect penetration. I would select none other than gathering the six organs through continuous pure mindfulness to obtain samadhi. This is the foremost method. Commentary. Now the Buddha asks about the Dharma door of perfect penetration. I would select none other than gathering the six organs through continuous pure mindfulness. I have no other choice. I have only the Dharma door of mindfulness of the Buddha. I used this Dharma door to gather in the six sense organs and the false thinking that arises from them. I controlled the six sense organs so they did not create false thinking. I recited so the pure mindfulness of the Buddha continued uninterrupted until I obtained that kind of samadhi. This is the foremost method. This is the best Dharma door. The Ear Organ, Volume 5, Chapter 2, Quan Shin Bodhisattva. Sutra. Then Quan Shin Bodhisattva arose from his seat, bowed at the Buddha's feet, and said to the Buddha. Commentary. Above, Great Strength Bodhisattva told how he cultivated the Dharma door of mindfulness of the Buddha, which is a very appropriate method for people in this day and age. It's quite effective. Why? The sutras tell us that in the Dharma Ending Age, not even 1 in a million people who cultivate will attain the way. That many people cultivate and don't even one person among them attains to the way. Then what shall we do? Don't worry. It goes on to say, only by mindfulness of the Buddha are they taken across. The Dharma door of reciting the Buddha's name is very easy. With the Dharma door of mindfulness of the Buddha, one transcends the three realms through the side door horizontally and carries one's karma into that rebirth. What does it mean to transcend the three realms through the side door? It's like an insect in a piece of bamboo. If the insect were to gnaw its way out through the length of the bamboo, it would have to go through all the sections. It would take a long time. If the insect were to gnaw a hole in the side of the bamboo instead, it would get out very easily. People who are mindful of the Buddha are like the insect who goes out the side of the bamboo. They escape the three realms on a horizontal plane, right at the level they are. One carries one's karma into that rebirth. The karma one carries is former karma, not current karma. It is old karma, not new karma. This means that before you understood the method of being mindful of the Buddha, you created offenses. You can take that karma with you when you go to rebirth in a pure land. But you shouldn't continue to create bad karma once you know about reciting the Buddha's name, because you can't take that karma alone. Once you know about mindfulness of the Buddha, you should change your ways. Don't keep creating bad karma. If you do, you will be piling karma on top of karma, adding offenses to offenses. That's called knowing clearly and transgressing intentionally, in which case the offenses are tripled. You can take your old karma with you, but now that you understand the Buddha Dharma, you can't say, oh, I can recite the Buddha's name on the one hand and create bad karma on the other hand, because in the future I can take my karma with me to the land of ultimate bliss. That's a mistake. Not only will you be unable to take that karma with you, you won't be able to be reborn there at all because you'll be hindered by your karma. We people who believe in the Buddha should take care not to create any further offenses once we know about the mindfulness of the Buddha. This section of text concerning Great Strength Bodhisattvas perfect penetration through mindfulness of the Buddha is extremely important. Everyone should know that the Dharma door of mindfulness of the Buddha is all about. Why should we be mindful of the Buddha? Because we have great causes and conditions with Amitabha Buddha. Amitabha Buddha became a Buddha 10 kalpas ago. Before that, he was called Bhikshu Dharmachari. At that time, he made 48 great vows. In making his 13th and 14th vows, he said, "If the living beings throughout the 10 directions say my name and do not become Buddhas, I will not attain the right enlightenment." In other words, if people who recite his name do not become Buddhas, he will not become Buddha. And because of the power of Amitabha Buddha's vows, everyone who recites his name can get reborn in the land of ultimate bliss. The Pure Land Dharma door comprises one of the 5 schools of Chinese Buddhism: the Chen school, Dhyana, the Teaching school, the Vinaya school, the Secret school, the Pure Land school. The Pure Land sect will be the last of the 5 to endure. In this world, during the Dharma Ending Age, the Shurangama Sutra will be the first sutra to disappear. After that, the other sutras will disappear also, until only the Amitabha Sutra is left. While the Amitabha Sutra remains in the world, it will take many people across. After another 100 years, it will also be gone. Dharma ending simply means that the Dharma will entirely disappear. Once the Amitabha Sutra has vanished, all that will be left will be the phrase Namo Amitabha Buddha. This tremendous phrase will also take many people across. Then after another 100 years, it too will disappear. All that will be left then will be the name Amitabha Buddha, which will remain in the world yet another 100 years and then vanish as well. At that point, there will be no Buddha Dharma remaining in the world, while we are still at the advent of the Dharma Ending Age. We should practice and uphold the events of the Proper Dharma Age. That's called requesting that the Buddhas dwell in the world to turn the Dharma wheel. In the Dharma Ending Age, we should not fear any suffering or difficulty. I don't fear the trouble of lecturing the sutra for you, and you should not fear the trouble of coming to listen. Strike up your spirits. Don't say you're tired and have to go rest. Forget yourself for the sake of the Dharma. Take a look at how Shakyamuni Buddha dwelt in the snowy mountains for 6 years for the sake of seeking the Dharma. We haven't gone to the mountains for 6 years, but the least we can do is investigate Buddhism. Take the Buddha Dharma as you would food to eat. If I don't get to hear the sutra lecture, it'd be like not getting to eat for several days. That should be your attitude. I must hear the Dharma. I will certainly work to understand it truly. Where do you go to gain genuine understanding of the Buddha Dharma? You listen to a lot of sutras. Without hearing the sutras, you will be unable to open your wisdom. This is especially true of the Shurangama Sutra, for it is the sutra that opens one's wisdom. Just take as an example this section of the method for obtaining perfect penetration, which the 25 sages are explaining. Some accomplished their cultivation by means of the firelight samadhi. Some reached success by cultivating the water contemplation samadhi. Some reached perfection by means of the wind, some from emptiness. Some cultivated their eyes and won success, and some used their ears. Each of the 6 sense organs was cultivated by one or another of them. Every one of the 18 realms was cultivated by someone. Hearing these principles, you should apply them to yourself. Through which sense organ should I cultivate, you ask? Don't be nervous. It is the very organ of the ear which Kuan Yin Bodhisattva used that is best for you. Kuan Yin Bodhisattva perfected his cultivation through the organ of the ear, and Ananda will follow him in cultivating the same method. The Buddhas and Bodhisattvas of former times have left us such a wonderful Dharma door that we should also follow the method of cultivating the organ of the ear to perfect penetration. This is the easiest method. Then Kwanchen Bodhisattva arose from his seat, bowed at the Buddha's feet, and said to the Buddha, Kwan means to contemplate. Using the wisdom capable of contemplation, one contemplates the objective realm. With the capability of wisdom, one regards the state that is being contemplated. The wisdom capable of contemplation is inherent in the self-nature of Kwanyin Bodhisattva. The objective realm which is contemplated is that of the sounds made by all living beings. You should look into the source of suffering, the source of happiness, the source of what is neither suffering nor happiness, the source of goodness, the source of evil, the source of truth, the source of falseness. Contemplate all kinds of source. Shi is the world in the sense of time, the past, present, and future. Contemplate living beings' past causes and effects. Contemplate the karma that living beings are now creating. Contemplate the rewards and retributions that living beings will have to undergo in the future. Why is that person suffering so much? You reflect and then you realize, oh, in his last life, he was not filial to his parents and he wasn't kind to people in general. That's why this time his retribution is unfortunate. Contemplate all kinds of selves. Yin, Bodhisattva, means one who enlightens living creatures. It also means a living being with a great mind for the way. A Bodhisattva is also known as an enlightened living being. That refers to his self-enlightenment. When we say he is one who enlightens living beings, we are referring to his enlightenment of others. Together, this means he is an enlightened living being who wants to cause all living beings to become enlightened. What Bodhisattvas do is enlighten themselves and enlighten others, benefit themselves and benefit others. You who study the Buddha Dharma should remember the definition of Bodhisattva. Don't let it be like people who held a meeting of the United Sangha, but when someone asked them what Sangha meant, they were left speechless, inconceivable. Sutra, World Honored One. I remember when, as many kalpas ago, as there are sands in the Ganges, there was a Buddha in the world named Contemplating the World's Sounds. It was under that Buddha that I brought forth the Buddhi resolve. That Buddha taught me to enter samadhi through the process of hearing and reflecting. Commentary. Kwanchen Bodhisattva said to Shakyamuni Buddha, World Honored One, I remember when, as many kalpas ago as there are sands in the Ganges, passing back through an incredibly long time, unreckonable aeons as numerous as the Ganges sands, there was a Buddha in the world named Contemplating the World's Sounds. Contemplating the World's Sounds is the English translation of the name Quan Shi Yin. This is the Kuan Yin of old. That first common Quan Shi Yin also cultivated perfect penetration by means of the organ of the ear. It was under that Buddha that I brought forth the Buddhi resolve. I resolved to attain the way of enlightenment. That Buddha taught me to enter samadhi through a process of hearing and reflecting. The Kwanyin Bodhisattva, the Kwanyin Buddha of old, taught him the process of hearing and reflecting. It is from the wisdom of hearing, the wisdom of reflecting, and the wisdom of cultivating that he entered samadhi. Here, reflection does not refer to the thinking of the sixth mind consciousness. Rather, it has the meaning of quiet consideration, the skill of Chen. Sutra. Initially, I entered the flow through hearing and forgot objective states. Since the sense objects and sense organs were quiet, the two characteristics of movement and stillness crystallized and did not arise. After that, gradually advancing, the hearing and what was heard both disappeared. Once the hearing was ended, there was nothing to rely on, and awareness and the objects of awareness became empty. When the emptiness of awareness reached an ultimate perfection, emptiness and what was being emptied then also ceased to be. Since production and extinction were gone, still extinction was revealed. Commentary. Initially, I entered the flow through hearing and forgot objective states. With the wisdom of hearing, one listens inside, not outside. Not tracing after the objects of sound means not following them out. Earlier, the text spoke of not following the six sense organs and not being turned by them. This is known as returning the hearing to hear the self-nature. Returning the hearing means not listening to external sounds, but turning back instead to hear your own self-nature. It means gathering in your body and mind. It means not seeking outside. Turn the light around and shine it within. Here the text says that观世音 Bodhisattva entered the flow, which means he returned and listened to the self-nature. Enter the flow of the Dharma nature of a sage. He forgot the objective states. All the dust, the defiling objects of the six sense objects as perceived by the six sense organs was forgotten. Since the sense objects and sense organs were quiet, the two characteristics of movement and stillness crystallized and did not arise. The source of the six sense organs and six sense objects ceased to be. It was severed. Here he entered the flow of his own self-nature. When that happens, the self-nature is still and quiet. When this quietude reaches an ultimate point, the appearance of movement and stillness ceases as well. Basically, movement appears as movement and stillness as stillness. But now, although these two characteristics are as clear as crystal, they do not arise. After that, gradually advancing, the hearing and what was heard both disappeared, as this pure and clear state of quiet increased. As day by day it became more full and complete, the hearing that was capable of hearing the self-nature eventually disappeared. It too was gone. The ability to hear and the objects of hearing both vanished. The organ of the ear was capable of hearing, and the self-nature was what was being heard, but now they too were gone. Once the hearing was ended, there was nothing to rely on. Since the hearing nature was gone, there was no attachment. At that time it was producing the mind that does not dwell anywhere. Awareness and the objects of awareness became empty. Even the perception of awareness vanished, was emptied out. When the emptiness of awareness reached an ultimate perfection, emptiness and what was being emptied then also ceased to be. The emptiness of the nature of awareness reached an ultimate state of perfection. Then the mind capable of creating vanished, as did the states that were made empty, so that then there wasn't even an emptiness. As long as emptiness remains, you're still attached to emptiness. But now for Kwan Bodhisattva, there wasn't even any emptiness. Since production and extinction were gone, still extinction was revealed. Since the mind subject to production and extinction vanished, the genuine bliss of still extinction manifested. That state is inexpressibly blissful. Sutra. Suddenly I transcended the mundane and transcendental worlds, and throughout the 10 directions, a perfect brightness prevailed. I obtained two supreme states. Commentary. When still extinction manifested, suddenly I transcended both the mundane and transcendental worlds. This refers to the world of sentience and the world of material objects. And throughout the 10 directions, a perfect brightness prevailed. He was united as one with the worlds of the 10 directions without any difficulty. I obtained two supreme states. Sutra. First, I was united above with the fundamental, wonderfully enlightened mind of all the Buddhas of the 10 directions, and I gained a strength of compassion equal to that of all the Buddhas, the first come ones. Commentary. His compassionate mind was exactly like the compassionate mind of all Buddhas. Sutra. Second, I was united below with all living beings in the six paths, and I gained a kind regard for all living beings equally. Commentary. Second, I was united below with all living beings in the six paths. What are the living beings in the six paths? Looked at the terms Look at in terms of a single person, the eyes, ears, nose, tongue, body, and mind are living beings in the six paths. They are the cycle of the six paths, as are forms, sounds, smells, tastes, objects of touch, and dharmas. These are also the revolutions of the six paths. They are the six paths of living beings in our own self-natures. There is a connection between these six paths within and the six paths outside. The external six paths are the path of heavenly beings, asuras, people, animals, hungry ghosts, and dwellers in the hells. The category of asuras includes all beings who like to fight, asuras who use their pernicious natures beneficially join the armed services and protect the country. Asuras who use their propensity to fight in a bad way end up as thieves, robbers, and gunmen. Asuras may live in the heavens, among people, in the animal realm, or as ghosts. Sometimes asuras are counted as part of the three good paths, that is, the gods, asuras, and humans. Sometimes they are placed with the four evil destinies, that is, the hells, hungry ghosts, animals, and asuras. When you put them together, gods, humans, asuras, animals, hungry ghosts, and hell dwellers, you have the cycle of the six paths. The Buddhas are above Guanyin Bodhisattva. So the Bodhisattva says, I was united above with the compassion of all Buddhas. Beings in the six paths are at a lesser level than Guanyin Bodhisattva. So the Bodhisattva says, I was united below with beings in the six paths. Living beings, Chung Sheng, are defined as those born Sheng from a multitude Chung of conditions. There are many factors involved in the birth of beings. The Bodhisattva goes on, I was united with living beings and I gained a kind regard for all living beings equally. Beings contemplate and seek the kindness of the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas. Sutra, World Honored One, because I served and made offerings to the First Come One, Kuan Yin, I received from the First Come One a transmission of the Vara Samadhi of all being like an illusion, as one becomes permitted with hearing and cultivates hearing. Because I gained a power of compassion identical with that of all Buddhas, the First Come Ones, I became accomplished in 32 response bodies and entered all lands. Commentary, World Honored One, because I served and made offerings to the First Come One, Kuan Yin, I received from that First Come One a transmission of the Vara Samadhi of all being like an illusion, as one becomes permitted with hearing and cultivates hearing. It is said to be like an illusion because one cultivates without cultivating. Without cultivating, one cultivates. It means that one is always aware of what is going on at any given moment and never forgets about it. And yet, though one does not forget, one does not really think about it either. Without thinking about it, one has nonetheless not forgotten it. Permitted with hearing means that every day he cultivated the method of returning the hearing to hear the self-nature until he was infused with skill. This is the method of the Vara Samadhi. When one succeeds in this concentration, one has attained the Vara Samadhi. Because I gained a power of compassion identical with that of all Buddhas, the First Come Ones, I became accomplished in 32 response bodies and entered all lands. I gained a compassionate power identical to the Buddhas, and it enabled me to make 32 transformation bodies out of my own body. Then I went to all countries to teach and Sutra. Wound Honored One, if there are bodhisattvas who enter samadhi and vigorously cultivate the extinction of outflows, who have superior understanding and manifest perfected penetration, I will appear in the body of a Buddha and speak Dharma for them, causing them to attain liberation. Commentary. Wound Honored One, if there are bodhisattvas who enter samadhi and vigorously cultivate the extinction of outflows, they have attained samadhi and wish to progress in their cultivation and attain a genuine state of no outflows, nirvana without residue. There are those who have superior understanding and manifest perfected penetration. Their wisdom is extremely wonderful, and they display the state of perfect penetration of the six organs. I will appear in the body of a Buddha and speak Dharma for them, causing them to attain liberation. When I encounter living beings like this, I manifest the physical form of a Buddha. Although I have not become a Buddha myself, the power of my compassion is identical with that of all Buddhas. Based on this power of compassion, I will manifest as a Buddha and speak Dharma for these bodhisattvas so that they may succeed in becoming liberated. Sutra. If there are those who are studying, who are tranquil and have wonderful clarity, who are superior and miraculous and manifest perfection, I will appear before them in the body of a solitarily enlightened one and speak Dharma for them, causing them to attain liberation. Commentary. If there are those who are studying, who are tranquil and have wonderful clarity, those who are studying refers to those prior to the fourth stage of arhatship. Those who are superior and miraculous and manifest perfection, as those are those who have attained the bliss of tranquility and wisdom which is wonderfully clear. Their wisdom is supreme and they display perfect penetration. I will appear before them in the body of a solitarily enlightened one. For that kind of living being, I will manifest as one who is solitarily enlightened. That is, a person of the two vehicles who awakens to the way when there is no Buddha in the world. They cultivate the travelings of conditioned causation and become enlightened. In the spring, they contemplate the blossoming of the white flowers. In the fall, they observe the falling of the yellow leaves. They awaken to the principle of the natural process of birth and extinction of the myriad things and events in the world. That's how they become enlightened. The Bodhisattva will appear as a solitarily enlightened one and speak Dharma for them, causing them to attain liberation. Sutra. If there are those who are studying, who have severed the travelings of conditioned causation, and having severed the conditions, reveal a supreme nature, and who are superior and wonderful, and manifest perfection, I will appear before them in the body of one enlightened to conditions and speak Dharma for them, causing them to attain liberation. Commentary. If there are those who are studying, who have severed the 12 causal conditions, and having severed the conditions, reveal a supreme nature. Again, those who are studying refers to the first three stages of arhatship. The travelings of conditioned causation have been explained before. They're extremely important. Ignorance, which conditions activity. Activity, which conditions consciousness. Consciousness, which conditions name and form. Name and form, which condition the six sense organs. The six sense organs, which condition contact. Contact, which conditions feeling. Feeling, which conditions love. Love, which conditions grasping. Grasping, which conditions experience. Existence. Existence, which conditions birth. Birth, which conditions old age and death. This is the door of mutual arising. When ignorance is extinguished, activity is extinguished. When activity is extinguished, consciousness is extinguished. When consciousness is extinguished, new and name and form are extinguished. When name and form are extinguished, the six sense organs are extinguished. When the six sense organs are extinguished, contact is extinguished. When contact is extinguished, feeling is extinguished. When feeling is extinguished, craving is extinguished. When craving is extinguished, grasping is extinguished. When grasping is extinguished, becoming is extinguished. When becoming is extinguished, birth is extinguished. When birth is extinguished, old age and death are extinguished. This is the door of returning to extinction. People who cultivate toward attachment become very clear about ignorance and the connections that bring about birth. From birth comes death, and one is born and dies again cyclically. They put an end to the cycle by first extinguishing ignorance. Once ignorance is extinguished, the other links are extinguished in turn. Once they sever these conditions, they discover a supreme nature. They become those who are superior and wonderful and manifest perfection. I will appear, says Kuan Yin Bodhisattva. Before them, in the body of one enlightened, the conditions speak Dharma for them, causing them to attain liberation. Sutra. If there are those who are studying, who have attained the emptiness of the Four Truths and cultivating the way, have entered extinction, and have a superior nature of manifest perfection, I will appear before them in the body of a stout hearer and speak Dharma for them, causing them to attain liberation. Commentary. If there are those who are studying, who have attained the emptiness of the Four Truths, and cultivating the way, why and cultivating the way have entered extinction. Perhaps they are sound hearers or hearts who understand the principle of emptiness with regard to the Four Truths, who have cultivated the way and have attained the bliss of nirvana. They have a superior nature and manifest perfection. They display a state of perfect penetration and fusion. I will appear before them in the body of a sound hearer and speak Dharma for them, causing them to attain liberation. What does the Bodhisattva manifest the body of a sound hearer? It's because in doing so he becomes like them, and it is easier to communicate. He becomes a good friend, and there is mutual trust established. If one has no affinities with people, then no matter how well one may speak, one won't be believed. He appears like them in order to teach and transform them. Sound hearers awaken to the way upon hearing the Buddha's sound. They are pupil of the two vehicles. Sutra. If there are living beings who wish to have their minds be clear and awakened, who do not engage in mundane desires and wish to purify their bodies, I will appear before them in the body of a Brahma king and speak Dharma for them, causing them to attain liberation. Commentary. If they are living beings, these beings are not sound hearers, nor those enlightened to conditions, nor bodhisattva. They are ordinary beings in the six paths. They are those who wish to have their minds be clear and awakened. They want to attain enlightenment, genuine understanding. They are those who do not engage in mundane desires. They abstain from greed and desire, sexual desire, in the wearisome mundane world, because they wish to purify their bodies. I will appear before them in the body of a Brahma king and speak Dharma for them, causing them to attain liberation. I will appear as a great Brahma Heaven Lord and explain the Dharma for them so that they can become free. Sutra. If there are living beings who wish to be the Heavenly Lord, leader of heavenly beings, I will appear before them in the body of chakra and speak Dharma for them, enabling them to accomplish their wish. Commentary: if their living beings wish to be the heavenly Lord, this refers to the Christian God. They want to be the leader of heavenly beings. They want to rule the heavens. I will appear before them in the body of chakra and speak Dharma for them, enabling them to accomplish their wish. I will manifest a chakra for that kind of living being. Chakra is the heavenly Lord God. Did you know that the Holy Mother of Catholicism is Kwanyin Bodhisattva? Catholics believe in the Holy Mother because they want to be born to the heavens. So Kwanyin Bodhisattva manifests as a goddess to teach and transform them, enabling them to be born in the heavens. Of course, they will have to come back again from the heavens, but gradually they will make progress. Why does Kuan Yin manifest and speak a Dharma to help people get born in the heavens? His ultimate aim is to get them to believe in the Buddha. But since at present their wish is to be born in the heavens, they teaches them how to get reborn there. When they return from there, they will eventually come to believe in the Buddha. Ordinary people feel that the time involved in this process is quite long, but actually, in the Buddha's eyes, it is a mere moment, a blink of an eye. This method can be likened to that of parents who once they tried to master an excellent profession. But who tried does not wish to study that profession. The parents comply and allow the child to study what he wishes. But after several false starts, he eventually winds up studying that excellent profession his parent suggested. Kwanyin Bodhisattva's method for teaching and transforming living beings is to fulfill whatever wishes they might have. But the ultimate aim is always to bring living beings to the accomplishment of Buddhahood. Sutra: if living beings wish to attain physical self-mastery and to roam throughout the 10 directions, I will appear before them in the body of a god from the heaven of self-mastery and speak Dharma for them, enabling them to accomplish their wish. Commentary: if living beings wish to attain physical self-mastery, they want to be free and at ease so that they can do whatever they want, I will appear before them in the body of a god from the heaven of self-mastery and speak Dharma for them, enabling them to accomplish their wish. The gods from the heaven of self-mastery can roam at will, going wherever they want. Sutra: if there are living beings who wish to attain physical self-mastery and fly through space, I will appear before them in the body of a god from the heaven of great self-mastery and speak Dharma for them, enabling them to accomplish their wish. Commentary: if there are living beings who wish to attain physical self-mastery, they want to be free and at ease, to have their bodies change forms at will. They want to be able to fly through space. Since they have this wish, I will ground myself in the spirit of the Buddha's compassionate strength from above until I will appear before them in the body of a god from the heaven of great self-mastery and speak Dharma for them, enabling them to accomplish their wish. The Lord of the heaven of great self-mastery is extremely independent and blissful. Kuan Yin Bodhisattva manifests as this god in order to cause living beings to succeed in their wish. Sutra: if there are living beings who are fond of ruling over ghosts and spirits in order to rescue and protect their country. I will appear before them in the body of a great heavenly general and speak Dharma for them, enabling them to accomplish their wish. Commentary: if they are living beings who are fond of ruling over ghosts and spirits in order to rescue and protect their country. Some beings like to command ghosts and spirits. They do this out of a sense of patriotic spirit for their country, in order to save it and guard it. I will appear before them in the body of a great heavenly general and speak Dharma for them, enabling them to accomplish their wish. Sutra: if they are living beings who like to govern the world in order to protect living beings, I will appear before them in the body of one of the four heavenly kings and speak Dharma for them, enabling them to accomplish their wish. Commentary: if they are living beings who like to govern the world in order to protect living beings, they want to rule the world, they want to be leaders in the world in order to protect the living beings in it. I will appear before them in the body of one of the four heavenly kings and speak Dharma for them, enabling them to accomplish their wish. The four heavenly kings are: one, maintaining the country, the Tarashtra, who oversees the eastern continent, Purvavideha; two, increasing, Virudaka, who oversees the southern continent, Jambudvipa; three, vastize, Virupaksha, who oversees the western continent, Upara Godinya; and four, Lund, Vajravana, who oversees the northern continent, Uttarakuru. For people who want to rule the country and protect the people, Kuan Yin Bodhisattva manifests in response as one of the four heavenly kings. Sutra: if there are living beings who enjoy being born in the heavenly palaces and to command ghosts and spirits, I will appear before them in the body of the prince from the kingdoms of the four heavenly kings and speak Dharma for them, enabling them to accomplish their wish. Commentary: if there are living beings who enjoy being born in the heavenly palaces to delight in heavenly blessings, while they are in the heavens, they can command ghosts and spirits. They order the ghosts to do things for them. They summon the spirits and put them to work. Actually, the ability to command ghosts and spirits is rather ordinary. People may find it strange, but actually it isn't. For those who like to order the ghosts and spirits around, I will appear before them in the body of a prince from the kingdoms of the four heavenly kings and speak Dharma for them, enabling them to accomplish their wish. Sutra: if there are living beings who would like to be kings of people, I will appear before them in the body of a human king and speak Dharma for them, enabling them to accomplish their wish. Commentary: if someone wants to rule over people, I will appear as a ruler of people and speak the Dharma for them. Sutra: if there are living beings who enjoy being heads of households, whom those of the world venerate and yield to, I will appear before them in the body of an elder and speak Dharma for them, enabling them to accomplish their wish. Commentary: if there are living beings who enjoy being heads of households, they like being wealthy and ruling over a large clan. They want to be people whom those of the world venerate and yield to. People venerate them and bend to their wishes. People are extremely respectful of such a one and trust him. I will appear before them in the body of an elder and speak Dharma for them, enabling them to accomplish their wish. I will appear as a mighty and wealthy elder to speak the Dharma for them. A person must have 10 kinds of virtuous conduct in order to earn the title of elder. They are His name is honored, his position is lofty, his wealth is great, his deportment is awesome, his wisdom is profound, his life is long, his conduct is pure, his propriety is perfect, he is praised by those above him, he is a refuge for those below him. Sutra. If they are living beings who delight in discussing the classics and who keep themselves lofty and pure, I will appear before them in the body of an upasaka and speak Dharma for them, enabling them to accomplish their wish. Commentary. If they are living beings who delight in discussing the classics, perhaps they like poetry, or they are interested in the writings of famous authors. They can recite much of this material from memory. They keep themselves lofty and pure. If asked to do something they consider beneath them, they won't have anything to do with it. I will appear before them in the body of an upasaka and speak Dharma for them, enabling them to accomplish their wish. I will appear as a layman and speak Dharma for them. Sutra. If they are living beings who enjoy governing the country and who can handle matters of state decisively, I will appear before them in the body of an official and speak Dharma for them, enabling them to accomplish their wish. Commentary. If they are living beings who enjoy governing the country and who can handle matters of state decisively, they legislate the great matters of the country. I will appear before them in the body of an official and speak Dharma for them, enabling them to accomplish their wish. I will appear as a minister or official and speak the Dharma for them. Sutra. If they are living beings who like reckoning and incantation and who wish to guard and protect themselves, I will appear before them in the body of a Brahman and speak Dharma for them, enabling them to accomplish their wish. Commentary. If they are living beings who like reckoning and incantation, reckoning refers to mathematics and divination. Incantation refers to the black arts, various Dharma devices. It also refers to the spells and mantras of externalist ways. The former Brahman heaven mantra of the Kapila religion that Mantaji's mother used as an example of this. These beings wish to guard and protect themselves. They figure that if they learn a mantra of Dharma, it can protect them. I will appear before them in the body of a Brahman and speak Dharma for them, enabling them to accomplish their wish. Brahmanism is a religion in India. The name means descended from the pure and represents their conservation of pure practices. These people have a lot of dharmic devices. They can recite mantras and have many various magic tricks. And because Cranny Bodhisattva constantly accords with living beings, he also appears as a Brahman to speak the Dharma, so that these kinds of people can have what they wish for. Sutra. If there are men who want to live the home life and uphold the precepts and rules, I will appear before them in the body of a bhikshu and speak Dharma for them, enabling them to accomplish their wish. Commentary. If there are men who want to live the home life and uphold the precepts and rules, these men study the sutras and decide they want to live the home life. What home do they live? They live three types of homes. They live the ordinary worldly home, they live the home of afflictions, and they live the home of the triple realm. The ordinary worldly home refers to one's family. The home of affliction means the dwelling in ignorance. One should get out of ignorance. The triple realm, also known as the three realms of existence, refers to existence in the desire realm, existence in the form realm, and existence in the formless realm. It is not until you have left the triple realm that you can be certified to the fruition of arhatship. When these men leave home, they will uphold the precepts and rules. Precepts and rules are extremely important. One who holds the precepts cannot lie or exaggerate. At the very least, one should maintain the 5 precepts which prohibit killing, stealing, sexual misconduct, lying, and taking intoxicants or drugs. Here, precepts and rules does not just refer to the first 5. However, these men uphold the 5 precepts, the 8 precepts, the 10 major and 48 minor Bodhisattva precepts, and the 250 Bhikshu precepts. They guard and protect the precepts and do not violate them. I will appear before them in the body of a Bhikshu and speak Dharma for them, enabling them to accomplish their wish. Bhikshu has 3 meanings: mendicant, frightener of Mara, destroyer of evil. Every day, bhikshus should take their bowls and go out to beg for food. They do not prepare their own food, so they are called mendicants. There are 3 precepts platforms for receiving the complete precepts. When one ascends to the bhikshu platform, the Kamadana asks, "Are you a great hero?" The answer is, "I am a great hero." The Kamadana asks, "Have you already brought forth the resolve for Buddhi?" The answer is, "I have already brought forth the resolve for Buddhi." Then one is given the Bhikshu precepts, and an earth-traveling yaksha informs a space-traveling yaksha about it, and the word is passed among the flying yakshas until it reaches the heavenly demons in the 6th desire heaven. They report, "Someone in the world has just left the home life and become a bhikshu." This terrifies the demon king, who says, "My retinue is less by 1 and the Buddha's retinue has increased by 1. What evil do bhikshus destroy? The evil of affliction. Without really knowing why, people from time to time give rise to affliction. When they become afflicted, they lose all their talent except for the capacity to turn to evil. For instance, a vegetarian may get upset, and the first thing he decides to do is stop his practice of pure eating. "I'm going to eat meat," he decides. As soon as people's afflictions arise, they forget everything except how to do bad things. Or suppose there's someone who stopped smoking for a long time. When he gets upset, however, the first thing he does is reach for a cigarette, and pretty soon he's back on heroin, opium, and cigarettes all in the same inhale. He's puffing and smoking up a storm. He inhaling and exhaling so fast that it's as if he'd become an immortal who can breathe clouds and spit fog. A person who likes to drink vows that he'll never touch another drop, but then he gets angry about something and he goes out and buys a bottle to get drunk and drown his sorrows. Who would have guessed that the more he drinks, the more depressed he becomes, and he doesn't realize it because he's drunk. When he wakes up from the spree, every bone in his body aches. Ask anyone who drinks and they tell you that the morning after is terrible. If he's broke by then, there's nothing he can do but endure it. But if he's got any money left, the chances that he'll go buy another bottle and start in again. Getting drunk is all he knows how to do. In general, when your afflictions rise up, you do things that you ordinarily wouldn't do. It ever happens that someone swears he would never kill anyone, but when he gets afflicted, he totally disregards everything and decides to kill everyone in the world. And he takes a knife and starts doing just that. So affliction there is something to avoid. Don't give rise to affliction. You want to leave the home of afflictions. One also wants to get out of the home of the triple world. And so leaving home has these 3 meanings. Sutra. If there are women who would like to live the home life and hold the pure precepts, I will appear before them in the body of a bhikshuni and speak Dharma for them, enabling them to accomplish their wish. Commentary: if there are women who would like to live the home life and hold the pure precepts, they also want to study the Buddha Dharma. They also leave the worldly home, the home of afflictions, and the home of the triple realm. Women have more precepts than men. They hold 348 precepts. Women are said to have a body with 5 outflows, so they have a lot more precepts. I will appear before them in the body of a bhikshuni and speak Dharma for them, enabling them to accomplish their wish. Sutra: if there are men who want to uphold the 5 precepts, I will appear before them in the body of an upasaka and speak Dharma for them, enabling them to accomplish their wish. If there are women who wish to base themselves in the 5 precepts, I will appear before them in the body of an upasika and speak Dharma for them, enabling them to accomplish their wish. Commentary: if there are men who want to uphold the 5 precepts, that is, no killing, no stealing, no sexual misconduct, no lying, and no intoxicants, I will appear before them in the body of an upasaka and speak Dharma for them, enabling them to accomplish their wish. I will manifest as a layman and speak the Dharma for them. If there are women who wish to base themselves in the 5 precepts, they also want to uphold these precepts, I will appear before them in the body of an upasika. I will manifest as a laywoman and speak Dharma for them, enabling them to accomplish their wish. Sutra: if there are women who govern internal affairs of household or country, I will appear before them in the body of a queen, first lady, or noble woman and speak Dharma for them, enabling them to accomplish their wish. Commentary: if there are women who govern internal affairs of household or country, perhaps these women look after matters, or perhaps they work for governmental departments which handle a country's internal affairs, and they govern matters of state. I will appear before them in the body of a queen, first lady, or noble woman and speak Dharma for them, enabling them to accomplish their wish. Perhaps cranny Bodhisattva manifests as the female ruler of a country or as the wife of the ruling man. Perhaps she appears as an influential matron of a woman versed in social graces. In this way, she fulfills the wishes of such a woman, of such a women. Sutra: if they are virgin ladies, I will appear before them in the body of a pure youth and speak Dharma for them, enabling them to accomplish their wish. Commentary: if they are virgin ladies, for youngsters who have not known women and are still chaste, I will appear before them in the body of a pure youth and speak Dharma for them, enabling them to accomplish their wish. Sutra: if there are maidens who want to remain virgins and do not wish to marry, I will appear before them in the body of a gracious lady and speak Dharma for them, enabling them to accomplish their wish. Commentary: if they are maidens, that is, women who have never known men and have never married, who want to remain virgins and do not wish to marry, they do not wish to get near men to marry or to undergo the experience of being taken, I will appear before them in the body of a gracious lady and speak Dharma for them, enabling them to accomplish their wish. Sutra: if there are heavenly beings who wish to escape their heavenly destiny, I will appear in the body of a god and speak Dharma for them, enabling them to accomplish their wish. Commentary: if there are heavenly beings who wish to escape their heavenly destiny, these gods and goddesses don't want to stay in the heavens. they would like to transcend the triple realm, I will appear in the body of a god and speak Dharma for them, enabling them to accomplish their wish. Since they want to transcend the heavens, I manifest before them and, using all kinds of dharmas, enable them to get what they want. Sutra. If there are dragons who want to quit their lot of being dragons, I will appear before them in the body of a dragon and speak Dharma for them, enabling them to accomplish their wish. Commentary. If there are dragons who want to quit their lot of being dragons, the average opinion in this day and age is that dragons do not exist. Some people will accept myths about ancient dragons, frightening and immense. There's no way to say for sure about those, but dragons do exist. Where do they live? In dragon palaces in the sea. We've explored the depths. Why haven't we ever run across them, you wonder? If you can detect their whereabouts, they're not true dragons, because dragons are spiritual creatures. They have spiritual powers and can make themselves big or little at will. They can grow as big as empty space itself. They can shrink to the size of a mote of dust if necessary. They can disappear suddenly and reappear just as unexpectedly. Their spiritual powers give them the ability to transform themselves in endless ways. Why do they have such powers but only the body of an animal? As cultivators in previous lives, they brought forth the resolve from great vehicle, but they didn't hold the precepts. They were quick with the vehicle but slow about the precepts. They were very casual. Since they were quick with the vehicle, they obtained spiritual powers. But since they did not accept the precepts, they fell into the animal realm. If Sutra. If there are yakshas who want to get out of their present fate, I will appear before them in the body of a yaksha and speak Dharma for them, enabling them to accomplish their wish. Commentary. If they are yakshas, yakshas is a Sanskrit word which means speedy, cheer. It also means courageous and strong, yung qian. Yakshas are a kind of ghost. There are three main types of ghosts: earth-traveling ghosts, flying ghosts, space-traveling ghosts. A line on the Shurangama mantra is Yocha Chielahe. It refers to the yakshas. In the mantra, the names of the kings of various kinds of ghosts are called. Each king of ghosts rules over a lot of lesser ghosts, and when the name of the ruler is called, all the other ghosts must also respectfully obey one's commands. If the yakshas want to get out of their present fate, if they don't want to be ghosts, I will appear before them in the body of a yaksha and speak Dharma for them, enabling them to accomplish their wish. Kuan Yin Bodhisattva will manifest as a yaksha ghost and help them obtain their wish. Sutra. If there are Gandharvas who wish to be freed from their destiny, I will appear before them in the body of a Gandharva and speak Dharma for them, enabling them to accomplish their wish. Commentary. If there are Gandharvas, Gandharva is a Sanskrit word that means incense skandha, xiang yin, because the act of smelling incense forms their consciousness. They are musicians for the Jet Emperor. When the Jet Emperor lies sinking in the water incense wood, they smell the fragrance and are attracted. They come and enjoy making music for the Jet Emperor. These Gandharvas may wish to be freed from their destiny as Gandharvas. They do not want to be Gandharvas anymore. I will appear before them in the body of a Gandharva and speak Dharma for them, enabling them to accomplish their wish. Sutra. If there are asuras who wish to be liberated from their destiny, I will appear before them in the body of an asura and speak Dharma for them, enabling them to accomplish their wish. Commentary. If there are asuras who wish to be liberated from their destiny, they want to leave the retinue of asuras, I will appear before them in the body of an asura and speak Dharma for them, enabling them to accomplish their wish. This section includes the beings of the Eightfold Division of ghosts and spirits, but in the Shurangama Sutra, the Arudas are not included. In the Universal Door chapter of the Lotus Sutra, it is related that Kuan Yin Bodhisattva appears in the body of a Garuda also. Garuda is a Sanskrit word. It means great golden winged palm bird, Da Peng Chin Chi Nyao. Garudas are also part of the 8 divisions, and the fact that the sutra does not include them here is perhaps the fault of an omission in copying the text, or perhaps they are understood to be included in the general category of living beings mentioned below. Garudas diet exclusively on dragons. The wingspan is 330 great Uranas. A small Urana is 40 Chinese miles. 1 Chinese mile is approximately 1/3 of an English mile. A middle-sized Urana is 60 miles. Great Urana is 80 miles, with one flap of its wings. The golden-winged palm bird flaps away all the waters of the seas. Its strength is that great. Once the waters of the seas are gone, the dragon are exposed. In this way, the Garuda was just about to finish off the entire population of dragons, so the dragons went to see the Buddha to seek rescue. Well, the great golden-winged palm bird is about to cause the retinue of dragons to become extinct. What can be done? They sought the Buddha's compassion in helping them out. They hoped he would forbid the palm bird to eat them. The Buddha gave the dragon pieces of his kashaya for them to attach their horns. After that, the palm bird dared not eat them. With nothing to eat, the palm bird also went to the Buddha to ask him to save his life. "No one is eating you," said the Buddha. "Why have you come and asked to be saved?" "It's true that no one is threatening me, but without anything to eat, I will die of starvation," said the palm. "You don't permit me to eat dragons anymore, and with nothing to eat, I'm about to die of hunger." So he asked the Buddha to be compassionate and think of a way to help him. "You don't have anything to eat? All right, after this, I will feed you. Every time I and all my disciples eat, we will offer something to you to eat. You don't have to eat dragons anymore. That is why, during the high meal offering at noon, a little of the food is taken outside and offered to the great golden-winged palm bird." This sutra does not mention the Garuda, but we should be aware that the Eightfold Division of ghosts and spirits includes this kind of being. Sutra: "If there are kinnaras who wish to transcend their fate, I will appear before them in the body of a kinnara and speak Dharma for them, enabling them to accomplish their wish." Commentary: If there are kinnaras who wish to transcend their fate. Kinnara, also a Sanskrit word, means questionable spirit, yi shen. They are so called because they appear to be human, but on their heads is a horn. They are another type of music spirit that plays music for the Jade Emperor. I will appear before them in the body of a kinnara and speak Dharma for them, enabling them to accomplish their wish. Sutra: If there are Mahoragas who wish to be freed from their destiny, I will appear before them in the body of a Mahoraga and speak Dharma for them, enabling them to accomplish their wish. Commentary: If there are Mahoragas, Mahoraga is a Sanskrit word which means great python spirit, Da Mang Shen, and also earth dragon, Di Lung. The dragons mentioned above can roam in space and are called heavenly dragons. This python, also called a dragon, is confined to the earth. It does not have spiritual powers. Mahoragas are also one of the beings of the Eightfold Division of ghosts and spirits. If Mahoragas wish to be freed from their destiny, I will appear before them in the body of a Mahoraga and speak Dharma for them, enabling them to accomplish their wish. Sutra. If they are living beings who like being pupil and want to continue to be pupil, I will appear in the body of a person and speak Dharma for them, enabling them to accomplish their wish. Commentary. If they are living beings who like being pupil and want to continue to be pupil, they want to be pupil life after life. They like being a person and always want to be a person. So, Kuan Yin Bodhisattva says, I will appear in the body of a person and speak Dharma for them, enabling them to accomplish their wish. He will speak Dharma for these kinds of beings and help them to be successful in their wish. Sutra. If they are non-humans, whether with form or without form, whether with thought or without thought, who long to be freed from their destiny, I will appear before them in the body like theirs and speak Dharma for them, enabling them to accomplish their wish. Commentary. If they are non-humans, this refers to animals and creatures other than people who are with form or without form, with thought or without thought. If there are beings like these who long to be freed from their destiny, I will appear before them in a body like theirs and speak Dharma for them, enabling them to accomplish their wish. With form means that they have a tangible, visible shape. Without form means that they have no visible shape. There are many kinds of beings with thought. Beings without thought include earth, wood, metal, and stone. Beings without form originally were sentient beings, but they have dispersed to emptiness and fallen into oblivion. This is usually a temporary state, and at some point they can again go through rebirth and become a person. Sutra. This is called the wonderful purity of the 32 response bodies, by which one enters into all lands and accomplishes self-mastery by means of the samadhi of becoming permitted with hearing and cultivating hearing, and by means of the miraculous strength of effortlessness. Commentary. This is called the wonderful purity of the 32 response bodies, by which one enters into all lands and accomplishes self-mastery by means of the samadhi of becoming permitted with hearing and cultivating hearing. One develops the skill of turning back the hearing to the self-nature by cultivating every day, and one applies the miraculous strength of effortlessness. Effortlessness refers to a wonderful principle of the unconditioned. With it, there is no need to go through the conception of an idea and the thought process of working out the idea, as people must when they want to do something. The Bodhisattva does not have to conceive the idea or think it through. Within samadhi, he can do all kinds of things. In the samadhi of becoming permitted with hearing and cultivating hearing, he can attain the miraculous power of effortlessness, and in this way, he accomplishes self-mastery. Very naturally, matters are taken care of. Sutra. Also one honored one, using this Vara Samadhi of becoming permitted with hearing and cultivating hearing, and using the miraculous strength of effortlessness, because I have a kind regard equally for all living beings in the six paths. I go throughout the 10 directions and the 3 periods of time, and cause all living beings who encounter bodies of mind to receive the meritorious virtue of 14 kinds of fearlessness. Commentary. Also, World Honored One, using this Vara Samadhi of becoming permitted with hearing and cultivating hearing, and using the miraculous strength of effortlessness, because I have a kind regard equally for all living beings in the 6 paths, I have a regard for the kindness of the Buddha Dharma. just as do all beings in the six paths of gods, humans, asuras, animals, hungry ghosts, and beings in the hells. I go throughout the 10 directions and the 3 periods of time, past, present, and future. I cultivated the practice of being permitted with hearing until I attained the Varasamadhi, and I did not need to conceptualize or think about things in order to be able to do them. I cause all living beings who encounter bodies of mind to receive the meritorious virtue of 14 kinds of fearlessness. I have attained 14 kinds of virtue of bestowing fearlessness. Sutra. First, because I do not contemplate sounds for my own sake, but rather listen to the sounds of those whom I contemplate. I can enable living beings throughout the 10 directions who are suffering and in distress to attain liberation by contemplating their sounds. Commentary. This is the first of the 14 kinds of fearlessness. First, because I do not contemplate sounds for my own sake, but rather listen to the sounds of those whom I contemplate. I can enable living beings throughout the 10 directions who are suffering and in distress to attain liberation by contemplating their sounds. It's not that he just takes note of his own sound, he contemplates the sounds of beings in the world. Since my skill at returning the hearing to hear the self-nature is accomplished, there is no need for me to contemplate myself. I can contemplate all the living beings in the world and enable those who are anguished to be freed. I listen regarding their sounds of suffering, and I enable them to attain liberation. Sutra. Second, since my knowledge and views have turned around and come back, I can make it so that if living beings are caught in a raging fire, the fire will not burn them. Commentary. Second, since my knowledge and views have turned around and come back, that is, since Kwanchen Bodhisattva has a skill of returning the light to illumine within, I can make it so that if living beings are caught in a raging fire, the fire will not burn them. If such a living being can recite the name of Kwanchen Bodhisattva and can cultivate, then if he enters a great fire, the fire will not be able to burn him. Sutra. Third, since contemplation and listening have turned around and come back, I can make it so that if living beings have floundering in deep water, the water cannot drown them. Commentary. Someone says, I will test Kwanchen Bodhisattva to see if he really responds. I sit on a pile of wood and set it afire and see if I burn up. In that case, you'll certainly burn. But why does the sutra say that if you enter a great fire, it will not burn you? That's because the if means that it happens to you without your intending it. Someone else says, Kwanchen Bodhisattva says that if one is caught in deep water, one will not be drowned, so I'll just jump into the ocean and see if I drown. Again, you're sure to drown. It is when you unexpectedly meet with suffering or difficulty that Kwanchen Bodhisattva will rescue you. But if your intention is to test him out, he will pay no attention to you, because basically you don't believe in Kwanchen Bodhisattva. If you really believed in him, there would be no reason to test him out. The safest thing would be not to test him out. Sutra. Fourth, since false thinking is cut off and my mind is without thoughts of killing or harming, I can make it so that if living beings enter the territory of ghosts, the ghosts cannot harm them. Commentary. If false thinking is cut off and you don't have any ideas of killing or harming, and if you can recite the name of Kwanchen Bodhisattva, you can enable beings who enter the region of Rakshasa ghosts not be harmed by the ghosts. Sutra. Fifth, since I am permitted with hearing and have brought hearing to accomplishment, so that the 6 sense organs have dissolved and returned to become identical with hearing, I can make it so that if living beings are about to be wounded, the knives will break into pieces. I can cause swords of war to have no more effect than if they were to slice into water or if one were to blow upon light. Commentary. Fifth, since I am permitted with hearing and have brought hearing to accomplishment, so that the six sense organs have dissolved and returned to become identical with hearing, that is, when the skill of cultivating the return of the hearing to hear the self-nature is accomplished, the six sense organs function mutually. Then I can make it so that if living beings are about to be wounded, the knives will break into pieces. For instance, suppose someone takes up a knife with the intent of cutting off someone's head. Just as the blade is about to fall, the knife of itself breaks into pieces. I can cause words of war to have no more effect than if they were to slice into water or if one were to blow upon light. I can cause a sharp weapon, which is about to cut into someone's shoulder, to have the effect of slicing into water. That is, once it has passed through, it is gone and no injury is sustained. Or I can make the cut of the blade have the effect of blowing upon. Sutra 6. When the hearing permits and the essence is bright, light pervades the Dharma Realm so that absolutely no darkness remains. I am then able to make it so that though Yakshas, Rakshasas, Kumbhandas, Pishachas, and Putanas may draw near to living beings, the ghosts will not be able to see them. Commentary. 6. When the hearing permits and the essence is bright, that is, when the skill of returning the hearing to hear the self-nature is perfected, light pervades the Dharma Realm, so that absolutely no darkness remains. The darkness disappears. I am then able to make it so that though Yakshas, Rakshasas, Kumbhandas, Pishachas, and Putanas may draw near to living beings, the ghosts will not be able to see them. Yakshas are male ghosts, Rakshasas are female ghosts. Both kinds are extremely fierce. Their diet consists of human corpses. They have certain mantras which are powerful enough to remove the stench of the corpse so that they can stand to eat the flesh. Kumbhanda is also the name of a king of ghosts. Kumbhanda are shaped like barrels and give people nightmares. For instance, when people are asleep, they may see a weird apparition. So in their dream, they are mentally alert. They can't move physically. They become paralyzed through the efforts of the nightmare ghosts. Sometimes, if a person's yang energies are weak and his yin energies prevail, the person can be paralyzed for a long time, and the ghost can eventually cause the person's death. This kind of ghost abounds in this world. Pishachas are ghosts that eat human essence and energy, and also the essence of grains. Putanas are rulers of fevers. They can cause people to get sick and have a fever. If you cultivate the skill of returning the hearing to hear the self-nature, or if you recite the name of Kuan Yin Bodhisattva, then these ghosts cannot see you, though they may come right up beside you, because you emit light which they fear. Actually, owls and bats can see at any time. Since the ghosts belong to yin, they cannot see you if you have yang light. They can only find you. They can only find you if you give off yin energy. Sutra 7. When the nature of sound completely melts away and contemplation and hearing return and enter, so that I am separate from false and defiling sense objects, I am able to make it so that if living beings are confined by cans and fetters, the lobster will not hold them. Commentary. 7th. When the nature of sound completely melts away and contemplation and hearing return and enter, so that I am separate from forms and defiling sense objects. There is no sound, and even the nature of sound disappears when one returns the act of contemplating and listening back to oneself. One leaves behind the defiling sense objects and all false thinking. Then I am able to make it so that if living beings are confined by gangs and fetters, the locks will not hold them. If you recite the name of Kuan Yin Bodhisattva, the locks fall open by themselves. This happens quite often. A lot of people have had this experience. It's not just a manner of speaking. If people sincerely recite the name of Kuan Yin Bodhisattva, there can be responses like this. Once there was a person who committed a crime and was put in jail. He and the 7 or 8 other prisoners recited the name of Kuan Yin Bodhisattva. How did he know about doing that? He knew a monk and had asked the monk to save him from his plight. The monk had said, "If you want me to save you, you must single-mindedly recite the name of Kuan Yin Bodhisattva. Then you will be able to get out of this predicament." The prisoner recited Kuan Yin Bodhisattva's name for 3 days and 3 nights, and then the locks on his tongue and chains spontaneously opened, and he was free to go. But he did not go. What meaning would there be in my going if the others have to stay here? Was his thought. So he taught the others to recite the name of Kuan Yin Bodhisattva. After 2 more days of recitation, the locks on the other prisoners also fell away. They all returned to their homes. After that, they single-mindedly recited the name of Kuan Yin Bodhisattva. They recited so sincerely that they caused everyone in the village to take up the practice as well. Sutra 8. When sound is gone and the hearing is perfected, an all-pervasive power of compassion arises, and I can make it so that if living beings are traveling a dangerous road, thieves will not rob them. Commentary 8. When sound is gone and the hearing is perfected, an all-pervasive power of compassion arises. The sounds of the mundane world cease, and by turning the hearing back to hear the self-nature, one's hearing is perfected, which means that without using the mind to cognize the hearing, one can hear all sounds. I can make it so that if living beings are traveling a dangerous road, thieves will not rob them. Sutra 9. When one is permitted with hearing, one separates from worldly objects and forms cannot rob one. Then I can make it so that living beings with a great deal of desire can leave greed and desire far behind. Commentary. The ninth fearlessness is to be separated from greed and desire. When one is permitted with hearing, one separates from worldly objects and forms cannot rob one. If one cultivates day after day until the skill of returning the hearing to hear the self-nature is perfected, one can be apart from all superficial states. In particular, one can separate from the realm of the defiling objects of form. People should not think that beautiful forms are good to get involved with. If you love a beautiful form, it will plunder the treasures of your household. It will take your most ancient and valuable gems and steal them away from you. Rather, it should be that eyes contemplate the shapes of forms, but inside there is nothing. Ears hear the worldly sounds, but the mind does not know. When you see a beautiful form, your attitude of mind should be that it is as if you had not seen it. If you see a beautiful form and your mind moves, ask yourself why your mind didn't move before you saw it. Don't let forms rob you of the wealth of your household. Kuan Yin Bodhisattva says, I make it so that living beings with a great deal of desire can leave greed and desire far behind. A passage in the chapter on the universal door of Kuan Yin Bodhisattva of the Lotus Sutra reads, if people with a great deal of desire can constantly be mindful and respectful of Kuan Yin Bodhisattva, they can get rid of their desire. That is the meaning of the present lines of text as well. A great deal of desire specifically refers to sexual desire, the biggest problem in human life. The one that is nearly impossible to resolve is sexual desire. To see through the involvements of men and women and put them down is genuine liberation. If you can't see through them and put them down, you cannot get free and you cannot become enlightened. If you are really adept in your skill, then when you eat, you will know you're eating, and when you are dressed, you will know you are wearing clothes. If you can forget about eating and wearing clothes, you will be even more able to renounce external things. If men can forget about their girlfriends and women can forget about their boyfriends, if you can smash through that state, then your skill will have some substance to it. How much less should you get hung up with your sisters and brothers, your sons and daughters, and the whole lot of relatives? To study the Buddha Dharma, you have to put everything down. During the period in which you are studying the Buddha Dharma, you should pay no regard to anything else. You should be like a new person just beginning again, and you should forget about all the events of the past. In that way, the water of Dharma can moisten your body hurt. If you can't put this down and can't renounce that, then the water of Dharma has no way to nourish your body heart. If you can constantly recite the name of Kuan Yin Bodhisattva and pay respect to Kuan Yin Bodhisattva, then your thoughts of desire will disappear. The most important aspect of cultivating the way is cutting off thoughts of sexual desire. If you cannot do that, you cannot get out of the triple realm. You can't decide that you want to become enlightened and still not be able to part with the experiences of this world. If you can't separate from the affairs of this world, you cannot become a Buddha. You can't have both. Mantra said it well. You can't have fish and bear paws at the same time. Although one may like to eat fish and to eat bear paws, there's no way one can eat both in the same bite. By the same token, you cannot have worldly pleasures and transcendental bliss at the same time. You want to become a Buddha, but you can't part with mundane wealth, forms, fame, food, and sleep. There's no way you can bring that off. Sutra 10th. When sound is so pure that there is no defining object, the sense organ and the external state are perfectly fused, without any complement and without anything complemented. Then I can make it so that living beings are full of rage and hate, can live all hatred. Commentary. The 10th fearlessness. When sound is so pure that there is no defining object, the sense organ and the external state are perfectly fused. When one returns the hearing to hear the self-nature, the sound becomes pure, which just means that there isn't any sound. The sound is empty, and the defining object disappears. Then there is fusion of the six sense organs and the state of the six sense objects. In this world, anything evil, no matter what it is, can become good if you know how to deal with it. And good things can turn evil if you cannot deal with them. Earlier in the sutra, the Buddhas of the 10 directions told Ananda that the six feeling sense organs are what causes one to fall, and that the six sense organs are also what enables one to accomplish Buddhahood. It is the six sense organs and nothing else. If you use them well, they can help you. If you are unable to use them, they can destroy you. It's just like money. When you have it, if you realize that you should do meritorious things with it and perform all kinds of good deeds to benefit beings, then your money has not spent badly. But if you use the money to gamble or for opium and various other unwholesome things, then you have used your money to commit offenses. The principle is the same with the six sense organs. When the sound is gone and the organs and objects are in perfect accord, there is no complement or anything complemented. They are non-dual. They have become one. They are united, and so there aren't any sense organs or sense objects, and yet the sense organs are just sense organs. and the sense objects are just sense objects. There is no matching of sense organs with sense objects when one reaches this state. Then I can make it so that living beings who are full of rage and hate can leave all hatred. I can cause living beings big tempers and fiery natures and their massive hatred to disappear. Hatred refers to getting angry and having afflictions. The Dharma Flower Sutra says, if people who have a lot of anger can constantly be mindful and respectful of Kwanchen Bodhisattva, they can get rid of their hatred. The essential point here is being constantly mindful. It's not that you recite today, but not tomorrow. Recite this morning, but not tonight. It's not that you recite this month, but not next month. You must recite every day for your practice to be worthy of being called constant mindfulness. And respectful does not mean that you recite but never really believe in the Buddha. You harbor a doubt. Can it really be this way? Is there such a power? Once you start to question it, you won't be able to be successful. So with faith and constant mindfulness and request for Kwanchen Bodhisattva, you won't have a temper anymore. You won't be so fiery, and so you won't have such huge afflictions. You'll leave them far behind. Sutra 11. When the dust has gone and has turned to light, the Dharma Realm and the body and mind are like crystal, transparent and unobstructed. Then I can make it so that all dark and down-witted beings whose natures are obstructed, all Atyantikas, can be forever free from stupidity and darkness. Commentary 11th. When the dust has gone and has turned to light, when the states of the six sense organs and six sense objects melt away, we emit a light. Then the Dharma Realm and the body and mind are like crystal. The body and mind are the Dharma Realm, and the Dharma Realm is the body and mind. They become one. The body and mind pervade the Dharma Realm. Isn't that the state of a Buddha? That's also the way Kwanchen Bodhisattva is. The body and mind become like crystal, transparent and unobstructed. From inside, one can see outside, and from outside, one can see inside. There is no inside, outside, big or little. That's like the monk does here, great rest, from Ling Yen Mountain. He deserved his name. He built himself a tomb out of rock just big enough to sit in. Then he made a door for it out of stone and carved a couplet beside it, one line on either side of the door. The couplet went like this: no big, no little, no inside or out. I cultivated, I understood, and I took care of myself. That is, he did his own cultivation, came to understand by himself, and then made his own funeral arrangements. After he finished the couplet, he sat down in the tomb, closed the door, and completed extinction. He entered nirvana, that is an inconceivable state. So when he took his rest, it was indeed a great one. How vast was his liberation, how free he was. I met this monk at Suzhou at Lingyan Mountain. He cultivated for himself and took care of everything else as well. He wasn't any trouble for anyone. Then I can make it so that all dark and down-witted beings whose natures are obstructed, all Atyantikas, can be forever free from stupidity and darkness. They have no wisdom, and so they cannot see through and clearly understand anything, just like a dull knife that can't cut clean. They mistake right for wrong and wrong for right. But Kwanchen Bodhisattva can enable these beings to be separate from obstructions that cover them over. Atyantikas is a Sanskrit word that means unwholesome mind. If you suggest that such a being do something good, he cannot. Rather than give up a penny for some good use, he grips it clutched in his fist with such a force that the copper melts. If you tell him to help someone, his reaction is that it's stupid. My money is for me to spend. Why should I help other people? However, Kuan Bodhisattva can help such people get out of their stupidity, their darkful viewpoint. Someone who doesn't help others doesn't have any light in his own self-nature and therefore is the stupidest kind of person there is. The passages just previously discussed greed and hatred. This section concerns stupidity. The Dharma Flower Sutra says, if people with a lot of stupidity can constantly be mindful and respectful of Quan Yin Bodhisattva, they can get rid of their stupidity. Once there was an extremely wealthy man who really loved money and was loath to give it up. He had 3 sons. He named the first son Gold. Silver was the name of the second son. The third son, he was afraid, would do good deeds with his money instead of hoarding it. He named him Karmic Obstacle. When he was about to die, he called his first son to his side and said, I'm about to go. Will you go with me? Gold said, You're nuts. How could I die with you? You ordinarily love me best. Why is it when it comes time for you to die you want to harm me? Gold would not go with him. Well, I talked it over with the second son, the father thought, and he called in Silver. Your older brother won't accompany me in death, will you? You're usually very filial. The second son said, If you're dying, do it by yourself. Although I'm your son, I can't follow you into death. You're getting eccentric. I'm too young to die. Gold wouldn't go with him, and neither would Silver. He called his third son Karmic Obstacle. Usually, you're very disobedient, so I'm not very fond of you. But now I'm about to die, and Gold and Silver won't go with me. Can you think it over and decide if you can accompany me? Karmic Obstacle said, There's no need for me to think it over. Of course I'll go. Now you see that Gold and Silver, whom you're fond of, don't stand up to the test. But I, Karmic Obstacle, will follow you wherever you go. In birth, I will accompany you, and in death, I will join you. So who's most filial after all? Tell me. Now, none of the minor things can go. Only karma will follow you. The old man reflected upon all the gold and silver he had accumulated that would go for the pleasures of his first and second son, while he himself had to die. He experienced deep regret. If only I had built a temple or a Buddhimanda while there was still time, he thought, but now that I'm dying, it's too late. The moral of the story is, don't be like the old man. If you have the means, do good deeds. Sutra 12. When matter dissipates and returns to the hearing, then unmoving in the Buddhimanda, I can travel through worlds without destroying the appearance of those worlds. I can make offerings to as many Buddhas, first come ones as their fine motes of dust throughout the 10 directions. At the sight of each Buddha, I become a Dharma prince, and I can make it so that tribeless living beings throughout the Dharma Realm who wish to have sons are blessed with meritorious, virtuous, and wise sons. Commentary 12. When matter dissipates and returns to the hearing, when the physical body is transformed and goes back to the nature of hearing, then unmoving in the Buddhimanda, I can travel through worlds without destroying the appearance of those worlds. The unmoving Buddhimanda means that he stays in his original way place. For instance, Quan Yin Bodhisattva is here at the Buddhist lecture hall, but although he is here, he can travel throughout the world. He hasn't moved from here, but his transformation bodies are in all places, and the worlds are not destroyed. With his Dharma body, he can make offerings to as many Buddhas, first come ones, as their fine motes of dust throughout the 10 directions. He goes throughout the 10 directions, doing the Buddha's work. Sutra 13. With perfect penetration of the 6 sense organs, the light and what is illumined are not two. Encompassing the 10 directions, a great perfect mirror stands in the empty treasury of the first come one. I inherit the secret Dharma doors of as many thirst come on as there find motes of dust throughout the 10 directions. Receiving them without loss, I am able to make it so that childless living beings throughout the Dharma Realm who seek daughters are blessed with lovely daughters who are upright, virtuous, and compliant, and whom everyone cherishes and respects. Commentary 13th. With perfect penetration of the six sense organs, the light and what is illumined are not two, encompassing the 10 directions, and a great perfect mirror stands in the empty treasury of the first command. The eyes, ears, nose, tongue, body, and mind are unobstructed and perfectly interpenetrated. Everything comes together to one. The six organs function interchangeably. It is as if the huge mirror was set up and the treasury of the first command is empty. I inherit the secret Dharma doors of as many first commands as there find most of dust throughout the 10 directions. Receiving them without lots, I am able to make it so that childless living beings throughout the Dharma realm who seek daughters are blessed with lovely daughters who are upright, virtuous, and compliant, and whom everyone cherishes and respects. If someone wants a daughter, they will have a daughter who is proper, has virtue, and is easy to get along with. Everyone who sees this girl will be fond of her and respect her. She will be a lovely girl with perfect features. Sutra 14th. In this 3,000 great thousand world system, with its billions of suns and moons, as many Dharma princes as their grains of sand in 62 Ganges rivers appear in the world and cultivate the Dharma. They act as models in order to teach and transform living beings. They comply with living beings by means of experience and wisdom in different ways for each. Commentary. The 14th kind of fearlessness. This 3,000 great thousand world system, with its billions of suns and moons, as many Dharma princes as their grains of sand in 62 Ganges rivers, appear in the world. They are living in the world right now and cultivate the Dharma. They act as models in order to teach and transform living beings. They comply with the wishes of living beings by means of experience and wisdom. They use skillful means and provisional wisdom in different ways for each kind of living being that is ready to be taught, since each being is different. Sutra. However, because I have obtained the perfect penetration of the sense organ and have discovered the wonder of the ear entrance, after which my body and mind subtly and miraculously included all of the Dharma realm, I am able to make it so that living beings who uphold my name obtain as much merit and virtue as would be obtained by a person who upheld the names of all those Dharma princes who are as many as the grains of sand in 62 Ganges rivers. Commentary. However, because I have obtained the perfect penetration of the sense organ and have discovered the wonder of the ear entrance, I, Conscious Bodhisattva, obtained perfect penetration through the organ of the ear and realized the subtleties of the ear, after which my body and mind subtly and miraculously included all in the Dharma realm. This subtle state pervaded everything throughout the Dharma realm. Therefore, I am able to make it so that living beings who uphold my name, who recite the name of Conscious Bodhisattva, obtain as much merit and virtue as would be obtained by a person who upheld the names of all those Dharma princes who are as many as the grains of sand in 62 Ganges rivers. One person recites only the name of Conscious Bodhisattva, and another person recites the names of as many bodhisattvas as there stands in 62 Ganges rivers. The reward of blessings and each person obtains will be identical. This shows how magnificent the merit and virtue of Conscious Bodhisattva are. Sutra. World Honored One, there is no difference between the merit of my one name and the merit of those many other names, because from my cultivation I obtained true and perfect penetration. Commentary. World Honored One, there is no difference between the merit of my one name, the name conjuring Bodhisattva, and the merit of those many other names, that is, the Bodhisattvas who are as many as the grains of sand in 62 Ganges rivers. How can this be? How can the merit of one name be the same as that of so many? It is because from my cultivation I obtained true and perfect penetration. Sutra. These are called the 14 powers of bestowing fearlessness. With them I bless living beings. Commentary. These are called the 14 powers of bestowing fearlessness. With them I bless living beings. I come to their aid. Whenever someone seeks something, I will respond. Sutra. Moreover, World Honored One, because I obtained perfect penetration and cultivated to certification of the unsurpassed path, I also became endowed with 4 inconceivable and effortless wonderful virtues. First, as soon as I obtained the miraculous wonder of hearing the mind became essential and the hearing was forgotten. Therefore, there was no distinction between seeing, hearing, sensation, and knowing. I achieved a single perfect fusion, pure and precious enlightenment. For this reason, I am able to manifest many wonderful appearances and can proclaim boundless secret spiritual mantras. Commentary. Moreover, World Honored One, because I obtained perfect penetration and cultivated to certification of the unsurpassed path, I also became endowed with 4 inconceivable and effortless wonderful virtues. What are these 4 inconceivable virtues? First, as soon as I obtained the miraculous wonder of hearing the mind became essential and the hearing was forgotten. When I first acquired the skill of returning the hearing to hear the self-nature, that wonder of wonders, my mind became essential and the hearing was forgotten. The true mind manifests and one reaches an essential and wonderful place. Once the hearing disappeared, there was no distinction between seeing, hearing, sensation, and knowing. The other sensations were interfused and could not be divided. I achieved a single perfect fusion, pure and precious enlightenment. This means he accomplished a oneness without any distinctions between self and others. For this reason, I am able to manifest many wonderful appearances and can proclaim boundless secret spiritual mantras. Sutra. For example, I may make appear 1 head, 3 heads, 5 heads, 7 heads, 9 heads, 11 heads, and so forth, until there may be 108 heads, 1,000 heads, 10,000 heads, or 84,000 Vara heads. Commentary. Not only does Kuan Yin Bodhisattva have 1,000 hands and 1,000 eyes, but also myriad heads, as many as 84,000 of them. The appearances which Kuan Yin Bodhisattva makes include, he says, 1 head, 3 heads, the 3-faced Kuan Yin, 5 heads, the 5-faced Kuan Yin, 7 heads, the 7-faced Kuan Yin, and 9 heads, 11 heads, and so forth, until there may be 108 heads, 1,000 heads, 10,000 heads, or 84,000 Vara heads. Vara means strong and firm. Sutra. 2 arms, 4 arms, 6 arms, 8 arms, 10 arms, 12 arms, 14, 16, 18 arms, or 20 arms, 24 arms, and so forth, until there may be 108 arms, 1,000 arms, 10,000 arms, or 84,000 mudra arms. Commentary. Kuan Yin Bodhisattva can also manifest 2 arms, 4 arms, 6 arms, 8 arms, 10 arms, 12 arms, 14, 16, 18 arms, or 20 arms, 24 arms, or perhaps he manifests 108 arms, 1,000 arms, 10,000 arms, as many as 84,000 mudra arms. Mudra is a Sanskrit word that means seal hand. On one hand, there is a seal imprint. Sutra, 2 eyes, 3 eyes, 4 eyes, 9 eyes, and so forth, until there may be 108 eyes, 1,000 eyes, 10,000 eyes, or 84,000 pure and precious eyes. Sometimes compassionate, sometimes awesome, sometimes in samadhi, sometimes displaying wisdom to rescue and protect living beings so that they may attain great self-mastery. Commentary. The Dharma body of Kuan Yin Bodhisattva can manifest 2 eyes, 3 eyes, 4 eyes, 9 eyes, and so forth, until there may be 108 eyes, 1,000 eyes, 10,000 eyes, or 84,000 pure and precious eyes. How can Kuan Yin Bodhisattva manifest so many transformations and appearances? It is because he cultivated the great compassion mantra and the 42 hands and eyes on the coarse ground, so that on the ground of fruition, when his cultivation was perfected, he had endless transformations. Sometimes compassionate, sometimes awesome, sometimes in samadhi, sometimes displaying wisdom. His eyes are perhaps compassionate, or maybe their light is awesome. Perhaps his eyes display the light of samadhi or of wisdom. He appears this way in order to rescue and protect living beings so that they may attain great self-mastery. Sutra. Second, because of hearing and consideration, I escaped the 6 defiling objects just as a sound leaps over a wall without hindrance, and so I have the wonderful ability to non-manifest shape after shape and to recite mantra upon mantra. These shapes and these mantras dispel the fears of living beings. Therefore, throughout the 10 directions, in as many lands as there find most dust, I am known as one who bestows fearlessness. Commentary. The second effortless, wonderful virtue, because of hearing and consideration, I escaped the 6 defiling objects. I cultivated the wisdom of hearing and the wisdom of consideration and got out of forms, smells, tastes, objects of touch, and dharmas. I was not attached to them. I was just as a sound leaps over a wall without hindrance. And so I have the wonderful ability to manifest shape after shape and to recite mantra upon mantra. These shapes I appear in and these mantras I recite dispel the fears of living beings. They have the power of bestowing fearlessness. Therefore, throughout the 10 directions, in as many lands as there find most dust, I am known as one who bestows fearlessness. Sutra. Third, because I cultivated fundamental, wonderful, perfect penetration and purified the sense organ. Everywhere I go in any world, I can make it so that living beings renounce their physical and material valuables to seek my sympathy. Commentary. Third, because I cultivated fundamental, wonderful, perfect penetration and purified the sense organ. He is referring to the fundamental purity of the ear organ, the hearing nature. Everywhere I go in any world, I can make it so that living beings renounce their physical and material valuables to seek my sympathy. They will give up their very bodies and lives and their valuable possessions in search of my aid. Sutra. Fourth, I obtained the Buddha's mind and was certified as having attained the ultimate end, and so I can make offerings of rare treasuries to the thirsty ones of the 10 directions and to living beings in the 6 paths throughout the Dharma Realm. Commentary. The fourth inconceivable and effortless, wonderful virtue. I obtained the Buddha's mind and was certified as having attained the ultimate end. I obtained the true mind of the treasury of the first come one. Ultimate end means the final fruition of Buddhahood, and so I can make offerings of rare treasuries to the first come ones of the 10 directions, and to living beings in the 6 paths throughout the Dharma Realm. Whatever they want, I will fulfill their wishes. Sutra. If they seek a spouse, they obtain a spouse. If they seek children, they can have children. Seeking samadhi, they obtain samadhi. Seeking long life, they obtain long life, and so forth, to the extent that if they seek the great nirvana, they obtain great nirvana. Commentary. Whatever living beings in the six paths wish will be granted them. Kuan Yin Bodhisattva realizes that everyone wants a good spouse, so if they seek a spouse, they obtain a spouse. If they want a good wife, they will find a beautiful one. That's the foremost wish of living beings. Once they have a spouse, they hope for good children, so the second thing Kuan Yin Bodhisattva does is grant children. If they seek children, they can have children. If they want sons, they get sons. If they wish for daughters, they will have daughters. Third, he says, seeking samadhi, they obtain samadhi. Seeking long life, they obtain long life. If one has a wife and children and still feels that there is no meaning to human life, and so brings forth a resolve to transcend the world and seek samadhi, then one can attain samadhi. Some are seeking long life, and so they obtain long life. They want to become immortal and never die, and they are able to do so, and so forth, to the extent that if they seek the great nirvana, they obtain great nirvana. If beings seek to become a Buddha, they can attain the fruition of Buddhahood. Sutra. The Buddha asks about perfect penetration. From the gateway of the ear, I obtained a perfect and illumining samadhi. The conditioned mind was at ease, and therefore I entered the appearance of the flow, and obtaining samadhi, I accomplished bodhi. This is the foremost method. Commentary. The Buddha asks about perfect penetration. The Buddha asked all his disciples how they first obtained the expedient of perfect penetration. From the gateway of the ear, I obtained a perfect and illumining samadhi. I cultivated the nature of hearing and accomplished samadhi power. The conditioned mind was at ease, and therefore I entered the appearance of the flow, and obtaining samadhi, I accomplished bodhi. This is the foremost method. The mind that claims on conditions was gone, and I attained self-mastery. I returned the hearing to hear the self-nature, and the nature accomplished the unsurpassed way. This is the best method. Sutra. World Honored One, that Buddha, the first come one, praised me as having obtained well the Dharma door of perfect penetration. In the great assembly, he bestowed a prediction upon me and the name Quan Shi Yin. Commentary. World Honored One, that Buddha, the first come one, praised me as having obtained well the Dharma door of perfect penetration. That Buddha refers to the Quan Shi Yin, first come one of old. He praised the ease with which I obtained perfect penetration. In the great assembly, he bestowed a prediction upon me and the name Quan Shi Yin. He named me contemplator of the world south, the same name he had himself. Sutra. Because my contemplation and listening is perfectly clear throughout the 10 directions, the name Quan Shi Yin pervades all the realms of the 10 directions. Commentary. Because my contemplation and listening is perfectly clear throughout the 10 directions, that is, because every place throughout the 10 Sutra. Then the world-honored one upon the lion's throne emitted simultaneously from his 5 extremities a precious light, which shone far throughout the 10 directions, to anoint the crowds of as many first come ones and Dharma Prince Bodhisattvas as they are most of dust. Commentary. Then the world-honored one upon the lion's throne emitted simultaneously from his 5 extremities a precious light. Sitting on the lion's throne, Shakyamuni Buddha emitted light from his 2 hands, his 2 feet, and the top of his head. All at the same time, the light shone far throughout the 10 directions to anoint the crowds of as many first come ones and Dharma Prince Bodhisattvas as they are most of dust. Shakyamuni Buddha anointed the crowds of the first come ones as a representation that his Dharma is the highest, the summit. The way of all Buddhas is the same. The first commands of the 10 directions also proclaim this summit Dharma, just as a Shakyamuni Buddha is doing now. The way of all Buddhas is the same. It is mutually interpenetrating. Sutra. All those dust commands also emitted from their 5 extremities precious lights, which were as numerous as motes of dust, and which came from the various directions to anoint the crown of the Buddha as well as the crowns of all the great Bodhisattvas and arhats in the assembly. Commentary. All those dust commands as numerous as the 5 motes of dust throughout the 10 directions also emitted from their 5 extremities precious lights, which were as numerous as motes of dust, and which came from the various directions. Precious light also issued forth from their 2 hands, 2 feet, and from the tops of their heads, light just like that which Shakyamuni Buddha had emitted. The light came to anoint the crown of the Buddha, Shakyamuni Buddha, as well as the crowns of all the great Bodhisattvas and arhats in the assembly. Sutra. Groves, trees, pools, and ponds all proclaimed the sound of Dharma. The lights blended and crisscrossed like a jeweled silken net. It was an unprecedented event for everyone in the great assembly, and they all attained the Vajra Samadhi. Commentary. Groves, trees, pools, and ponds all proclaimed the sound of Dharma. The flowing water, the breath of wind, and the rustle of the trees all expressed the Dharma. The lights blended and crisscrossed like a jeweled silken net. The lights of the Buddhas of the 10 directions anointed Shakyamuni Buddha's crown, and Shakyamuni Buddha's light anointed the first commands in the 10 directions, as numerous as motes of dust. The lights pattern appeared to create a magnificent net. It was an unprecedented event for everyone in the great assembly, and they all attained the Vajra Samadhi. They had never before seen such auspicious portents, and everyone there obtained the Vajra Samadhi. Sutra. Then the heavens rained down hundreds of precious lotus flowers of variegated combinations of green, yellow, red, and white. All the space in the 10 directions turned the colors of the 7 gems. Commentary. Then, when everyone in the great assembly attained the Vajra Samadhi, the heavens rained down hundreds of precious lotus flowers of variegated combinations of green, yellow, red, and white. These 4 colors appeared in various combinations on the petals of the lotus flowers. Some green lotuses were accented with touches of yellow. Some yellow lotuses had red dots on them. Some white lotuses were flecked with red. All the space in the 10 directions turned the colors of the 7 gems. The 7 gems are gold, silver, lapis lazuli, crystal, mother of pearl, red pearl, and carnelian. All the ones turned these colors. Sutra. This Saha world with its mountains, rivers, and great earth disappeared totally, and all that could be seen were lands as numerous as motes of dust, coming together as one realm. Pure praises in songs and trance spontaneously pervaded in celebration. Commentary. This Saha world with its mountains, rivers, and great earth disappeared totally, and all that could be seen were lands as numerous as motes of dust, coming together as one realm. Our world is called the Saha world. The name is able to be endured, representing that living beings are able to bear the suffering and distress of this world. Actually, it's unbearable, but beings go right on bearing it, not admitting the suffering. They take suffering to be bliss. They think it's fine here. At this point, however, the Saha world disappeared. That was due to the transforming power of spiritual penetrations, which Shakyamuni Buddha used. In that assembly, the Buddha lands as numerous as grains of sand, multiplied by grains of sand united. They had been distinct and individual, but now they came together as one. Pure praises in songs and chants spontaneously pervaded in celebration. Pure and clear sounds of music were heard everywhere. Before this, the groves and trees, the ponds and pools had expressed the Dharma, but in this place, everything proclaimed the Dharma sound in subtle songs and chants. The water flows, the wind blows, proclaiming the Mahayana in pools of 7 jewels and lotuses, of 4 colors and waves of solid gold. Manjushri selects the organ of entry, Volume 5, Chapter 3. Sutra. Then the third command said to Dharma Prince Manjushri, "You should now contemplate these 25 great Bodhisattvas and arhats who are beyond learning." Each has explained the initial expedient in his accomplishment of the way. All say they have cultivated the true and actual perfect penetration. Their cultivation is equal without distinctions of superior and inferior or earlier and later. Commentary. Then the third command, Shakyamuni said to Dharma Prince Manjushri, "You should now contemplate these 25 great Bodhisattvas and arhats who are beyond learning. Take a look now, reflect on the Dharma door which each of these 25 sages used. Beyond learning refers to those who have been certified to 4th stage arhatship or above. Each has explained the initial expedient in his accomplishment of the way. All say they have cultivated to true and actual perfect penetration. They attained genuine perfect penetration of the sense organs. Their cultivation is equal without distinctions of superior and inferior, or earlier or later. In fact, there is no way to distinguish them as better or worse, excellent or deficient, or more or less advanced." Sutra. I now wish to cause Ananda to become enlightened, and so I ask which of these 25 practices is appropriate to his faculties and which will be, after my extinction, the easiest expedient door for living beings of this realm to enter in order to accomplish the Bodhisattva vehicle and seek the unsurpassed way. Commentary. Shakyamuni Buddha says, I now wish to cause Ananda to become enlightened. Ananda is still a first stage arhat. I'd like him to become enlightened and attain the second, third, or fourth fruition of arhatship. And so I ask which of these 25 practices is appropriate to his faculties, which one is right for someone with Ananda's abilities. There are 18 realms and 7 elements. Which Dharma door is most appropriate for Ananda, and which will be, after my extinction, the easiest expedient door for living beings of this realm to enter in order to accomplish the Bodhisattva vehicle and seek the unsurpassed way. The living beings referred to here are us. We are at the Buddhist lecture hearing this Dharma are just the ones he means. You who read this sutra now are also included. So don't set yourself apart and say, I'm not included. You just mess yourself up that way. If you put yourself outside, you will fall in the future. And if you become a horse, cow, dog, chicken, or pig, it won't be easy to get to listen to the Shurangama Sutra. For one thing, you'd never make it up the 4 flights of stairs to the lecture hall. In Hong Kong, ducks came to listen to my sutra lectures, but that was on the ground floor. Long ago, Shakyamuni Buddha arranged our seats in this Dharma assembly that is now taking place. Don't take yourselves too lightly. Of course, if you don't come to listen now, you won't have a share. Which of these Dharma doors will be found most expedient by living beings of the future who have great faculties and who, in every thought, seek the unsurpassed way? The Buddha asks Manjushri Bodhisattva, which Dharma door will most easily bring success? Manjushri Bodhisattva set your mind to it and select one. Sutra. Dharma Prince Manjushri, receiving the Buddha's compassionate instruction, arose from his seat, bowed at the Buddha's feet, and, basing himself on the Buddha's awesome spirit, spoke verses to the Buddha. Commentary. Dharma Prince Manjushri, receiving the Buddha's compassionate instruction, arose from his seat. Wonderfully lucky Bodhisattva was directed by the Buddha to select from any of the 18 realms and 7 elements a method of attaining perfect penetration. He was to find the one most appropriate for another and for us to cultivate. The 6 sense organs, the 6 sense objects, and the 6 consciousnesses make up the 18 realms. Earth, wind, fire, and water, along with emptiness, consciousness, and perception, are the 7 elements, as was explained in detail previously. Receiving this compassionate instruction from the Buddha, Manjushri Bodhisattva arose from his seat, bowed at the Buddha's feet, and basing himself on the Buddha's awesome spirit, spoke verses to the Buddha. The Bodhisattvas and Arhats all have places to sit around the Buddha, unlike five-head Vara, who must stand in the assembly. Verses can vary in number of feet and lines, but they all contain the principles of the sutra. Sutra. The sea of enlightenment in nature is perfect and clear. Complete distinct body is a miraculous source. But when basic brightness shone so that objects appeared, with the object's existence, the nature's brilliance ceased. Commentary. The sea of enlightenment in nature is perfect and clear. The sea of enlightenment is boundless, containing within it all the mountains, rivers, and great earth, the vegetation and myriad appearances. The nature of the sea of enlightenment is both clean and perfect. Complete distinct body is a miraculous source. The clarity of perfection of the sea of enlightenment is fundamentally subtle and wonderful, but within this subtlety of a single truth, falseness arises, and the light reveals the arising of objects. But when basic brightness shone so that objects appeared, with the object's existence, the nature's brilliance ceased. Basically, the sea of enlightenment contains everything within it. There is nothing which is not in the nature of the treasury of the First Come One. But as soon as there is a single ignorant thought, a falseness arises. Once there is falseness, there are objects defiling appearances. Because of this falseness, the inherent light of the enlightened nature does not shine forth, just as when the sky is covered by clouds. Sutra. Confusion and falseness bring about emptiness. Relying on emptiness, time and space take form. Thoughts settle, making countries and lands. What knows and feels becomes living beings. Commentary. Confusion and falseness bring about emptiness. Because of falseness, subject and object come into being. Basically, both aspects are false. In the substance of the sea of enlightenment, not a single Dharma stands. There isn't anything at all, but the staring produces the appearance of fatigue. After a sustained period of time, protraction brings about fatigue, and then falseness and confusion give rise to emptiness. In the sea of enlightenment, there isn't anything, not even emptiness. The verse says below, the emptiness created within enlightenment is like a single bubble in all the sea. How insignificant that is, and yet we think of emptiness as being so vast. Relying on emptiness, time and space take form. The 10 directions and 3 periods of time come into being. Thoughts settle, making countries and lands. Once time and space arise out of emptiness, then false thinking becomes solid, making the lens. What knows and feels becomes living beings. Knowledge and sensations turn into living creatures. Sutra, the emptiness created within great enlightenment, is like a single bubble in all the sea. Lands like fine dust motes, subject to outflows, all come forth out of empty space. Just as the bubble bursts, space is no longer there. How much the less the three states of being. Commentary. The first lines of the verse said, "The sea of enlightenment in nature is perfect and clear, complete. Distinct body is a miraculous source. The perfection of the pure source of body is extremely wonderful." Now the verse speaks of the emptiness created within great enlightenment. We all are aware of the existence of emptiness. But do we know where it came from? I believe no one knows. That's because emptiness is so vast. It's impossible to know the limits of empty space or its source. Who is the mother of emptiness? No one knows. But now the Shurangama Sutra points to the source. Emptiness is born from the nature of great enlightenment, and yet within that expanse it is extremely minute. How big is it? It is like a single bubble in all the sea, like a little flake of foam in the ocean. Lands like fine dust motes, subject to outflows, all come forth out of empty space. There are three categories of outflows: outflows of desire, outflows of existence, and outflows of ignorance. Myriad lands which have outflows all come out of emptiness. The emptiness came out of enlightenment, and the lands came out of emptiness. Just as the bubble bursts, space is no longer there. In the same way that a bubble pops on the ocean, the emptiness disappears in the great enlightenment. How much the less the three states of being. Sutra. Returning to the source, the nature is not two. Many are the entrances through expedients. None of them does the sagely nature fail to go through. Compliant or adverse, all is expedient. First resolve and entering samadhi. Come slow or fast as there are different norms. Commentary. In his verse, Manjushri Bodhisattva says that emptiness is like a bubble in the sea of enlightenment, and that countries and lands within the emptiness are also extremely minute. If emptiness disappears, all the countries and lands, the mountains, rivers, and the great earth, and the sentient and material worlds all disappear as well. When one cultivates this Dhamma, returning to the source, the nature is not two. Returning to the source means accomplishing Buddhahood. There is only one place to return to, and that is your original home. This world people live in is not really our home. I have a home, you protest, but that house is not your genuine home. To become a Buddha is to find your genuine home. Before you become a Buddha, you are a vagabond. Moving from hotel to hotel, you are always on the move. Many are the entrances through expedients. Being expedient means being unattached. For example, once there was a child crawling toward a well which was flush to the ground. If the child had continued, it would have fallen into the well. The Buddha saw this, but he knew that if he called the child back, it would not have listened, but would have continued to crawl forward. So he made a fist with one hand, held it out, and called, "Child, come back. I have candy in my hand for you. I have candy. Do you like candy?" When the child heard there was candy, it turned around and came back. There was no candy in the Buddha's hand after all. But was the Buddha lying? No. That is an example of an expedient method. He used his empty fist to save the child because there was no other method that would have worked at that point. The doors of expedience are uncountable. In general, whatever method will save a person is the Dharma door you use. None of them does the sagely nature fail to go through, compliant or adverse, all is expedient. When you are certified to the Dharma nature of a sage, there is nothing you cannot understand. What is compliant is expedient, and what is adverse is also expedient. Whatever complies with your abilities and circumstances, you can use in your cultivation. What is adverse, not in accord with your situation, can still be applied to your cultivation. Both the compliant situations and adverse ones in which you cultivate are the expedient Dharma doors. First, resolve and entering samadhi. Come slow or faster as there are different norms. Some cultivate more quickly, some more slowly, so they can't all be lumped together. Sutra. Form and thought combined become the dust. Their essence is not discernible. How can one use that what lacks clarity and expect to gain perfect penetration? Commentary. Form is created from false thinking. Form and thought combined become the dust, the defiling objects of form. Their essence is not discernible. It is not clear and comprehensible. How can one use what lacks clarity and expect to gain perfect penetration? Can you expect to attain the Dharma door of perfect penetration with a method that is neither clear nor ultimate? That is impossible. The verse goes on to say that using the sense object of form to cultivate perfect penetration is not the best method. Some people are able to be certified to the fruition through this sutra. In South, language is intermingled. But the meaning in a word, a name, a phrase is such that no single one can include them all. How can this bring perfect penetration? Commentary. There are those who awaken to the way by means of the defining object of sounds. Nevertheless, in sounds, language is such that no single one can include them all. No one word or one name or one phrase can say everything about everything. How can this bring perfect penetration? One cannot choose sounds as the way to attain perfect penetration. Sutra. Awareness of smells comes through contact with them. Apart from them, one does not know that they exist. Since the sensation of them is not constant, how can one reach perfect penetration? Commentary. The pure youth adorned with fragrance awaken to the way by means of the defining object of smells. But awareness of smells comes through contact with them. The nose must inhale the vapors of a scent for it to be aware of them. Apart from them, one does not know that they exist. They are not there. Since the sensation of them is not constant, how can one reach perfect penetration? Since the nature of smells is not constant or unchanging, one does not always have an awareness of them, and so they can't count as the best method for perfect penetration. Sutra. Flavors are not to us fundamental. They only exist when there is something to taste. Since this sensation is not perpetual, how can one derive perfect penetration? Commentary. Although there are those who awaken to the way by means of the defiling object of flavors, flavors are not to us fundamental. The nature of flavors is not the complete and perfect self-nature. They only exist when there is something to taste. It's only when there is something with flavor that the defining object of flavor comes to be. Since this sensation is not perpetual, how can one derive perfect penetration? The awareness of taste is not there all the time. Therefore, don't select this Dharma door as the one for perfect penetration. Sutra. Touch becomes clear only when something is touched. Without an object, there can be no contact. With fluctuation between contact and separation, how can one gain perfect penetration? Commentary. Touch becomes clear only when something is touched. Although there are those who awaken to the way by cultivating the objects of touch, touch can only be known when there is an object to come in contact with. Without an object, there can be no contact. The only way contact can be experienced is for there to be someone who makes contact with some object. With a fluctuation between contact and separation, how can one gain perfect penetration? Therefore, the defining object of touch cannot be used either as the most effective Dharma door for perfect penetration. Sutra dharmas are known as the internal dust. Reckoned as dust, they are certainly sense objects. Involvement of subject and object cannot be pervasive. How, then, can they lead to perfect penetration? Commentary: Mahakashyapa cultivated the mind through Dharma objects, and he attained the samadhi of the extinction of feeling and thought. Dharmas are known as internal dust. Dharmas are conditions of the mind. Reckoned as dust, they are certainly sense objects. Since they are defining objects, they have a location. Since they have a location, they are not at the level of non-existence and yet not non-existent. Involvement of subject and object cannot be pervasive. An interaction involving subject and object is not full and complete, not all pervasive. How, then, can they lead to perfect penetration? Sutra, although seeing itself is clear and penetrating, making bright what is before one, it cannot shine behind. Ever reaching only half the four directions, how can it manifest perfect penetration? Commentary: Although seeing itself is clear and penetrating, the eye's ability to see is bright and clear, but making bright what is before one, it cannot shine behind. If it looks in front, it cannot see behind. If it looks left, it cannot see to the right. Ever reaching only half the four directions, it can only see two of four sides at any one time. How can it manifest perfect penetration? It is not the one to choose for perfect penetration. Sutra: The nose breath penetrates in and out, but in the rest between there is no air. These interruptions render it inconsistent. How can one use it for perfect penetration? Commentary: The nose breath penetrates in and out. This stanza discusses the organ of the nose, but in the rests between there is no air. Sometimes the breath stops, there are pauses. These interruptions render it inconsistent. This aspect is a deficiency and makes this organ inadequate also. It is not all pervasive. How can one use it for perfect penetration? Therefore, this one cannot be selected for perfect penetration either. Sutra: The tongue is not an organ or part from cause. Flavors form the source of its sensation. When flavor ceases, it knows nothing at all. How can it attain perfect penetration? Commentary: The tongue is not an organ or part from cause. Flavors must enter in upon the tongue for it to experience sensation. Without flavors, it lacks any awareness. Flavors form the source of its sensation. It experiences sensations because of the defining object of flavor. When flavor ceases, it knows nothing at all. How can it attain perfect penetration? You can use it to reach perfect penetration. Sutra: It is the same for the body as for objects of touch. Neither can be regarded as a perfect awareness, with defined and limited invisible divisions. How can it be used for perfect penetration? Commentary: It is the same for the body as for objects of touch. The Dharma body of the body is like the objects of touch. Neither can be regarded as a perfect awareness. Its awareness is not complete in itself, with defined and limited invisible divisions. How can it be used for perfect penetration? It is characterized by boundaries and number, and it is invisibly connected with objects of touch, and therefore it is not an appropriate choice for perfect penetration. Sutra: The mind's knowledge is a mass of deliberations. What it perceives is never profound insight, unable to get beyond reflection and thought. How can it reveal perfect penetration? Commentary. The mind's knowledge is a mass of deliberations. What the mind knows are mental dharmas, defining objects of dharma, and a conglomeration of random thoughts. What it perceives is never profound insight, unable to get beyond reflection and thought. How can it reveal perfect penetration? It can never get to what is tranquil and profound. It can never reach what is ultimate, because one can never get beyond it as long as thought, false thinking, and the stream of consciousness remains. How can this lead to perfect penetration? Sutra, the seeing consciousness combines three aspects. Probe its origin, it has no appearance. Since its very substance is variable, how can it bring perfect penetration? Commentary. The seeing consciousness combines three aspects. The verse now discusses the consciousnesses, which are a combination of the six sense organs inside and the six sense objects outside. The six sense organs have awareness, while the six sense objects do not. Therefore, the six sense consciousnesses should be half aware and half unaware. These three aspects combine into the consciousnesses. Probe its origin, it has no appearance. The consciousness has no appearance, since its very substance is variable. How can it bring perfect penetration? Since the consciousness itself is in a state of flux, how can you use it to gain perfect penetration? So the eye consciousness won't work either. Sutra, the heart of hearing penetrates the 10 directions. When born on the strength of great causes, those of initial resolve cannot enter this way. How can one expect to gain perfect penetration? Commentary. The heart of hearing penetrates the 10 directions. The Dharma door that universal worthy Bodhisattva cultivated was the ear consciousness, but hearing is pervasive only when born on the strength of great causes. This Dharma door requires the power of great and awesome causes. Only then can one cultivate it. Those of initial resolve cannot enter this way. Beings with initial resolve to cultivate the Bodhisattva way will not find this Dharma door appropriate. Since those of initial resolve cannot enter it, how could it be selected for perfect penetration? How can one expect to gain perfect penetration? This one won't do either. Sutra, reflecting on the nose, is a provisional method. It only serves to gather in and settle the mind. Once settled, the mind is simply still. How can that be perfect penetration? Commentary. Reflecting on the nose is a provisional method. Sundrananda cultivated the white spot at the tip of his nose. The cultivation of this Dharma door involves thought, and so it is a clever provisional expedient. It only serves to gather in and settle the mind. It is to help quiet a scattered mind. Once settled, the mind is simply still. Its aim is to bring the mind to dwell in one place, but since there continues to be a dwelling place for the mind, how can that be perfect penetration? It is not the one to pick. Sutra, speaking Dharma through the medium of language, is enlightened to by those of former accomplishment, but words and phrases are not free of outflows. How can this make perfect penetration? Commentary. Pranamacha Yaniputra spoke the Dharma and awakened by means of the tongue, speaking Dharma through the medium of language. In speaking Dharma and lecturing sutras, one's voice must be good and one must be accomplished in expressing oneself in language. Then it is enlightened too by those of former accomplishment. But words and phrases are not free of outflows. How can this make perfect penetration? Since they are subject to outflows, they cannot be selected for the Dharma door of perfect penetration. Sutra, refraining from transgressions, only controls the body. Lacking a body, there is nothing to restrain. Since its source is not all-pervasive, how can it bring perfect penetration? Commentary. The Venerable Upali held that the precepts refraining from transgressions only controls the body. Both the upholding of precepts and the violation of precepts is done with the body. This is a Dharma door that relates to body and mind. Lacking a body, there's nothing to restrain. If you didn't have a physical body, there would be no need to control it. Since its source is not all-pervasive, how can it bring perfect penetration? This Dharma door is not all-encompassing. It cannot be chosen as a method for perfect penetration either. Sutras, spiritual penetrations, are based on past causes. What connection have they with distinguishing dharmas? Conditioned thought is not apart from things. How can one attain perfect penetration? Commentary. Maudgalyayana was foremost in spiritual penetrations, and it was from the mind consciousness that he accomplished his spiritual powers. Spiritual penetrations are based on past causes. Possession of spiritual powers comes from causes and conditions set up in past lives. What connection have they with distinguishing dharmas? They are a different thing from discrimination. Conditioned thought is not apart from things. Spiritual penetrations still require the thought process. However, and therefore they are not divorced from the material plane. They are not complete in themselves. How can one attain perfect penetration? Cultivation through spiritual penetrations is also not the way to go. Sutra. One may contemplate the nature of earth, but it is firm and solid, not penetrable. What is conditioned is not the sagely nature. How can one use it for perfect penetration? Commentary. One may contemplate the nature of earth, but it is firm and solid, not penetrable. Maintaining the earth, Bodhisattva made use of the Dharma door of contemplating the earth. Earth has the qualities of solidity and firmness. It is not penetrable. It is a conditioned Dharma, not a Dharma door for entering the flow of the sages. What is conditioned is not the sagely nature. How can one use it for perfect penetration? It doesn't measure up as the best Dharma door for perfect penetration. Sutra. One may contemplate the nature of water, but such mental reflection is not the true and real. This state of suchness is not an enlightened view. How can it give perfect penetration? Commentary. One may decide to cultivate by the contemplation of water and enter the water contemplation samadhi, as did the pure youth moonlight. One may contemplate the nature of water, but such mental reflection is not the true and real. For one to enter samadhi according to this method, the thought process, the contemplative consideration is also initially involved. This state of suchness is not an enlightened view. It is not a natural, spontaneous kind of contemplation. How can it give perfect penetration? So the contemplation of water cannot be considered the method for perfect penetration. Sutra. One may contemplate the nature of fire, but admitting dislike is not true renunciation. This expedient cannot be one for beginners. How can one use it for perfect penetration? Commentary. Fire had Vara. Utrusma cultivated the contemplation of fire because he had a tremendous amount of desire. The Buddha instructed him to contemplate the fire of desire in his body. One may contemplate the nature of fire, but admitting dislike is not true renunciation. His decision to reject this was not in itself genuine abandoning. This expedient cannot be one for beginners. It is not a skilling means appropriate to those of initial resolve. How can one use it for perfect penetration? It cannot be selected as a Dharma door for perfect penetration. Sutra. One may contemplate the nature of wind, but movement and stillness are not non-dual. Duality cannot bring highest enlightenment. How can one expect perfect penetration? Commentary. The Dharma brings crystal light used the element wind in his cultivation. One may contemplate the nature of wind, but movement and stillness are not non-dual. Movement and stillness are opposites, they are not absolutes. Duality cannot bring highest enlightenment. Opposites are not the Dharma of unsurpassed enlightenment. How can one expect perfect penetration? You can't pick this one for Dharma door to perfect penetration. Sutra, one may contemplate the nature of emptiness, but its aspect is murky and dull. It lacks awareness. But what is unaware is different from Bodhi. How can it bring perfect penetration? Commentary. One may contemplate the nature of emptiness. Empty space treasury Bodhisattva cultivated a body as boundless as emptiness and awakened to the way. But Manjushri Bodhisattva says here, I contemplate the nature of emptiness and see that its aspect is murky and dull. It lacks awareness. This lack of clarity makes it not an appropriate initial method for enlightenment. What is unaware is different from Bodhi. How can it bring perfect penetration? This one can't be picked as a method to gain perfect penetration. Sutra, one may contemplate the nature of consciousness, but one is regarding a consciousness that is not eternal. Even the thought of it is empty and false. How can one get perfect penetration? Commentary. Maitreya Bodhisattva cultivated the element of consciousness. He contemplated the nature of consciousness. One may contemplate the nature of consciousness, but one is regarding a consciousness that is not eternal. Take a look at the consciousness of the discriminating mind. It is not everlasting. Even the thought of it is empty and false. Where there is something contemplated and a thought of contemplation, they are empty and false. How can one get perfect penetration? So it cannot be considered perfect penetrating. Sutra. All activities are impermanent. So too, mindfulness has its origin in rising and ceasing. Since cause and effect go beyond cause and effect, how can we use it for perfect penetration? Commentary. Great strength Bodhisattva cultivated the element of the perception. He gathered in all six organs until a pure mindfulness linked them together. All activities are impermanent, so too mindfulness has its origin in rising and ceasing. Both the nature of the recitation and that which is recited are dharma subject to production and extinction. When you're reciting, it arises. When you cease reciting, it is extinguished. Since cause and effect go beyond cause and effect, we seek to go beyond what is subject to cause and effect. How can we use it for perfect penetration? So the Dharma door of mindfulness of the Buddha is not best suited for perfect penetration. Sutra. I now say this, world honored one, Buddha who has revealed the Saha world. In this land, the true substance of teaching resides in hearing the sounds purely. If one wants to attain samadhi, hearing is the best way to enter. Commentary. At this point, Manjushri Bodhisattva has finished speaking about the various Dharma doors by which the sages were certified. He continues, I now say this, world honored one, Buddha, who has revealed the Saha world. In this land, the true substance of teaching resides in hearing the sounds purely. In this world, which is able to be born, where the Buddha has compassionately become manifest, the genuine method for teaching and transforming living beings is in the purity of sound. That refers to the Dharma door of returning the hearing to hear the self-nature. If one wants to attain samadhi, hearing is the best way to enter. The skill of returning the hearing to hear the self-nature is actually the most wonderful, the best method. Sutra. Apart from suffering, liberation is found. How excellent is he who contemplates the world sounds. Commentary. Apart from suffering, liberation is found. One can separate from suffering and attain liberation. Separating from suffering is just liberation. Liberation is just leaving suffering behind. How excellent is he who contemplates the world sounds. Ah, the Dharma of Kwanshrin Bodhisattva is so fine. Sutra throughout compass as numerous as Ganges sands. He enters Buddha lands, as many as 5 dust-motes, obtaining great power of self-mastery. He bestows fearlessness on living beings. Commentary. Why does he praise Kwanshrin? Throughout compass as numerous as Ganges sands. He enters Buddha lands as many as 5 dust-motes. During that many aeons, Kwanshrin Bodhisattva goes to countless Buddha lands, as numerous as 5 motes of dust. Obtaining great power of self-mastery, he bestows fearlessness on living beings. With spiritual power and great ease, he causes living beings not to be afraid. Sutra. Wonderful is the sound of Kwanshrin, a pure sound like the ocean roar. He saves the world and brings peace to all within it. He has transcended the world, and his attainment is eternal. Commentary. Wonderful is the sound of Kwanshrin. Kuan Yin Bodhisattva is extremely miraculous, a pure sound like the ocean's roar. His pure and clear sound is like the thunder of the sea, a single, all-pervasive sound. He saves the world and brings peace to all within it. He rescues those in the world so that all living beings attain peace and contentment. He has transcended the world, and his attainment is eternal. He transcends the world and attains the everlasting enlightenment. He realizes eternal, indestructible, comfortable spiritual powers. Sutra. I now make this report. Thus come one regarding what Kuan Yin has just explained. It is like someone in a quiet place when drums are rolled throughout the 10 directions, hearing at once the sounds from all 10 places. This then is the actual true perfection. Commentary. I now make this report. Thus come one regarding what Kuan Yin has just explained about his experience with perfect penetration. It is like someone in a quiet place when drums are rolled throughout the 10 directions, hearing at once the sounds from all 10 places. In every one of the 10 directions, drums are beaten simultaneously. Although the drum sounds come from 10 places, the one person in the quiet room can hear them all at the same time. This then is the actual true perfection. This nature is genuinely perfect. Sutra. The eyes cannot see through solid forms. Mouth and nose are much the same. The body registers awareness only through contact. Tangled in thoughts, the mind lacks clear connections. Commentary. The eyes cannot see through solid forms. The eyes here are not the Buddha eye, the wisdom eye, the Dharma eye, the heavenly eye, or the flesh eye, nor the 5 eyes. What is referred to here are our ordinary physical eyes. These eyes can only see within boundaries. They cannot see through and beyond them. They cannot see through solid objects. For instance, if we close the windows and pull the blinds, we can't see what is outside. Even in perceiving what is close to us, a single layer of skin prohibits our seeing. For instance, we cannot see what is inside our bodies with the ordinary eyes. The eyes of the sage are different matter, but here we are discussing the capacity of ordinary eyes. They can't even see through a thin piece of paper. Also, when they look to the right, they cannot see to the left, and when they look to the left, they cannot see what's on the right. Mouth and nose are much the same. Between breaths, there's a hesitation where no air enters or leaves the nose. And the tongue must have some flavor in order to experience taste. Without something to taste, it doesn't function. These two, then, are more or less like the eyes. The body registers awareness only through contact. The body must come in contact with objects of touch for sensation to be experienced, and so it is not complete in itself either. Tangled in thoughts, the mind lacks clear connections. The mind's thoughts are random and confused, without any order to them, and so they are not best for perfect penetration either. Sutra sounds can be heard even through solid walls. One can listen to things both near and far. None of the other five organs can match this. It then is penetration true and real. Commentary. With the organ of the ear, sounds can be heard even through solid walls. You can hear what is going on beyond a wall. One can listen to things both near and far. None of the other five organs can match this. The eyes, nose, tongue, body, and mind are not as effective as the ear. It is more perfect than any of them. Its function is perfectly fused and unobstructed. The others cannot compare to it. It then is penetration true and real. The other five sense organs do not have this kind of genuine penetration. Sutra. The nature of sounds is based in movement and stillness. One hears according to whether there is sound. With no sound, there is said to be no hearing. But this does not mean that the hearing has no nature. Commentary. The nature of sounds is based in movement and stillness. Sometimes there are sounds, sometimes there is no sound. When there is no sound, there is stillness. One hears according to whether there is sound. Hearing perceives the movement of sound and the stillness of no sound. With no sound, there is said to be no hearing. That's what we say, but this does not mean that the hearing has no nature. The nature of hearing is definitely not extinguished. When we say there's no hearing, the nature of hearing is in fact not absent. Sutra. In the absence of sound, the nature is not gone, nor does it arise in the presence of sound. Entirely beyond production and extinction, it is then truly everlasting. Commentary. In the absence of sound, the nature is not gone. The absence of sound does not mean the nature of hearing has ceased to be, nor does it arise in the presence of sound. When a sound is heard, there is no change in the nature of hearing. Entirely beyond production and extinction, it is then truly everlasting. It is complete in itself and divorced from production and extinction. Birth and death become perfectly fused. The nature of hearing is an everlasting, unchanging nature not subject to production and extinction. Sutra. Ever present, even in dream thinking, it does not disappear when cognitions and thought are gone. Enlightened, this contemplation transcends cognition, reaching beyond both the body and the mind. Commentary. In the presence of sound, in the absence of sound, of the arising of sound, and at the cessation of sound, the nature of hearing never ceases to be. People may realize this in an ordinary waking state, but is also ever present, even in dream thinking. Someone sleeping soundly may hear the sounds of beating clothes and bounding rise as a drum and bell being struck. This proves that hearing is present even in dreams. It does not disappear when cognitions and thought are gone. It is not like the mind, which doesn't exist without thoughts. Enlightened, this contemplation transcends cognition. The enlightened contemplation is the hearing nature goes beyond thought, reaching beyond both the body and the mind. The body and mind cannot compare to the hearing nature of the organ of the ear. Sutra. Now in the Saha world, the theory of sounds has been proclaimed and understood. Sutra. Living beings are confused about the source of hearing. They follow sounds and so they turn and flow. Ananda's power to remember was exceptional. Nonetheless, he fell prey to a deviant plot. Was it not from heeding sounds that he was nearly lost? By turning back the flow, one will make no such mistake. Commentary. Now in the Saha world, the theory of sounds has been proclaimed and understood. Living beings are confused about the source of hearing. They don't understand the inherent hearing nature. They follow sounds, and so they turn and flow. They cannot turn the hearing back to hear the self-nature. They seek outside, they listen outside, they pursue the self and run outside. If one allows the ear to race out after sounds instead of returning the hearing, one gets caught up in the flow of birth and death. It is also a knot. There is birth and death, and so there is a knot. And it all starts because you pursue the defiling objects of sound. You can't bring it all back. Ananda's power to remember was exceptional. Ananda was always erudite and had a brilliant memory. He could recite by heart all the sutras in the Tripitaka. Nonetheless, he fell prey to a devil blood. He was smart, but he couldn't avoid the difficulty brought about by Mantanji's daughter and the former Brahma heaven mantra. He was captured by a devil dharma of an externalist religion. Was it not from hearing sounds that he was nearly lost? By turning back the flow, one will make no such mistake. If you can turn the hearing back and hear your self-nature, then naturally you will not succumb to any falseness. You won't err like that. The reason Ananda was susceptible to the deception was that he was always seeking outside. He studied this and studied that and was proficient with one sutra and another, but he never returned the light and illumined within. He never stopped to think about how he should act or what he was doing. All he did was study. He studied so much that he forgot what he was all about. That reminds me of the answer Confucius gave when someone came to ask him, "Is there anyone in the world like?" The question began, "Like what?" asked Confucius. Someone who moves, taking everyone with him, all the relatives in the household except his wife. He forgets to take along his wife. Could there be such a person? What do you suppose Confucius answered? Did Confucius say it was impossible for a person to forget his wife? Or that it was not impossible? Confucius said, "Nowadays, people even forget themselves." Not only could they forget their wives, they could even forget their own bodies. The meaning was that they don't remember that in the future their bodies will die. They forget they will have to go through old age, sickness, and death. Since Ananda concentrated on studying things external to himself and on developing his scholastic abilities, he neglected his samadhi power. Since he neglected samadhi, he didn't know how to develop the skill of turning the hearing back to hear the self-nature, and so he pursued sounds. He did not make the sounds follow his self-nature, and so he got caught up in the difficulty with Mantaji's daughter. Sutra Ananda, you should listen attentively. I rely upon the Buddha's awesome power in describing to you the Vara King, a samadhi inconceivable, a blackness to illusions. It is the true mother of all Buddhas. Commentary. When Manjushri Bodhisattva had spoken thus far, he called out to Ananda. He was a Dharma prince with long-standing status, while Ananda was comparatively young. Here, Manjushri Bodhisattva is representing Shakyamuni Buddha in speaking the Dharma, and so he gets Ananda's attention. You should listen attentively. Pay attention. Listen to every word. Don't be the least bit casual. Don't sit there half asleep while I am speaking this verse. You should understand that this verse I'm speaking is not my own ideas. It is spoken by the power of the Buddha has vested in me. The Buddha indicated that I should speak and express this intent. He told me to select the Dharma for your sake. You shouldn't think that it is I, Manjushri Bodhisattva, who is telling you this. It is the Buddha speaking for you. Now do you understand? In describing to you the Vara King on the Buddha's behalf, I will explain the Dharma door of the Vara King. A samadhi inconceivable lack of likeness to illusions. It is the true mother of all Buddhas. This Dharma is cultivated without cultivating. One cultivates and yet one is not cultivating. Not cultivating, one still cultivates. It is rather like putting on a play and yet at the same time is real. That's the wonder of it. You can't imagine how subtle and wonderful this Dharma door is. You cannot conceive of it nor express it in words. It is the mother of all Buddhas. Every Buddha is born from this samadhi, so pay attention. Do you want to become a Buddha? If so, you have to keep your mind on what I'm saying, and then you have to develop the skill through actual practice. Don't just spend your efforts on sutra. You might hear the secret Dharma doors of Buddhas as numerous as motes of dust, but without first renouncing desire and outflows, you may amass learning, but you will still make mistakes. Commentary. Manjushri Bodhisattva continues. You may hear the secret Dharma doors of Buddhas as numerous as motes of dust. Ananda, you have listened to limitless Buddhas explain their secret dharmas. Secret means that you say something for one person and a second person doesn't realize it. Or you speak for the second person and the first one doesn't realize it. Or you speak for the second person and the first one doesn't know. Each is unaware of what is said to the other. Why does the Buddha have secret Dharma doors? It is because the capacities of living beings are different. Each person is fond of different things. What is more, each person has cultivated a particular path in past lives. Therefore, the Buddha contemplates the opportunities. He looks to see what Dharma door you cultivated before, and based on that, he teaches you how to cultivate now. Contemplating the opportunities, he bestows the teaching, speaking Dharma for the sake of each person. He does not teach you Dharma doors which are not appropriate for you. But without first renouncing desire and outflows, you might amass learning, but you will still make mistakes. Although the Buddha has many secret dharmas, you still have to get rid of your desire and outflows. Desire is really hard to overcome. As soon as you have desire, you have outflows. The most serious desire, the one people find hardest to cut off, is the desire for forms. If you can cut it off, you are an outstanding person, extraordinary. When you study the Buddha Dharma, you must cut off desire in order to able to be rid of outflows. At the fourth fruition of arhatship, one has no outflows. The first stage, arhat, is at the position of seeing the way as a result of having extinguished 88 kinds of delusion of views. The second and third fruition are called the position of cultivating the way. The fourth stage, arhat, is at the position of having been certified to the way. At the first, second, and third fruitions, one has not attained the state of having no outflows. Only at fourth stage is that achieved. Having no outflows is extremely important. Why hadn't Ananda reached that level? He had not gotten rid of desire. There were still some things he wanted. He was not yet pure, and so Dharma Prince Manjushri tells him, if you don't cultivate and get rid of greed and desireful forms, then you won't have a response with the Buddha Dharma. If you merely concentrate on erudition, then you will steal all. That's why you encountered the difficulty with Mataji's daughter. If you renounce desire and outflows, you won't have any more difficulties. When we see that such an intelligent person as Ananda still had this fault, we should notice that not only have we not severed desire, we are intent upon pursuing it. It has never occurred to us to get rid of it. Wouldn't you say that is an even greater mistake? At this point, everyone should return the light and examine within. Is it the case that we have desires? Have we gotten rid of them? If not, would we like to get rid of them? If not, then there's nothing else to say. But if you want to get rid of them, Then quickly start cultivating the skill of returning the hearing to hear the self-nature. Study Kwanchen Bodhisattva's perfect penetration of the organ of the ear. Sutra. You concentrate on learning to uphold the Buddha's Dharma. Why don't you listen to your own hearing? Commentary. You concentrate on learning to uphold the Buddha's Dharma. You spend your energy on study of the Buddha Dharma. Manjushri Bodhisattva says to Ananda, with that skill, why don't you listen to your own hearing? Why don't you return the hearing to hear the self-nature? Why don't you cultivate and develop that skill? Why don't you look into yourself? Sutra. Hearing does not spontaneously arise. Because of sound, it gets its name. But when hearing returns and is free of sound, what does one call that which is set free? Commentary. Ananda, don't continue to take learning so seriously while neglecting your samadhi power. Hearing does not spontaneously arise. It doesn't happen all by itself. Because of sound, it gets its name. Because there is sound, there is hearing. We call the perception of a sound hearing. But when hearing returns and is free of sound, what does one call that which is set free? We say that there is hearing because there is sound, but is the hearing still there when there is no sound? It is, because the nature of hearing is not subject to production or extinction. Therefore, turn the hearing around. From now on, don't follow out after the six sense objects with your six sense organs. Bring them back. Returning the hearing, listen to your nature till the nature reaches the supreme way. What is your self-nature? When you hear it, you will recognize it. Now, before you have heard it, you won't understand even if I tell you. For instance, when I drink this cup of tea, I myself know whether it is hot or cool, but you still don't have any idea. If you want to know, you will have to drink some yourself. If you want to recognize your self-nature, you first have to return the hearing. If you haven't done that, how can you expect to know your own nature? When you return the hearing, how do you listen? You ask. Use your ears, but don't listen to the sounds outside. Don't try to figure out what's happening out in the street or who is saying that. Turn the hearing inward and listen inside yourself. In this way, your own nature will be revealed. That's how you do it. Now, do you understand? When the hearing is turned around, one is set free from external sounds. What does one call that which is set free? If you can divorce yourself from sound and hear and yet not hear, is this really hearing then? It is and it isn't. It isn't yet it is. Hear and yet do not hear. That's what's meant by getting free of sounds. One does hear, but it's not the same as the way one heard before. Even though it is said that ordinary hearing can reach far and near, it still has a limit. If you genuinely attain the state of returning the hearing to hear the self-nature, you can hear throughout the Dharma Realm, but you can also choose not to listen to any of the sounds throughout the Dharma Realm. You have control. It's like a telegram. If I want to send one, I can send one anywhere at any time. But if I don't want to send the telegram, I don't have to do it. If I want to hear some sound in the Dharma Realm, I can tune in on it. You try it. What is that which is free of sound called then? It doesn't have a name. That which is beyond even the name hearing is true hearing. Sutra. As soon as one sense organ returns to the source, the entire six are liberated. Commentary. When even the name is gone, one can say that that sense organ is untied. As soon as one sense organ returns to the source, the entire six are liberated. The source is the nature of the treasury of the first come one. When one sense organ reverts to the nature of the treasury of the first come one, all six come back together. The older brother returns and the younger brothers follow along. But if you don't bring one sense organ back, none of them will return. They are connected because they were originally one, but then they divided into six. Sutra, sight, and hearing are like an illusory covering, a triple realm, a vision of flowers in space. When hearing reverts, the cataract is gone. The dust gives way to pure and perfect insight. Commentary. Why don't we become Buddhas? We are tied up by the six sense organs and six sense objects, so we must find a method to attain liberation. We are not the only ones bound by the organs and objects. At that time, Ananda also had this problem. We are in the same predicament. Ananda took this path to attain liberation, and we are now very lucky to learn about this method. We too can travel this path and get free. Sight and hearing are like an illusory covering. Seeing and hearing are not something real. They are like an illusion, like a film over the eyes, like clouds in the sky. The triple realm, a vision of flowers in space. The desire realm, the form realm, and the formless realm make up the triple realm. We are within it, gazing into emptiness until our staring makes us tired. Then it looks as if there are flowers dancing in space. At the beginning of his birth, Manjushri said, "The emptiness created within enlightenment is like a single bubble in all the sea." Emptiness arises out of the vastness of enlightenment and is as insignificant as one bubble in the great ocean. And the triple realm is like a bubble in the sea of emptiness. When hearing reverts, the cataract is gone. When one returns the hearing and hears this nature, the film disappears. The dust gives way to pure and perfect insight. When the experiencing of the six sense objects dissolves, there are no external defiling objects to disturb your self-nature. Then your enlightened nature is pure and perfect. Sutra. When purity is ultimate, the light is penetrating. A stillness shines and encloses within it all of emptiness. Looking at the world from this point of view, everything that happens is just like a dream. Mantaji's daughter too is part of the dream. Who was able then to physically detain you? Commentary. Manjushri Bodhisattva talks tough. He's not the least bit polite. He's downright rude to Ananda here. When purity is ultimate, the light is penetrating. Once your insight is pure and perfect, then, at the ultimate point, a light pervades. You become enlightened. A stillness shines and encloses within it all of emptiness. When you attain this skill, emptiness is found within you. Your own nature is the great enlightened nature. When you return to that nature which was always yours, you include all of space. Looking at the world from this point of view, everything that happens is just like a dream. As you continue to use this skill, you contemplate the world and find that it is all nothing but a dream. Mantaji's daughter too is part of the dream. Who was able then to physically detain you? She is a part of the illusion. Who was able to capture you? You lost faith. You wanted to be there. You liked it. If you could reach the level just described, who could restrain you? Not very polite, wouldn't you say? Sutra. It is like a puppeteer who plays with shadows and works the dolls to seem as real as pupil. All the ones is that move about freely. They are really governed by a set of strings. Cease operating the controls and they return to stillness. The entire illusion is without a nature. Commentary. It is like a puppeteer who plays with shadows. This refers to the puppet shows of old when the puppets danced and acted behind a screen of framed oil paper. Behind a puppet made of donkey skin attached to strings are manipulated by the puppeteer, and the audience sees their shadows against the screen. Nowadays we have movies, the puppets look lifelike, but actually they are controlled by the puppet master. They used to fight noisy battles on stage with swords and guns. I remember watching them as a child. It was the dons to seem as real as people, dressed as men and women they covered on stage. Although one sees them move about freely, they are really governed by a set of strings. It seems like they can move their arms and legs and even their eyes and lips, but it's all mechanical. They are strung up to an apparatus. Nonetheless, people watch transfixed, cease operating the controls, and they return to stillness. The entire illusion is without a nature. There was nothing to it after all. In this session, Manjushri Bodhisattva explains how everything is like an illusion. The previous section made clear how we are in a dream. Sutra, the six sense organs, are also thus. At first, there was one essential brightness which split into a six-fold combination. If but one part ceases and returns, all six functions will stop as well. In response to a thought, defining objects vanish, becoming pure and wonderful perfect brightness. Commentary. Why does he speak about dreams and illusions? It is because the six sense organs are like an imaginary play. The six sense organs are also thus. The six organs are like the play put on by the puppeteer. It's as if a mechanism is controlling them, but if one organ can become pure, the others will be freed as well. At first, there was one essential brightness. Originally, there was the single brightness of the nature of the treasury of the first come one. It split into a sixfold combination. It divided into eyes, ears, nose, tongue, body, and mind. But if but one part ceases and returns, if the knot is untied, all six functions will stop as well. If one function stops, the others will also cease. They will no longer function. In response to a thought, defining objects vanish. All the involvement between the six sense organs and six sense objects comes to an end, becoming pure and wonderful perfect brightness. They become the everlasting pure nature and bright substance of the treasury of the first come one. Sutra. If there is a residual defilement, one must still study. When the brightness is ultimate, that is the Tathagata. Commentary. If there is a residual defilement, one must still study. When ignorance is cut off initially, there remains a subtle ignorance called appearance of production ignorance. That is what is meant here by residual defilement. Bodhisattvas must still cut that off. When the brightness is ultimate, that is the Tathagata, that is the basic substance of the first come one. Sutra. Ananda and everyone in the great assembly, turn yourselves around and revert the hearing. Return the hearing and listen to the self-nature till the nature reaches the supreme way. That is what perfect penetration really means. Commentary. Ananda and everyone in the great assembly, turn yourselves around and revert the hearing. You should cultivate according to this method. Don't let yourselves run outside. Come back. Look within and find yourself. Return the hearing and listen to the self-nature till the nature reaches the supreme way. Your nature can accomplish the unsurpassed path. That is what perfect penetration really means. Why does he select the organ of the ear? It is the easiest to cultivate successfully. I believe that some of you already know how to develop this skill, while others do not. What does it mean to return the hearing to hear the self-nature? It is a skill used in investigating Chen. When you investigate Chen, you don't want to expend all your energy on seeking outside. You want to turn the light around and shine it within. Then you ask yourself, who is mindful of the Buddha? Who? You want to put the who in your heart and then listen with your ears. Pursue who, do this non-stop. Don't let your skill become dispersed. You investigate this topic in everything you do, walking, standing, sitting, reclining. Don't be apart from this. If you depart from this, you've made a mistake. What is this? It is the question, who is mindful of the Buddha? You don't have to ask out loud. Ask your heart and listen with your ears. Listen within, not outside. After you have listened within, your heart and your hearing nature will eventually merge into one. And then, in some unexpected way, at some unexpected moment, you will suddenly open enlightenment. But you definitely must bring your mind and nature together. Don't let them scatter in all directions. Don't let them get dissipated outside. Collect them within. Return the hearing and listen to your own nature. Eventually and naturally, your skill will develop. Investigating a trend topic and returning the hearing to listen to the self-nature are the same. And now everyone knows that using the organ of the ear in cultivation is the easiest method. So put your energy there and cultivate this Dharma door. Sutra. It is a gateway entered by Buddhas as many as dust-motes. It is the one path to Nirvana. Thus, Kamans of the past perfected this method. Bodhisattvas now merge with this total brightness. People of the future who study and practice will also rely on this Dharma. Through this method, I too have been certified. Quan Yin Bodhisattva was not alone in using it. Commentary. Now Manjushri Bodhisattva certifies as authentic this Dharma he has selected. It is the gateway entered by Buddhas as many as dust-motes. It is the one path to Nirvana, he says. Not only was Quan Yin Bodhisattva certified through his use of this Dharma door, this method of perfect penetration that I am explaining, I too, Manjushri, gave proof to this doctrine of perfect penetration of the organ of the ear. Not only myself, but in the past, countless Buddhas also found this the one path to Nirvana. It was by this way that they reached the fruition of Nirvana. Thus, Kamans of the past perfected this method. They became accomplished by means of the perfect penetration derived from returning the hearing to hear the self-nature. Bodhisattvas now merge with this total brightness. Bodhisattvas cultivating right now are on the same road. People of the future who study and practice will also rely on this Dharma. People of the future who as yet haven't even encountered the Buddha Dharma will come to select this method for cultivation. Through this method, I too have been certified. A long time ago, I gave proof to this Dharma door of perfect penetration. Quan Yin Bodhisattva was not alone in using it. Sutra. As the Buddha, the World Honored One, requested, I chose sincerely, as skillfully means, one to save those in the final end who seek to escape the mundane world and perfect the heart of Nirvana. The best way is to contemplate the source of the world. Commentary. As the Buddha, the World Honored One, requested, I chose sincerely as skillfully means, Buddha, I speak the truth, I say what is really so. The method which is the one to save those in the final end who seek to escape the mundane world and perfect the heart of Nirvana, of the 18 realms and the 7 elements, which Dharma door is the most perfectly penetrating, which one is most appropriate for living beings in the Dharma Ending Age. Some will want to get out of the world and seek transcendence. How can they fulfill their vow to cultivate the way and reach Nirvana? The best way is to contemplate the source of the world. Quan Yin Bodhisattva here in the Saha world got the best response from this method. This method is the most appropriate one. It tallies best with the causes and conditions of most pupils. Sutra. All the other kinds of experience require the awesome spirit of the Buddha. In some cases, they bring immediate transcendence, but they are not the customary means of practice, spoken for those of shallow and deep roots alike. Commentary. All the other kinds of experience require the awesome spirit of the Buddha. In cultivating any of the other expedient Dharma doors besides that of the ear, one needs the Buddha's aid in order to succeed. Without the Buddha's support, one cannot accomplish anything through them. In some cases, they bring immediate transcendence, but they are not the customary means of practice, spoken for those of shallow and deep roots alike. Although some used these methods to get out of the wearisome mundane dust and false thinking, they are not Dharma doors which just anyone can use. In speaking Dharma, one must look at the causes and conditions. I must observe the person. For someone with wisdom, one should speak more profound Dharma. For stupid people, one should explain simple Dharmas. The Dharma cannot always be expressed in the same way. Only the organ of the ear is a perfect method which anyone can study. I think this Dharma door is the most perfectly penetrating. Sutra. I bow to the ones thus come, to the ones come thus, and the Tripitaka, and to those inconceivable ones with no outflows, trusting they will aid those in the future, so that no one will doubt this Dharma door. It is an expedient easy to master, an appropriate teaching for Ananda, and for those immersed in the final age. They should cultivate this organ of hearing, a perfect penetration that surpasses all others. It is the way to the true mind. Commentary. After Manjushri Bodhisattva finished speaking in this verse, he made obeisance to the triple jewel. I bow to the ones come thus, and the Tripitaka. The ones come thus are the Buddhas. The Tripitaka is the Dharma, and to those inconceivable ones with no outflows. Those refers to the Sangha. The Bodhisattvas and arhats with no outflows have attained a state which is inconceivable and ineffable. Their spiritual penetrations and wonderful functions are difficult to comprehend. He bows to the sages and saints of the Sangha, trusting they will aid those in the future, so that no one will doubt this Dharma door. I hope you will help all living beings in the future, so that they won't have any doubts about the Dharma door of returning the hearing to hear the self-nature. It is an expedient easy to master, an appropriate teaching for Ananda. This Dharma door is both easy to cultivate and easy to be successful with. It is the best method for Ananda to use. There is none better. And for those immersed in the final age, they should cultivate this organ of hearing. Not only will this Dharma door bring a response to Ananda, it is also right for beings who will fall into the Dharma Ending Age. Just use the method of cultivating with the organ of the ear, a perfect penetration that surpasses all others. It is the way to the true mind. This Dharma door of perfect penetration goes beyond the other 24 expedient methods. It is a lot easier and brings surpassing the results. The true and actual mind found through this Dharma door is as I have explained above. Sutra. Thereupon, Ananda and all in the great assembly experienced a clarity of body and mind. Having attained such profound instruction, they contemplated the Buddha's body and parinirvana like someone who, having traveled far on business, knows that he is on the road home, so he has not returned completely. Commentary. Thereupon, Ananda and all in the great assembly experienced a clarity of body and mind. They had gained tremendous understanding. Having attained such profound instruction, they contemplated the Buddha's body and parinirvana. They had received magnificent teaching from both the Buddha and Manjushri Bodhisattva. They looked upon the doctrines of Buddha and Nirvana like someone who, having traveled far on business, knows that he is on the road home, though he has not returned completely. This person has had to go away on business and hasn't arrived back home yet, but he has gone far enough to recognize that he is on the way to his house. The meaning is that although the members of the Great Assembly and Ananda had not actually been certified as having attained the second, third, and fourth fruitions of Arhatship, now at least they understood the theory, the doctrine. Sutra. Throughout the entire assembly, the gods, dragons, and all the Eightfold Division, those of the two vehicles who were not yet beyond learning, as well as all the bodhisattvas of initial resolve, as numerous as the sands in the 10 Ganges rivers, found their fundamental mind and, far removed from dust and defilement, attained the purity of the Dharma eye. Commentary. Throughout the entire assembly, the gods, dragons, and all the Eightfold Division of ghosts and spirits. The Eightfold Division includes Gandharvas, Asuras, Garudas, Kinnaras, Mahoragas, humans and non-humans, as well as the dragons. Those of the two vehicles who were not yet beyond learning refers to the south hearers and those enlightened to conditions. Together with all the bodhisattvas of initial resolve, as numerous as the sands in 10 Ganges rivers, they found their fundamental mind. It was not like before when they didn't even recognize their own mind. They were far removed from dust and defilement, and so they attained the purity of the Dharma eye. Sutra. The Bhikshuni named Nature attained Arhatship after hearing this verse. Commentary. The Bhikshuni named Nature was Mantanji's daughter. She attained Arhatship after hearing this verse spoken by Manjushri Bodhisattva. At this point, she surpassed Ananda by being certified to the second stage of Arhatship. Ananda was still the first stage sage. Sutra, and limitless beings brought forth a much less unequaled resolve for Anuttara Samyak Sambuddhi. Commentary. At that time, there were also limitless boundless uncountable beings in the Dharma assembly who brought forth a much less unequaled resolve for Anuttara Samyak Sambuddhi. There was nothing that could compare with the extent of their resolve. It was totally genuine. Anuttara Samyak Sambuddhi means the unsurpassed, proper, and equal right in life. Verse of transference. May the merit and virtue accrued from this work adorn the Buddha's purer lands, repaying for kinds of kindness above, and aiding those suffering in the paths below. May those who see and hear of this all bring forth the resolve for Bodhi, and when this retribution body is over, be born together in ultimate bliss.